History of the Labor Movement in the United States. Volume IL. The Policies and Practices of the American Federation of Labor, 1900 to 1909. By Phillips. Foner. International Publishers, New York. Copyrights. Preface. I. Labor moves into a new century. Capital rejoices. 11. Prosperity for whom? 13. Plight of the children. 15. Wages and hours. 18. Accidents and health hazards. 20. Workers' housing and homework. 24. Upsurge in labor's ranks. 27. The era of good feeling. 28. 9. 2. The open shop drive. 32. The attack begins. 33. The Citizens Alliance. 35. National Association of Manufacturers. 36. American Anti-Boycott Association. 39. Other open shop associations. 40. Open shop technique. 42. Strikebreaking and vigilantism. 44. Pressure to join open shop drive. 46. The anti-union propaganda front. 49. The trade union reply. 55. Results of the open shop drive. 58. 3. The National Civic Federation, I. Organization and ideology. 61. Composition of the NCF. 61. Role of Ralph M. Easley. 66. The NCF and the open shop drive. 68. The NCF strategy. 70. Welfare work and labor legislation. 74. 4. The National Civic Federation. 11. Role in strikes. 78. The steel strike of 1901. 78. The anthracite coal strike of 1902. 86. The Interborough Rapid Transit Strike. 102. Battle over the National Civic Federation. 106. 5. The Church and Labor. 111. Role of the Catholic Church. 11L. Papal Encyclicals. 112. Attitudes of Cardinals and Bishops. L15. Catholic Message to the AF of L. 116. Catholic Labor Societies. 118. The Militia of Christ. 119. Response of AF of L leaders. 123. The NCF and Catholic Organizations. 126. Presbyterian Department of Church and Labor. 128. Federal Council of the Churches of Christ. 132. Role of the Jewish Rabbis. 134. Conclusion. 135. 6. Business Unionism. 136. Emergence of business-minded union leadership. 137. The Corruption System. 139. Living Standards of Business Union Leaders. 146. Justification of Business Unionism. 150. Despotic Control of Unions. 153. The AF of L and Corruption Issue. 160. Why the AF of L refused to act. 167. S. 6. Contents. 7. Reaction to technological changes. 174. The will to organize. 175. Industrial changes. 178. Craft unions fail to adjust. 181. 8. Craft versus industrial unionism. 195. Basis of the conflict. 195. Federal labor unions. 198. Scranton Declaration. 200. Union scabs. 202. Jurisdictional disputes. 205. Amalgamations and departments. 214. 9. Women and Negro workers. 219. High dues and initiation fees. 219. AF of L and women workers. 222. AF of L and Negro workers. 233. Negroes driven out of trades. 238. The issue of Negro strikebreaking. 241. Division in Negroes ranks. 244. AF of L and Negro rights. 247. Negro white unity. 249. Results of AF of L policy. 254. I.O. The immigrant workers. 256. AF of L and European immigrants. 256. AF of L favors restricting immigration. 261. AF of L refuted. 264. Special problems in organizing immigrants. 265. AF of L and the Asian immigrants. 268. Were the Asian immigrants a threat? 271. Asian workers and unionism. 274. Conclusion. 280. 11. Political Policies and Practices. 1900-1905-282. AF of L on Political Action. 282. Union Labor Party of San Francisco. 287. Repercussions elsewhere. 296. Government by Injunction. 298. AF of L seeks to end government by injunction. 299. Congressional Campaign of 1904. 301. Presidential Campaign of 1904. 304. 12. Labor's Bill of Grievances and the 1906 Campaign. 308. Increasing attack on labor. 308, Impact of British Experience, 313, Labour's Bill of Grievances, 315, Preparations for the 1906 Campaign, 319. The Campaign in Maine, 322. The Campaign Elsewhere, 328, the 1906 AF of L. Campaign, 331, Congressional Setback, 333. 13. Political Policies and Practices, 1907-1909, 335. Lull in 1907, 335, Anti-Labor Offensive by the Courts, 338. Labor's Reaction, 342, The Political Conventions of 1908, 348, AF of L. Campaigns for Bryan, 351, Results of the Election of 1908, 357, 1908 AF of L. Convention, 359, The Courts Again, 361, Political Inertia, 364. 14. The Socialists, 1900 to 1905, Boring from Within, 367, Boring from Within, and Boring from Without, 367. Content tilde. Ideology of the Socialist Party, 369, The Socialists and Labor. Political Action, 377, Socialists at AF of L. Conventions, 380, Socialist Growth and Its Nature, 389. 715. The Western Federation of Miners, 393. Employers' Offensive against WF of M, 393. Military Despotism, 395. Growth of the WF of M, 400. Constitution and Objectives, 403. WF of M and the AF of L, 407. 16. The American Labor Union, 413. A Federation of Western Workers, 413. The Western Labor Union, 414. War between AF of L and WLU, 415. Formation of the American Labor Union, 418. AF of L. Attacks on ALU, 422. Growth of the ALU, 424, 1903. ALU. Convention, 427. ALU and AF of L. Unions, 429. ALU and Socialist Party, 435. Decline of the ALU, 436. Significance of the ALU, 437. Reference Notes 439. Index 471. Preface. The period from 1900 to America's entrance into the World War in April 1917 is one of the most important in the entire history of the American labor movement. During these years, the fundamental policies and practices of the American Federation of Labor were shaped. It was during this period, too, that the opposition to these policies and practices emerged most sharply. This period, moreover, saw the greatest growth of the Socialist Party and its greatest influence within the American labor movement. Because of the significance of the period and the vast body of sources to which I had access, 3 volumes will be devoted to this era. The present volume covers the policies and practices of the AF of L in the years 1900 to 1909. The next volume will cover the history of the industrial workers of the world from its formation in 1905 to America's entrance into World War I, the period of the greatest activity of the IWW. The third volume will deal with the AF of L, the Railroad Brotherhoods, and the Socialists, 1 GOG-1917. I have referred above to the vast body of sources available to me in studying the period 1900 to 1917. Unfortunately, the most important of these sources is no longer fully available to scholars. This is the incoming correspondence of the American Federation of Labor, once a rich treasure house of the letters of AF of L officials, international and local unions, and of leaflets and pamphlets, often the only copies in existence. For many years, I was privileged to be able to study this vast collection housed in the basement of the old AF of L building in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, most of the material was destroyed prior to the AF of L's move to new headquarters. A small fraction has been preserved on microfilm, mainly manuscripts and records of routine interest, and a small collection was transferred to the Wisconsin State Historical Society. But of the many crates, letterboxes and file drawers in the basement of the old AF of L building, only a tiny portion has survived, and much of this is of only marginal value. See, in this connection, Edward T. James, Where Are the AF of L? Papers, Labor Historian's Bulletin, Spring, 1959, pp. 1s. This is a tragic loss, not only for scholars but also for the labor movement itself. Apart from the incoming correspondence of the AF of L and the letter books of Samuel Gompers, in preparing the present Volume 1 have had access to collections of manuscripts, newspapers, pamphlets, and unpublished and published studies in numerous libraries and historical societies. I wish to thank the staffs of the Chicago Historical Society, Chicago 9. I.O. Public Library, Historical Society of Montana. Preface. Public Library, Historical Society of Montana, Lewiston, Maine, Public Library, Library of the Department of Labor, Washington, D.C., Library of Congress, Library of the London School of Economics, Milwaukee. County Historical Commission, National Archives, New York Public Library, Rockland, Maine, Public Library, Tamiment Institute Library. Wisconsin State Historical Society, and the libraries of the following colleges and universities: Robert Brookings School of Economics and Government, Catholic University of America, Chicago, California, Columbia. Cornell, Hartford Seminary Foundation, Harvard, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, New School for Social Research, University of London, New York. Northwestern, Notre Dame, Princeton, Radcliffe, Rochester, Southern California, Stanford, Stevens Institute of Technology, Teachers College, Columbia University, Wisconsin, Vanderbilt, and Yale. I wish to thank Dr. Bernard Mandel for the opportunity to read his definitive biography of Samuel Gompers in manuscript prior to its publication. I wish also to thank Mrs. Louise Heinze, Director of the Tamiment Institute Library, for valuable assistance in obtaining material through interlibrary loan. Finally, I wish to express my gratitude to the Lewis M. Rabinowitz Foundation for a grant which made publication of the present volume possible. Croton-on-Hudson, New York. March 19. Chapter I. Labor moves into a new century. American capitalism entered the 20th century in a joyful mood. The economic crisis of the 90s had gradually receded, and once again, prosperity had dawned. By the turn of the century, the ground lost during the Depression years, which began in 1893, had more than been regained, and businessmen were entering an era of high profits. There are going to be more great fortunes in this country, the New York Times prophesied on January 3, 1900. Millionaires will be commonplace and the country will be the better for them, better for their wealth, better for the good they will do in giving employment to labor in the industries which produce their fortunes. Capital rejoices. Frederick Winslow Taylor had already written the first of a steady stream of books and articles expounding his new doctrine of scientific management, which by speeding up the work, timing the worker's task by stopwatch, and gearing his wage to the time of performance promised augmented profits in the new century. 1. American capitalists pointed with pride to the fact that during the last decade of the 19th century, despite the Depression, the United States had emerged as the world's foremost industrial power. In 1890, the United States had taken over world leadership in the production of iron and steel. In 1899, the United States had become the world's largest producer of coal. In the late 90s, American banking made its first important ventures into the field of foreign finance. 000 of American capital was exported to Canada, and in 1900 and 1901, American financiers furnished 1/5 of the funds for the Boer War. 2. Especially for big business, the new century promised unparalleled profits. Vast numbers of small concerns were being swept up and 2. Gathered into a few enormous enterprises, capitalized at huge sums and often possessing monopoly or near monopoly control over the business of their respective fields. During the years from 1898 to 1903, the period of most intensive consolidation, some 276 new combinations were organized in the first billion-dollar corporation, U.S. Steel, established in 190I, had been created. The Steel Combine, organized by the House of Morgan with a capital of $1.4 million, welded together 11 big steel, mining and shipping companies into one economic empire with practical control of most of the heavy industries concerned with metal, fuel, and transport, from the Atlantic coast to the iron and copper, lead, zinc and gold mines of the Rocky Mountains in California. By 1904, according to John Moody, noted financial expert and editor, about 445 active trusts had been formed, with a total capitalization of $20,379,162,551, almost 1/7 the national wealth at the time. Moody classified the following industries as controlled by the greater industrial trusts: copper, smelting, sugar, tobacco, marine, or shipping, oil, and steel. 3 of these trusts were dominated by Standard Oil, the Rockefellers, and 2 of them by the Morgan interests. But there was a high degree of mutual interest existing between the two financial titans. The Rockefeller Group held a minority position on the board of Morgan's U.S. Steel. On the other hand, Robert Baker, a Morgan man, served on the board of Rockefeller's Amalgamated Copper Co. 3 industrial and banking capital were thus combined and on the way to establishing a secure hold over American economic life. The United States was now a world power. A new American empire had come into being as a result of the Spanish-American War. The Philippines and Puerto Rico were American possessions. Cuba was an American protectorate, and along with Guam and Hawaii, these areas furnished new opportunities for investment abroad. The political scene at the turn of the century gave American capitalists additional cause to rejoice. A pro-imperialist, Republican administration, openly operating as an agency of big business, was in the saddle, and every sign pointed to its continuation in office for years to come. In January 1901, Isaac Cowan, the general organizer of the American branches of the British Engineers Union, wrote to London, "America has the advantage of the skill and ingenuity of men from all nations of the world who have come here to seek a home." As a rule, the Rockefellers, Morgans, Vanderbilts, Carnegies and other trust magnates have captured these benefits for themselves, either through prostrated courts, bribed legislators, or using the Gatling gun wherever organized labor demanded a small portion of their product. A leading capitalist told the American press in January 1903, "We have good reason for rejoicing. We have done more business and sold more goods, both at home and abroad, than ever before. Prices of agricultural products and manufactured articles have gone upward. Manufacturing concerns have extended their operations enormously and businessmen have sold more goods and at a better price than they anticipated." 4. Prosperity for whom? Labor, however, had no great cause for rejoicing. The economic crisis of the 1890s had taken a severe toll in the workers' living standards, and they enjoyed few of the fruits of the so-called unprecedented prosperity. Testimony before the Industrial Commission of 1900, a federal agency, revealed that wages, on the average, were 0% lower than they were before the Panic of 1893. Carroll D. Wright, U.S. Commissioner of Labor, testified that there had been a constant decrease in wages since 1893, and that only a few skilled trades had recuperated the losses sustained during the crisis years. Professor T.S. Adams calculated that in 1900 only 16.2% of the workers received $15 or more per week. That the median wage was about $10.05 a week, and that the average yearly earnings were something like $480. Professor Adams was quick to add that this average annual wage applied only to workers who were fully employed. Yet, according to the census of 1900, nearly 6.5 million workers were unemployed during some part of the year, and of these, nearly 2 million were idle 4 to 6 months out of the 12.5. The seasonal aspect of so many trades, together with numerous other reasons for unemployment, were an important factor in reducing total yearly earnings. The truth is that most workers never knew when unemployment and long periods of idleness would rap at their doors. In 1900, Andrew Carnegie made $23 million with no income tax to pay. That same year, a government investigation of conditions in the anthracite regions disclosed that the miners' wages averaged $240 a year, about $4.60 a week. Small wonder workers laughed bitterly when they read the headlines in the press, "Coal a barometer of prosperity, 6." Noting that women workers in New York's clothing industry earned 30 cents a day in 1900, Frederick Lewis Allen observed in 1952, "Try translating that into terms of today. Even after you have multiplied it by 3 to take into account the tripled cost of living, you arrive at the noble sum of 90 cents a day, which is $5 minus 40 a week, which is $280 for a full working year. 7. Try translating, 2. The wages of women who as late as 1910 were working in Chicago's cigar factories from 5 a.m. until 6 p.m. for $2.40 a week, averaging 40 cents a day. 8. Wages for most skilled workers advanced in the years following the Depression of the 90s, but for some skilled and for the vast majority of the unorganized unskilled workers, wages advanced only slightly or were nearly stationary. Meanwhile, the prices of commodities rose earlier and went higher than the wages of labor. A contemporary study disclosed that the cost of food to the average working-class family increased 16% between 1896 and 1903. The same study revealed that the cost of such commodities as coal and coal oil had increased 40% and of rent 20%. In view of these facts, the study concluded, the working man may well ask what has become of his share of the great prosperity of the country. 9. In 1914, the cost of living was 39% higher than it had been in the 1890s. At the same time, earnings in terms of purchasing power, real wages, did not show any increase and, in fact, were precisely the same as they had been in the decade 1890-1899.10. American workers, Socialist Congressman Victor L. Berger declared in August 1911, in supporting his old age pension plan in the Congress, the first straight pension plan ever introduced in that body, had an average income of not over $400 annually, received a small part of what they produced, and spent it all merely to survive. From the turn of the century until 191, a living wage was the exception, not the rule, for 1/2 to 2/3 of American wage earners. Indeed, two leading authorities on labor economics estimated that during this period, 3/4 of the adult male wage earners did not earn sufficient incomes to provide standard families with a minimum level of health and decency, while many did not even earn enough to maintain their families above the poverty level. This estimate included families in which members other than the husband were contributing to the total earnings. In a book simply named Poverty, Robert Hunter in 1904 revealed that of the total population of 80 million, some 10 million lived in poverty, underfed, underclothed, and poorly housed, with 4 million of them public paupers. In 1905, Rev. Henry Van Dyke, addressing the LNTER Church Conference on Federation, asked, "What shall we say of the modern industrial order, in which 1 man in 10 is doomed to hopeless poverty, and the right to live is made impossible for many? The right to be happy is blotted out for thousands of families, each herded in a single room and hungering for daily bread." 11. The World Almanac of 1902 listed 4,000 American millionaires. The extremes of wealth and poverty were as great as those in the Old World. On one page of the August 24, 1902, issue of the Baltimore Sun, there appeared a huge picture of President Theodore Roosevelt telling a group of people of the great prosperity of the American workingman today. On the other side of the same sheet there was the following extract from a report of Mr. G. Schonfarber of the Maryland Board of Statistics. On January 13, 1912, Berger stated in Congress that the average income of American workers was $476 and the amount produced was worth $1,150, giving the capitalist exploiter a surplus value or profit of $674. Kong. Record, 62nd. Kong. 2nd Sess. Page 930. Who had been investigating wages and cost of living in the city of Baltimore. Only 2 of 20 typical Baltimore workingmen's families own their own homes, and only 2 of them are able to save anything from their earnings. 8 of the 20 have a total income of less than $300. The average number in each family is 8 persons. The average earnings per family, in many instances being the total from 3 to 5 persons, is but a trifle more than $600 per annum. When distributed among this average family of 8, the amount upon which a person is compelled to subsist and meet all expenditures of life is less than $80 per capita per year, or about $1.50 each week. 10 of these 20 families consumed their income, but did not run into debt. 8 of them, however, were in debt at the end of the year at amounts ranging from $30 to $200. Some of this deficit was due to the misfortune of illness, but more of it was due to the necessarily idle time and the small amount of wages paid when at work. The wages of coal miners were so small in 1902, declared Rev. James V. Bussey, pastor of St. Gabriel's Church, Hazleton, Pennsylvania, that the miners' families could not meet the necessary expenses. He asked several of his flock, 90% of his parishioners were miners, about funeral expenses, especially one German, because I consider the German very frugal. He told me that it took him 6 years to pay the funeral expenses of $200. 12. Plight of the children. The following description was given by an investigator for the Chicago Board of Education in 1908. 5,000 children who attend the public schools of Chicago are habitually hungry. I further report that 10,000 other children in the city, while in not such extreme cases as the aforesaid, do not have sufficient nourishing food. There are several thousand more children under 6 who are also underfed, and who are too young to attend school. The question of food is not the only question to be considered. Many of the children lack shoes and clothing. Many have no beds to sleep in. They cuddle together on hard floors. The majority of the indigent children live in damp, unclean or overcrowded homes that lack proper ventilation and sanitation. 18. Most of the children described above went to school. 000 children between the ages of 10 and 15 spent their days in mills, factories, mines, and shops. In 1903, children strikers who worked in Philadelphia's textile mills for 6 hours a week carried signs which read, "We want to go to school. More schools, less hospitals. Prospedute F. Where is our share? 55 hours or nothing F. 14. What of the children in Chicago's stockyards?" Here is the state factory inspector's description of what these children, most of them below the age of 14, had to endure. Some of these boys act as butchers, sticking sheep, lambs and swine. Others cut the hide from the quivering flesh of freshly stunned cattle. Still others sort entrails, pack meat and make the tin cans in which the goods are shipped. In several places a boy has been found at work at a dangerous machine. Because his father had been disabled by it, and his keeping the place depended upon the boy's doing the work during the father's absence. 15. In Chicago's stamping works and canning factories, reported Professor William Zero Crone, not a day passes but some child is made a helpless cripple. These accidents occur after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The child that has begun his work in the morning with a reasonable degree of vigor, after working under constant pressure for several hours, at about 3 o'clock becomes so wearied, beyond the point of recovery, that he can no longer direct the tired fingers and aching arms with any degree of accuracy. He thus becomes the prey of the great cutting knives, or of the jaws of the tin stamping machine. 16. In New York's canning factories, a state factory investigating commission reported, the children became little machines with their fingers tied up in rags, for their wrists and fingers were sore from snipping beans or husking corn all day. Many boys and girls under 14 worked from 4 in the morning until 9 or 10 at night. Mary Chamberlain, one of the investigators for the Factory Commission, testified as follows on the hours of labor of a girl named Millie, aged 10. On August 15, 1912, she worked from 11 a.m. until 6:45 p.m. 7% hours, and ate only a peach for lunch. On August 17, she worked from 7:30 a.m. until 10:30 a.m., picking, 10:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Snipping, and a little bread and butter for lunch, total 7 in ease hours. August 20, she worked from 4:30 a.m. until 7:30 a.m. snipping, 2 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. snipping, 1 p.m. until 6 p.m. snipping, 6:30 p.m. until 9:30 p.m. snipping, total 12 in ease hours. Q. That child went to work that day at what hour? A. 4:30 in the morning. Q. And she stopped work at what time? A. 9:30 p.m. This grinding routine without enough sleep combined with carrying heavy crates, weighing from 40 to 60 pounds, produced terribly exhausted children. 17. Factory laws in many states prohibited the employment of children under 14, but it was common knowledge that thousands upon thousands of children worked who were far below that age. Concealment was easy. Pauline Newman recalls that in all her years on the job in New York's garment trades she remembers only one visit by a factory inspector, and on that occasion, the event was made known to us when we youngsters were hidden in wooden cases covered with shirt waists and told not to move lest the inspectors discover us. The New York State Factory Investigating Commission reported cases where children were put in the elevators, which were lowered so they were between the floors and could not be seen, by factory inspectors. 18. The law of Pennsylvania prescribed that no children under the age of 14 should be employed inside the mine and none under the age of 12 outside the mine. This law was a dead letter. Some of the operators demanded a sworn statement from the parents that their boys were of legal age before they would employ them. This statement was often given falsely by the parents on account of their poverty. Other operators did not even demand such a statement. As a result, thousands of boys below the legal age worked every day the collieries operated. Their job was to pick impurities from the coal as it passed through the chutes and screens. Inhaling dust-laden air, they sat all day in a cramped position on a board over the chute. For this work they received 27, 33 or 39 cents for a 10-hour day. 19. Throughout the United States, in Philadelphia, New York, New Orleans, everywhere, from one end of the country to the other, children were being denied the right of childhood. They grew up with bodies and minds stunted from being forced to work at a tender age in textile mills, glass factories, coal mines, cigar factories, slaughterhouses, and in tenement house sweatshops. 20 inches. Just think of it. Drive. William H. Maxwell, Superintendent of Public Schools of New York City, told an audience of educators in 1903, think of today in these great United States, children 5 and 6 years old, working from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening, and at the hardest and most trying kind of labor. These children are being ruined by thousands by manufacturers. If the manufacturers and their spokesmen thought of it at all, they justified this tragic state of affairs with such arguments as, boys are better off at work than loafing around saloons. Our substantial citizens are men who as boys worked in the factories. The program of the National Child Labor Committee was denounced by mill owners as socialistic, unchristian, and meddling with parental authority over children. Asa G. Candler of Atlanta, the founder of Coca-Cola, declared, the most beautiful sight that we see is the child at labor. As early as he may get at labor, the more beautiful, the most useful does his life get to be. Indeed, it was an element of strength, not only of national strength in a commercial sense, but strength of a municipality as well, that it has factories in which unemployed child labor may be employed. 21. It was evidently not a measure of a nation's strength that its children were in schools. Wages and hours. An independent survey made in 1909 estimated that $800 was the lowest possible annual income with which a family could maintain the minimum requirements of health, working efficiency, and social decency. 6 years later, the New York State Factory Commission estimated that $876 was the yearly income necessary to sustain a family of 3.3 consuming units. In February 1914, the New York Association for Improving the Condition of the Poor estimated that a family of 5 must have a minimum annual income of $1,058 for the family to live in such a way as to preserve health, mind, character, self-respect, and proper conditions of family life. Yet in an investigation of 109,481 workers employed by 693 firms, conducted by the New York State Factory Commission, it was brought out that 1/2 of all the wage earners received less than $8 a week, 1/8 less than $5, one-third less than $10, and only one-sixth were paid $15 or more. The commission discovered that in a whole series of industries, paperbox, confectionery, shirt, and millinery, the average wages were frequently below the estimated required living wage. In the millinery industry, for example, the median salary was between $8 and $9 a week, while 20% of those investigated reported earnings of less than $5. More than half earned below $9, and only 9% of the workers received $15 a week or more. In the garment industries, more than half the workers received a wage of from $10 to $12 a week, and 15 to 30% of the working force, classified as learners, received $3 to $6 a week. The seasonal nature of work in this field reduced average wages to even lower figures, as did fines imposed by employers because of lateness, breakage and mistakes, and in some factories, because of charges for the use of sewing machines, needle and thread. The average yearly income of New York dock workers fluctuated between $520 and $624 a year. 22. In 1905, the average weekly wage of women in all industries was $5.25. But many worked for less. Of 473 women workers interviewed, 28% earned less than $300 yearly, 53% between $300 and $500, and only 7% $600 or more. The position of these workers was best expressed by a woman who earned $6 a week. I didn't live. I simply existed. I couldn't live what you would call living. I certainly had to deprive myself of lots of things I should have had. It took me months and months to save up money to buy a dress or a suit or a pair of shoes. I had the hardest struggle I ever had in my life. 23. Employers discriminated against women by paying them less for the same work than they paid men. The clothing industry paid women 68.5% of the salary given to men employees. The hourly rate for women 16 and over was 0.148 cents, that for men 0.216 cents. In the packing plants, if a man received $1.75 a day for a certain job, a woman would receive $1.25 for performing the same task. 24. All over the United States, long working hours were the rule. Men worked 12 or 14 hours a day. In the steel industry, workers put in 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and won a Sunday of rest every other week only by working the dreaded long turn of 24 hours on the alternate Sunday. An investigation of the steel industry disclosed that some men worked as long as 36 hours at a stretch. In the transit systems, carmen worked 7 days a week with no provision for a day off. The basic working day was IO hours, time actually spent on a car run, but it frequently took 14 or 15 hours on the job to receive IO hours pay. Transit employers made no provision for additional overtime wages. Women toiled long hours at night as well as day. Indeed, night work for women was a general practice. Many women worked night shifts in book binderies and laundries, in candy, paperbox, and garment factories. Work usually started after supper and lasted until the early hours of the morning or even to dawn. Many women with a home and children to care for slept only 4 hours a day. Investigators described these women as worn-looking, pale, with drawn white faces, and stooping gait. 25. Standing outside the door of a factory where twine is manufactured, wrote one investigator, we watched the women come out. Pale, narrow-chested, from head to foot, they were covered with fibrous dust. They were types of factory workers, pale, haggard feeders of machines like those described in the days of a century past in England. The fiber must rest heavily in the lungs of women who bend over rushing, whirring machines 10 hours a day without fresh air and exercise. The same writer also told of girls in the binding industry who worked 13 hours a day, 78 hours a week, and were discharged if they refused unpaid overtime. 26. Mrs. Florence Kelly, at one time a factory inspector in Illinois, observed, in Chicago the laundries maintain hours which are regularly irregular. Monday being a short day and Friday and Saturday having neither beginning nor ending except as work is completed. It is no rare thing for girls to faint at their work. Girls have been removed from the laundry to the hospital suffering exhaustion after working 16, 18 and even 20 hours in heat and dampness in ill-ventilated laundries. 27. Women in New York canneries frequently worked 15, 16 or 17 hours a day for as little as IO cents an hour. It was common for women to work 70 hours a week continuously for many weeks. Before and after their grueling work in the cannery, most of these women did their own housekeeping. They cooked, made beds, washed, and took care of the children. One investigator testified that the floors of these canneries were concrete and covered with water. The room was hot and full of steam. The noise of the machinery was deafening, and the combination was more than I could stand. 28. Yet thousands of women had to face the drudgery, week in and out, of standing at work in such factories all day and part of the night. Under such conditions, the promise of American life became an illusion. There was little more to life than an endless routine of work, eat, sleep, and work. The end, if one escaped death or crippling injury, was old age at 40. Accidents and health hazards. Not too many workers, however, escaped. The absence of standards of safety was typical throughout most of American industry. In the single year 1901, 1 out of every 399 railroad employees was killed, and 1 out of every 26 was injured. Among engineers, conductors, brakemen, trainmen, the figures for that single year showed that 1 out of every 137 was killed. Colorado mines took an average of 6.2 lives for every 1,000 employed in 1901. The average rose in 1905 to 8.15.29. In 1 year it was found that over 50,000 accidents had taken place in New York factories alone, in which 167 workers had been killed. Safety experts concluded that this cruel and unnecessary toll of human life and limb could have been reduced by 2/3 if simple and inexpensive precautions had been taken. Such things as guards on saws, halls that were lighted, passenger elevators that were enclosed, and fire escapes that worked could have cut the number of accidents by at least 1/2.30. In the testimony to the State Factory Investigating Commission given by the Fire Commission of New York City, the factory-built MGS were described as simply filled with rubbish piled in all corners without thought of systematic disposal of refuse. Such factories were terrible fire hazards. The Fire Commissioner of New York City testified, "I think that a great many of the fire escapes in buildings today are only put up to be called a fire escape. They are absolutely inadequate and absolutely useless." 31. How inadequate and useless was indelibly etched in the public mind on Saturday, March 25, 1911. At 10 minutes to 5, just before closing, the fire alarm sounded in the Triangle Waste Company shop at Washington Place and Green Street in New York City. The company occupied the 3 upper stories of a 10-story building which had no outside fire. Escapes. A fire escape in the light shaft was to prove a death trap. The door to one of the stairways was locked. The other one was blocked by fire. The only way out was through the elevators. Panic soon gripped the girls, most of whom were Italian and Jewish immigrants. The fire spread quickly. Many workers were burned to death. Many were crushed when they tried to jump to safety. Others were impaled on a fence in the light shaft. The fire escape did not reach to the ground, and those in front were pushed off onto iron spokes beneath by those crowding behind them. In all, 145 of the 500 workers, predominantly young girls, lost their lives victims of a system that showed more concern for improved machinery than for improved working conditions. All of the conditions in the loft that made the tragedy inevitable: floors littered with flammable materials, narrow staircases in drafty, vertical wells, doors at the landings that opened inward if they opened at all, and one did not. The AB6 ends of sprinklers had been called to the attention of the owners and employers many times. But nothing was done. On the contrary, a fire department suggestion for the use of sprinklers had been rejected by a property owners association on the ground that the cost amounted to confiscation. 32. In 1904, a corps of expert statisticians compiled figures showing the mortality in trades and occupations commonly classed as dangerous. Of the 19,659 MO workers in various parts of the country whose records were examined, the mortality due to conditions on the job in manufacturing industries was 15,136, and in the transportation and agricultural industries, 12,005. Of these workers, also, 643.07 hat and cap makers per 100,000 succumbed to pulmonary and respiratory diseases. Cigar and tobacco workers, 454.45, and marble and stone workers, 398.73. Other occupations in which the mortality was very high were those of quarrymen, masons, carpenters. 1 carpenter in every 1,212 was killed in the single year 1903, bricklayers, railroad workers, glass polishers, ballers, garment workers, iron workers, painters, dyers, printers, enamelers, miners, in short, a pretty fair cross-section of the American working class. In the pottery factories where the air was filled all day with choking dust clouds, asthma took a huge toll. In the glass factories, lead poisoning produced a large mortality year after year. The carriage builder, the plumber, the painter, the dyer, and the enameler were also prey to it. In the lithographic printing trades, arsenic poisoning claimed its annual victims. In the bottling establishments, serious injuries were caused by the explosion of bottles of aerated water, and many an eye was blown out. In the sweatshops of New York, where hundreds of thousands of garment workers were huddled together in a few filthy East Side, the Triangle Fire led to the appointment of the New York State Factory Investigating Commission. Garrets. The mortality rate from a wide variety of diseases was incredibly high. It is an undeniable fact, the report concluded, that several millions of men and women in the United States are today engaged in occupations that yearly take their toll of human life and health as inevitably, as inexorably as the seasons roll in their grooves. 33. The Cleveland Citizen put it more tersely when it called the United States the industrial slaughterhouse. 34. The coroner's jury had the usual explanation for the death of a worker in a mine, mill or factory. That deceased met death due to his negligence, or The deceased came to his death by an accident that was unavoidable. In general, nothing was said of the absence of safety devices, of the refusal of the corporations to abide by the state codes or recommendations by inspection officials, or of the failure of these officials to enforce their recommendations, of incredible speed up on the job, of the fact that workers who complained about dangerous conditions or refused to work in dangerous factories and mines were discharged and blacklisted. But the reports of the state bureaus of labor statistics tell a long tale of human destruction caused by negligence and greed on the part of corporations too much concerned with maximum production at minimum cost to provide adequate safeguards for their workers. 35. The heavy accident rate in American industry was even more appalling considering the absence of workmen's compensation. The surviving widow and children were left to wage a hopeless struggle against poverty and insecurity. The following dialogue in 1913 between a U.S. government investigator and the president of the Victor American Fuel Co. of Colorado, a Rockefeller-controlled corporation, could have been duplicated in every state during the opening decade of the 20th century. Commissioner Weinstock, how do you deal with injured workers? How are they compensated, if at all, during the existing conditions? Mr. Osgood, we have no system, we have no regular plan of compensation, we have no compensation law in this state. Mr. Weinstock, if a worker loses his life, are his dependents compensated in any way? Mr. Osgood, not necessarily. In some cases they are and in some cases not. Mr. Weinstock, if he is crippled for life, is there any compensation? Mr. Osgood, no sir, there is none. Mr. Weinstock, the question is suggested as to whether their pay goes on if they are injured during the period of their injury. Mr. Osgood, it does not. Mr. Weinstock, then the whole burden is thrown directly upon their shoulders? Mr. Osgood, yes, sir. Mr. Weinstock, the industry bears none of it? Mr. Osgood, no, the industry bears none of it. 36. The first Workmen's Compensation Acts were passed in Germany in 1884 and in England in 1897. But in 1896, 12 years after Germany under Bismarck had evolved the idea of workmen's accident compensation, a labor law text published in New York made no reference to employers' liability, and none to workmen's compensation. 37. The first American workmen's compensation law was passed by Maryland in 1902, but it was declared unconstitutional. The compensation laws of Montana, 1909, and New York, 1910, were also declared unconstitutional on the grounds that they deprived employers of their property without due process of law. Judge William E. Warner, speaking for the New York court in the decision handed down on March 24, 1902, noted, "The statute, the Workmen's Compensation Law, judged by our common law standards, is plainly revolutionary." 88. The basic principle of the common law is that the employer is liable only in case he is at fault. That is, he must have been negligent in some respect, and this negligence must have been the proximate and sole cause of the accident. The common law thus prevented the workman from obtaining relief unless he could show that the employer was solely to blame, and that rarely could be proven, for many accidents were not the result of anybody's fault or wrong, but the consequence of the inevitable risks of a trade. A study of 1,500 serious factory accidents in New York State during 1909 revealed that the average machine stamp will once in so many thousand times crush and mangle a finger, that each revolving belting will in so many thousand revolutions tear away a worker's arm, and that the ratio is as exact and remorseless as the ratio of deaths that go to make up a mortality table of the life insurance companies. The report emphasized that the appalling ratio of maimed and crippled was a constant accompaniment of the use of machinery, no matter what preventive devices were used, and the great burden of the loss fell upon those, the workers, least able to bear it. 89. Despite this, the courts in general held that the workman knew the risks that he must run when he accepted the job, even if safety devices had not been provided, and that he had voluntarily accepted the risks. Even when employers' liability laws were enacted, the position of the injured workman was not much improved. To recover, he had to go to the courts and had to meet the strong opposition of insurance companies or of his employer. Of every $100 paid by employers in premiums, New York enacted an employer's liability law in 1902, but it left the common foe essentially unaltered. Thus, an injured workman had to prove decisively that the accident was not due to contributory negligence on his part or carelessness on the part of another employee. Workers had little chance under these restrictions of recovering any damages for any of the injuries that they had suffered. See New York State Commission on Employers' Liability, First Report to the Legislature, Mar. Z9, Z9 Zo, Albany, 1910, pp. U15. Only $28 reached the workman, due to exorbitant fees for legal counsel, and the amount only after a long legal action in many instances. In certain leading industrial states, it was found that it required on the average 2 to 6 years to reach final judgment in a fatal accident case under employer's liability. 40. Add to these difficulties the likelihood that the employee would lose his job after suing the employer, and the obstacles for the injured worker became almost insurmountable. Workers looked forward to the day when the workman shall enjoy the fruit of his labor, that his mother shall have the comfort of his arm in her old age, that his wife shall not be untimely a widow, that his children shall have a father, and that cripples and hopeless wrecks who were once strong men shall no longer be a byproduct of industry. 41. Workers' housing and homework. The vast majority of American workers were doomed to pass their off-the-job hours in small, dingy, and unventilated dwellings. A single block in New York's East Side included 39 tenements, containing 605 separate apartments for 2,871 persons. There was not one bath in the entire block, and only 40 of the apartments were supplied with hot water. Of the rooms, 441 were dark, no more than closets, having no direct ventilation or illumination except that derived from other rooms. 635 rooms obtained their sole light and air from dark, narrow air shafts, commonly called germ tubes. For these miserable accommodations the owners derived yearly rentals amounting to $113.04. In another block, 1,238 people were found living in 121 rooms, an average of 10 people to a room. There was not a bathtub in the whole block, and only one family had hot water arrangements. 42. These conditions could be duplicated in Chicago, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Fall River, Lawrence, and every industrial center. Small wonder one of the new immigrants wrote, "This was the boasted American freedom and opportunity, the freedom for respectable citizens to sell cabbages from hideous carts, the opportunity to live in those monstrous, dirty caves that shut out the sunshine." Small wonder, too, that investigating committees reported that mortality rates were much higher in the working-class districts than in other parts of the country. 43. Frequently the bleak tenement flat doubled as a home and as a manufacturing establishment. The terrifying pressure of poverty forced the immigrant worker to bring work home. The institution of homework increased at a rapid pace. As of November 1911, there were 13,268 licensed tenements in New York City compared to 2,604 in 1904. Each of the licensed tenements had from 3 to 50 separate apartments in which manufacturing might be carried on. In these the manufacture of 41 articles specified in the state law was permitted. But at least 60 other articles were produced without license. Indeed, even though state licenses were easily obtainable and licensed houses went largely unsupervised, much work was done in unlicensed places. In these dingy rooms in the tenement the whole family, including very young children, wrapped cigars or worked hard sewing, packaging, and sorting other products. One investigation made in New York in 1912 by the National Child Labor Committee revealed that in 181 families visited, 251 children under 16 were found at work. Wherever the investigators for the State Factory Commission explored, they found children of elementary school age working alongside of their mothers, even 4- and 5-year-old children making flowers. Here are some of the replies received by the inspectors. 6-year-old. When I go home from school I help my mother to work, I help her earn the money, I do not play at all. I get up at 6 o'clock and I go to bed at 10 o'clock. 9-year-old. I have no time for play. When I go home from school, I help my mother. Half hour I make my lessons. Every morning I get up at 6 o'clock. I go to bed at 2 o'clock. 10-year-old. I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Then I work with my mother. At 9 o'clock I go to school. I have no time for play. I must work by feathers. At 10 o'clock I go to bed. 9-year-old. I earn money for my mother after school and on Saturday and half-day Sunday. No, I do not play. I must work. I get up to work at 4 o'clock in the morning. I go to bed at 9 o'clock. 44. In return for toiling under such conditions, the typical homeworker earned the most menial wages. Working, with the aid of children, the entire family, if fortunate, might earn $5 a week. Some women earned as little as 1 1/2 cents an hour, while 5 or 6 cents an hour was a fairly average wage. Without doubt the vast majority of homeworkers earned less than $4 a week, and many individuals were unable to reach the $2 level. 41. Greater than. 20th century America was also giving the world many examples of industrial feudalism. Whole towns and communities were the property of giant corporations. The workers' homes, the town's police, the town's churches, quite literally everything was the physical possession of the company. In the mining towns especially, the complete ownership of property, homes, stores, churches, saloons, hospitals, and schools gave the companies an economic stranglehold on the miner and his family. 46. We shall see more of what conditions were like for most American workers in the opening years of the 20th century as we examine struggles in specific industries and trades. But we have seen enough already to conclude that the average worker could find little hope in the realities of his life. An accident, a depression, or even an argument with the boss could end his earning power. The future, moreover, promised worse than the present. In middle age, he would have to suffer agonies to keep up with the younger men on the job. Old age meant no income at all. Many skilled workers organized in stable craft unions, working for higher wages and under more pleasant surroundings than the unorganized, did not have to look forward to as bleak a future. However, the organized during these years were a small minority of all workers, and their conditions and manner of living in no way reflected the norm. Moreover, all workers, organized and unorganized, had to face such questions as what would happen to them and their families in case of injury or in old age. All workers were pressed down with this sense of anxiety, an anxiety that for the majority was not helped by the fact that their wages were not enough to sustain their families. To all this, the vast majority of the capitalists and their spokesmen had only two answers. One was that the problems facing the workers were being slowly solved through natural laws of economics. Under great economic laws, proclaimed the New York Herald in 1 CJ07, more powerful than any that a legislature can enact, the share of the worker in the world's wealth is steadily increasing. The other answer was that existing conditions were not only necessary but irremediable. The capitalists and their spokesmen put forth the grim doctrines of social Darwinism, which assured success to the strong and the ruthless, and condemned the weak and the helpless to defeat. The rich were rich because they were better than the poor, and the poor were poor because they were innately inferior. We accept and welcome, as conditions to which we must accommodate ourselves, declared Andrew Carnegie, great inequality of wealth and environment, the concentration of business, industrial and commercial in the hands of the few, as being not only beneficial, but essential for the future of the race. Labor was admonished to submit cheerfully to authority and learn self-control. To tinker with the laws of nature by seeking to change faulty social conditions would gravely imperil social order and social well-being. 47. Upsurge in labor's ranks. American labor, however, disagreed and showed its disagreement and bitter struggles to remove many of these faulty social conditions. Since capitalism was only interested in profits, declared a group of New Orleans Negro and white trade unionists in the summer of 1901, the workers must protect themselves from the ravages of the economic system through effective organization. On the one side stood the capitalists who, through their ownership and control of the means of production, were able to dictate to the workers, unless they were effectively organized, how and under what conditions they could live. On the other side stand the workers in their millions, without ownership in the means of life, without rights, defenseless, deprived by the state, press and pulpit. It is against them that the weapons of the police and militia are directed. Individual unions must unite in one large league, which shall proclaim the unity of all and give mutual support. Soon thereafter will come the recognition of the fact that our whole society rests exclusively upon the shoulders of the working class, and that this latter can, by simply choosing to do so, introduce another and more just society. The class-conscious power of capital, with all its camp followers, is confronted with the class-conscious power of labor, the majority of the population. There is no power on earth strong enough to thwart the will of such a majority conscious of itself. 48. This militant statement offers a fitting explanation of the resurgence of trade unionism around the turn of the century. Between 1897 and 1901, the total membership of American trade unions more than doubled, rising from 447,000 to 1,124,000. But this was only the beginning. From 1900 to 1904, union membership more than doubled, rising from 868,500 to 2,072,700, with the A.F. of L tripling its membership from 548,300 to 1,676,200. The number of strikes called annually was surging upward from L.U. to 1,300 common during most of the early and middle 90s to 1,779 in 1900, 2,924 in 1901, and to a high of 3,944 in 1903. And labor was winning a larger percentage of its strikes. 49. Of the 2 million members in the trade union movement in 1904, about 200,000 were in the railroad brotherhoods, a small number were still in the once powerful Knights of Labor, and a handful were in the Socialist Trades and Labor Alliance under the leadership of Daniel De Leon. The bulk of the organized workers were in the A.F. of L. In 1897, total membership of the Federation was 264,825, or about 60%. The following statistics indicate some typical examples of trade union growth. United Mine Workers, International Brotherhood of Boiler Makers, Iron Shipbuilders and Helpers, United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, Brotherhood of Painters, Decorators and Paperhangers. Hotel and Restaurant 1899-1904 40,026 319,000 20,000 16,500. Employees 2004 9 AOO, Louis Lorwin, The American Federation of Labor, Washington, 1933, pp. 47,682. Of the 447,000 trade unionists in the country, in 1904 the Federation included 1,676,200 out of a total of 2,072,000, or about 80%. The great growth of the A.F. of L can be realized, wrote Frank Morrison, National Secretary, in 1903, when I say that in 1897, when I first took the office of Secretary, there were only 58 international organizations affiliated with the A.F. of L, and then consider that today we have 113. In 1897 we received a per capita tax on 265,000 members. Today we are receiving per capita tax on very nearly 1,700,000, a phenomenal gain, and the high watermark has not yet been reached. 50. The era of good feeling. During the 1890s, and particularly within the last 5 years of the decade, employers in several important lines of business had begun the practice of settling all questions of hours and wages on an industry-wide basis by means of negotiated agreements with labor unions. In 1891, the Stove Founders National Defense Association and the National Molders Union negotiated a complete trade agreement covering the stove industry. The Depression years saw a decline in the application of the trade agreement system, but after 1897, an increasing number of trade agreements were negotiated in industries. During the late 189s and early 1900s, the system of collective trade agreements was established in the bituminous and anthracite industries, the building trades, the printing trades, the railroads, iron molding, newspaper publishing, stove mounting, brass polishing, machine shop, pottery, overalls manufacturing, and shipping on the Great Lakes. 51 of these, perhaps, the most important was the agreement system erected in 1B98 between the United Mine Workers and the operators in the central competitive field, the first national agreement in any important industry. In part, this period of fairly peaceful relations between employers' associations and the unions was due to the desire of manufacturers to avoid strikes during the Spanish-American War, 1898 to 1899, when government contracts offered huge profits. In the era of business prosperity during and immediately following the war, expectation of continued profits made employers reluctant to do anything that might interrupt the lush flow, and working agreements with benefits to organized labor became more prevalent. What is especially significant is that this period coincided with the greatest development of monopoly capitalism. In 1897 the Printers' Agreement, known as the Syracuse Agreement, was signed with the United Typothetae, the Employers' Association, in 1898. It covered 3 unions in the industry, the International Typographical Union, the International Pressmen and Assistants Union, and the International Brotherhood of Bookbinders, and provided for gradual reduction of hours from 10 to 9. The unions promised to do all they could to equalize wage schedules in the various competitive districts. Only 82 industrial combinations with an aggregate capitalization slightly in excess of $1 billion. In the 1 year alone, 1898, combinations were formed with an aggregate capitalization of $916 million, almost equal to that of all previously organized combinations. 52. Spurred on by the desire to limit production and raise prices, monopolies in the making resorted to any and every means to crush their competitors. In many industries, efforts were made to utilize the unions for this end. Through the control of labor power, the monopolists sought to force the independents into the associations or conform to the prices set by the combination if their businesses were not to be ruined. The most widely publicized illustration of this trend occurred in the building construction industry. The big associations of contractors in various cities sought to crush their competitors through control of materials as well as labor power. During the late 1890s, these contractors, with this objective in mind, recognized the closed shop, making a contract with the building trades unions in which it was agreed that the contractors would hire none but members of the unions, and that the unions, in turn, would guarantee that none of their members would work for any contractor not in the association. In 1897, the Chicago Carpenters Union entered into an agreement with the Employers' Association in which the union, in return for the closed shop, agreed not to allow its members to work for non-members of the association. With this exclusive contract in hand, the employers were able to drive out of business all competitors who would not join the organization, and thus gained complete control of the Chicago market. The union did its part by calling strikes against any employer who refused to join the combination of employers. By 1899, similar agreements existed in the Chicago bricklaying, steamfitting, plumbing, and printing trades, through which the employers' associations, with the aid of the unions, established strong monopoly control of the market. 53. Agreements of this nature between employers' associations and unions affiliated with the A.F. of L, in which the unions were used as a club against employers who would not enter the combination, flourished in many trades throughout the country. Huge profits resulted from such alliances. $6 in excess profits came annually to members of the Employing Stonecutters Association in Brooklyn, which had an exclusive agreement with the Stonecutters Union, and % of this sum was the union's share. In return for recognition and financial reward, the union punished, through strikes, recalcitrant firms and compelled independents to join the association. 54. By restricting supply and raising the prices of the products, the employers' associations also reaped huge profits. In return for assistance in gaining this objective, they were ready, temporarily, to concede to the craft unions a small share of the swollen profits. The craft union leaders welcomed the formation of these employers' associations and cooperated in the efforts to establish domination of the trade. Without such an association of employers, they argued, it was almost impossible to introduce anything approaching standardization in a given industry relating to wages, hours, and working rules. An association of employers which entered into a trade agreement with a union assumed a large part of the responsibility of keeping individual firms in line with respect to the terms of the agreement. On the other hand, the maintenance of an effective trade agreement frequently was made impossible because of the existence of small firms in a highly competitive industry. For the cutthroat competition among such firms continually threatened to undermine standards which had been embodied in a trade agreement. The rank and file of American employers are just an A.F. of L. Spokesman declared, and it is in this spirit trade unionists encourage their organizing. In many instances, collective bargaining between well-organized employers and employees regarding trade agreements, wage scales and other questions have been adjusted in an eminently satisfactory manner to both parties, for strongly organized employers and employees usually have great respect for one another. Good luck to employers' associations. We welcome them as necessary under present economic conditions. 55. That workers and other members of the community would face rising living costs were not mentioned in the statements of the A.F. of L leaders. Nor did they refer to the fact that agreements between trusts and unions were not characteristic of labor relations in the monopolized mass production industries. Agreements between combinations of employers and unions in the building construction industry and other trades existed side by side with opposition to unionism in the highly monopolized, mass production industries which were characterized by the elimination of unionism from every independent firm swallowed up by the trusts, wholesale firings, and blacklisting of trade unionists. The A.F. of L leaders painted a roseate picture of what the trade agreement could do. They spoke of the era of good feeling between capital and labor. But they ignored the other side of the labor picture, conclusively established in the steady stream of reports from unions in the trustified industries. They lived in sweet dreams of complacency, stimulated by the concessions to the craft unions by the employers' associations. Combinations against labor are fast disappearing, declared a leading West Coast labor paper at the turn of the century, and those who still persist in ignoring the workmen's demands for fair hours and fair pay will soon learn the hopelessness of the position they have taken. 56. They were in for a rude awakening. The concessions to the unions were only temporary. A monopoly, once established, no longer needs to deal with the union to help it crush competition. On the contrary, it quickly becomes as ruthless in crushing the unions as it had its competitors. The so-called peaceful relations existing between the employers' associations and the craft unions during the period of transition to monopoly came to an end when the monopoly was established. They were replaced by the open shop drive. Chapter 2. The Open Shop Drive. In his presidential address of 1899, Samuel Gompers characterized as noteworthy the fact that, while in every previous industrial crisis the trade unions were literally mowed down and swept out of existence, the unions now in existence have manifested not only the power of resistance, but of stability and permanence. 5 years later, at the 1904 A.F. of L Convention, Gompers assured the delegates that the growth of the labor movement, based upon the leadership of the Federation, would continue unchecked. 1. The words, "The high water mark has not yet been reached," were echoed in speech after speech by A.F. of L leaders. Decline after 1904. Those who knew what was taking place in the industrial world did not share this optimism. They knew that at the very moment these officials were voicing such rosy predictions, the labor movement had already been caught in a tide of reaction. A general slump in the American labor movement occurred after 1904. The growth of union membership as a whole was stopped in its tracks for the remainder of the decade, while the A.F. of L lost 220,000 members between 1904 and 1906 and did not surpass its 1904 figure until 1911. The trade union and A.F. of L membership for these years was as follows. Average union. Average annual A.F. of L. TNETN Bership TNETN Bership 1904 2,072,700 1,676,200 1905 2,022,300 IJ 494,300 1906 1,907,300 IJ 454,200 1907 2,080,000 1,538,970 1908 2,130 6 U 1,586,885 1909 2,005,600 1,482,872 1910 2,140,500 1,562 I 219 N 2,343,400 1,761,835 Leo Wallman, Ebb and Flow in Trade Unionism, New York, 1936, Page 16, 32. The Federation's financial receipts were equally discouraging. Total receipts in 1904 were $220,995.97, compared with $247,902 for the previous year. In August 1904, Gompers informed the members of the A.F. of L. Executive Council that, due to the reduced revenue coming from per capita tax of our affiliated organizations, both international and directly affiliated locals, the Federation had found it necessary to largely reduce the number of salaried organizers. In 1905 this decline continued, with the receipts at only $207 feet 417.62. As in the case of membership, not until 1911 did the Federation's financial receipts equal the 1904 figure. 2. The initial cause of the slump in trade union membership was the sharp industrial depression which set in during the fall of 1903. Though it was of a partial and temporary nature, it gave the employers the opportunity to intensify a crusade against unionism in general. 3 employers' associations assumed the offensive against the labor movement on a nationwide scale. In June 1901, the San Francisco Star observed, "The few men who are in the places of real power in our industrial life have determined that trade unionism shall be suppressed. The few owners of the great industries are forcing the fight." The observation was correct, even though the few men referred to were not actually the owners of the great industries. By means of stock control, interlocking directorates, holding companies, mergers, etc., the House of Morgan, the Rockefellers, Harriman, and Kuhn, Loeb & Company had acquired a dominant position in American industrial life, and exercised economic dictatorship over the industries in which the vast majority of American workers were employed. By 1904 it was recognized publicly that 2/3 of the country's manufacturing capital was controlled by monopolistic combines, at the head of which stood the House of Morgan and the Standard Oil crowd. 5 great aggregations of capital concentrated in the hands of a few powerful individuals was now available to crush trade unionism. The attack begins. Immediately after it was organized, U.S. Steel launched a series of planned wars for the purpose of rooting out and destroying every labor organization encroaching upon the steel empire or its peripheries. "I have always had one rule," said a member of the billion-dollar corporation's executive committee. "If a workman sticks up his head, hit it." Another member declared that there was only one thing to do with the union. "Wipe it out." J.P. Morgan agreed. "There can be no compromise," he announced. Unionism had to be crushed. Referring to a union shop agreement in one of his affiliated enterprises, Morgan declared, "If I have any authority to cause that agreement to be broken, it will be broken." To the applause of the Wall Street, Ernle and other spokesmen for big business, the agreement was broken and the union destroyed. 6 inches in 1902, writes Robert H. Wiebe, U.S. Steel destroyed the feeble remains of the amalgamated iron workers, and with so much general attention focused upon the new giant, its example heartened innumerable employers to try for similar freedom from labor organizations. Noting this trend, the Coast Seamen's Ernle cautioned trade unions throughout the country to take every precaution against being placed at a disadvantage, and in general to remove those elements of weakness that offer a tempting invitation to attack. The growth of union membership since the end of the Depression had inspired the employing class with the spirit of organization, for the purpose of wresting from the employees the advantages already gained. Indications point to the resuscitation in the near future of the employers' association with the sole objective of destroying unionism. The prospect must be seriously reckoned with. 7. It was a timely warning. Employers' associations, organized solely to destroy the trade unions, were already in the process of formation in various cities, and plans were already laid to convert these communities into open shop citadels. The Employers' Association of Dayton, Ohio was organized in June 1900 under the leadership of John Kirby Jr. 38 firms became charter members of the association, and organized into an anti-union united front. On July 25, 1901, the Davis Machine Company and Computing Scale Co. closed down ostensibly for repairs, but the following notice was distributed to its employees. This factory will resume operations on or about August 19 as an open shop. All employees desiring to return to their present position must make written application on enclosed card and return same to superintendent in person not later than August I.O. Those not willing to comply with the requirements will surrender their key at ONCC. 8. Other Dayton firms leapt into action and pressure was applied on still others to cooperate. Lockouts were instituted on a city-wide scale. Collective agreements, where such existed, were either broken or discontinued when their terms expired. Within a year after the offensive was launched, the Employers Association membership had grown to 155 firms, and Dayton had become the first, completely open shop city of any appreciable size in the United States. A general reactionary movement is manifest on every hand, President Kirby of the association boasted in his report for the year ending May 1902.9. Similar movements were organized in other cities. In San Francisco, large numbers of workers were notified in July 1901 that they must either quit their unions or their jobs. The beer bottle workers received notice that all union employees will be paid off in full, as we have decided to dispense with their services. From this day forward, we intend to operate our own business. The boxmakers were asked to sign a statement that on and after January 1, 1902, they would not strike nor require their fellow workmen to join any labor union. We agree upon our honor not to interfere with the business of our employers, and agree that the signature hereon constitutes a resignation from the union to which we belong. 10. Union after union in San Francisco succumbed before the relentless onslaught of the open shop drive. The iron molders, boot and shoemakers, brewery workers and other trades were in turn bludgeoned into submission. When the San Francisco Labor Council invited the Employers Association to a conference to discuss the local labor situation, it was bluntly told, "There is nothing to confer upon." 1 month after the employers' campaign of extirpation against San Francisco labor was launched, the Employers Association boasted publicly. The general success of this association can best be understood by the light of the fact that among the industries of San Francisco there remains but a single union which imposes its rule upon its trade. That union is the Typographical Union. The reason why this union still continues to dictate terms is because the employing printers have never combined to resist demands. The Typographical Union would be no stronger than any other union against a comb, nation of employers. It is of most vital importance that this good work shall go on. 11. And on the work did go, not only in Dayton and San Francisco, but in cities throughout the country. In June 1902 there were employers' associations in 24 large cities, each modeled after the Dayton and San Francisco pattern. Shortly afterwards, there was hardly a large or medium-sized city in the United States which did not possess an employers' association engaged in the battle for the open shop. 12. The Citizens Alliance. Side by side with the employers' associations and working closely with them as subsidiary bodies, were anti-labor organizations disguised under the lofty-sounding name, the Citizens Alliance. Membership was open to firms, corporations, individual employers, and all citizens who did not belong to labor unions. The alliances, careful to demonstrate outwardly, at least, that they opposed union methods rather than organized labor as such, usually required applicants to membership to affirm that I am not a member of any labor organization which resorts to boycotting, or any form of coercion or unlawful force, and fully agree to discountenance all strikes and schemes of persecution. In practice, however, they dropped the mask and required members to affirm that they did not belong to any labor organization, period. Elaborate rules were set up for the support of members subject to strike or boycott, with compensation of a specific sum to struck firms, usually $1 a day for each worker who had walked out. 13. Originating in Dayton, Ohio, where it took on the name of the Modern Order of Bees, and was more familiarly known as the Huli Gulas, the Citizens Alliance movement spread to hundreds of cities and towns throughout the country. Its membership varied from about 6 in Los Angeles to a few hundred in small localities. By November 1905, 18 Citizens Alliances, composed of employers and business and professional men, had been formed in the state of Colorado, and there was hardly an important mining town that did not have its Citizens Alliance along with its Mine Owners Association. James C. Craig, president of the State Citizens Alliance, estimated membership in Colorado to be about 30,000.14. Everywhere the alliance functioned as an auxiliary of the Employers Association. Indeed, membership in the two organizations was often overlapping. We, the union workmen of the little town in Freeport, Illinois, are being hemmed in and confronted by the Citizens Alliance and the Employers Association, wrote a trade unionist to Gompers in April 1904.111. The American labor movement was confronted with an entirely new problem. Employers' offensives, of course, were not new, but heretofore the opposition had been conducted by special groups of employers against a particular labor organization, such as the Knights of Labor, or against a specific demand, such as the 8-hour day. The new offensive was a general employer and community movement on a national scale, directed against all unionism and all labor demands. National Association of Manufacturers. Although the open shop drive was widespread, it still lacked the cohesion of national leadership. In 1902, John Kirby Jr. called for a National Federation of Employers' Associations and Citizens Alliances to better pursue their united attack against unionism. In the matter of organization, we have much to learn. We are mere novices as compared with the professional leaders of organized labor. 16. Kirby's appeal was hailed by David M. Perry, president of the National Association of Manufacturers, and he set about at once to supply the deficiency in the open shop movement. Organized in 1895, the NAM had originally concerned itself with the promotion of trade and commerce. To extend American trade object of a patriotic organization, a newspaper summed up the NAM shortly after it was organized. As the organization was later to say of its original Declaration of Principles. There was not a hint or threat in it of an organized front against organized labor. There was more than a hint in 1902 when the NAM effectively lobbied in Congress against the anti-injunction and 8-hour bills which the A.F. of L had sought to have passed. The following year, it took formal cognizance of the increasing activity of organized labor. Early in 1903, Perry issued a call for the organization to take on the leadership of the crusade against unionism. 17 In response to the call, the NAM met in conference in April 1903 at New Orleans to formulate plans and provide cohesion and unity on a national scale for the open shop drive. Perry accused organized labor of having exactly the same end and aim as socialism, with the difference that organized labor proposed to gain its ends by force and arbitrary power, and the socialists gained the same end by the ballot. He warned the delegates that, unless Gompresism, 8-hour laws, boycotts, anti-conspiracy bills, and making of socialists by the A.F. of L, etc., were checked, the United States would face a reign of terror, which would make the French Revolution appear like a tea party. As a remedy, Perry urged the complete and perfect combination of employers throughout the country into an organization, which shall embrace the last employer in the United States, the various organizations to be combined in one grand national federation. 18. John M. Kirby Jr. of the Dayton Employers Association and subsequently NAM president from 1909 to 1913, endorsed Perry's proposal in these words: "Shall Americanism or unionism rule? Shall we then, as Americans, sacrifice all that is American by sitting idly by and permitting agitators to hold their jobs through such dastardly methods, or shall we organize into a solid, coherent mass, which cannot be penetrated by these destroyers of peace and prosperity, and thus discharge a solemn duty which we owe to our country?" 19. The businessmen who attended the New Orleans conference were themselves actively combining corporate enterprises. They were organized in chambers of commerce, trade associations, corporations, and trustified combinations of corporations, to say nothing of employers' associations and citizens' alliances. But the right of labor to combine had to be denied. Labor must be disorganized, unprotected by the might of combination. The liberal Toledo business and political leader, Samuel Golden Rule Jones, urged the delegates at New Orleans to repudiate the monstrous doctrine that labor was a commodity like brick and sand and coal, etc., to be bought and sold. But the delegates enthusiastically endorsed Perry's belligerency toward organized labor and his vicious language, which became known as Perryism. The convention adopted a Declaration of Principles of 9 resolutions. A 10th was added in 1904, in which the NAM stated that it did not oppose organizations of labor as such, and then set forth a long list of provisos which would render such organizations ineffective. The Declaration endorsed the unrestricted supremacy of employers in the conditions of work. Employers must be free to employ their workpeople at wages mutually satisfactory, without interference or dictation on the part of individuals or organizations not directly parties to such contracts. It declared unalterable antagonism to the closed shop, and disapproved absolutely of strikes as well as boycotts, blacklists, and other illegal acts of interference with the personal liberty of employer or employee. 20. With its principles adopted, the NAM issued a call for a convention to be held in Chicago during October 1903 for the purpose of establishing a national organization to carry on the fight against unionism. The call went out to national and state trade associations, employers' associations, citizens' alliances, and other anti-labor groups. The Chicago Convention, attended by 250 delegates from 124 employers' organizations, set up the Citizens Industrial Association of America as a national federation of employers' associations, selecting Perry as head. The meeting adopted a constitution which attacked the closed shop as contrary to the principles of American government, and called for the formation of local associations in each trade and their affiliation with the National Association of Manufacturers. James A. Emory, Secretary of the C.L. From 1905 to 1908 and NAM Council until 1938, described the purpose of the new organization as follows to a Senate Lobby Investigating Committee. The chief object of those who organized it was to concentrate under one organization, for the purpose of cooperation, all the organizations that were interested in the open shop propaganda. The CJ.AA, in short, sought to organize the employers of the country to annihilate unions. In public, the NAM and the CEA maintained the fiction of two separate entities. Actually, they were one and the same organization with identical leadership, working hand in hand for the achievement of a common objective, the open shop. 21. The newly formed CJ.AA immediately launched a vigorous anti-union campaign, fostering the local organization of employers in the From 1903 to 1905 President Perry of the NAM was also president of the CJ.AA. In 1905, a member of the executive committee of the NAM, C.W. Post, became president of the CJ.AA to succeed Perry, and in 1906, the successor of Perry as president of the NAM was James W. Van Cleve, the first vice president of the CJ.A. In 1905, the board of directors of the NAM was composed of 21 well-known manufacturers from different parts of the country. Everyone was an active figure in the CJ.A. New York Tribune. August 13, 1905, however, one student of the two organizations maintains that the Citizens Industrial Association never functioned effectively because of suspicion of the NAM's board of directors that the CJ.A. was trying to take possession of the NAM's treasury. Robert H. Wiebe, Businessmen and Reform. A Study of the Progressive Movement, Cambridge, 1962, page 29. Public, encouraging the use of non-union goods and the employment of non-union men, boycotting union-labeled goods, patronizing firms at odds with organized labor, dispensing information on undesirable workmen, i.e. union men, and publicizing the virtues of the open shop. The organization grew so quickly that by the time of its second meeting in February 1904, 247 employers' organizations were represented. In January 1906, the association claimed to have affiliated local organizations in almost 450 cities throughout the country. The membership was very large in some cities: in San Francisco, 12,000, and in St. Louis, 7,000.22. American Anti-Boycott Association. Another type of general employers association was the American Anti-Boycott Association, organized in December 1902. Membership, which was kept secret, was open to manufacturing concerns. By April 1903, 100 charter members had been secured. In May of the same year, a permanent board of 20, representing as many different industries, was elected. Charles H. Merritt was chosen chairman of the General Executive Board. Almost immediately it went into action. On May 7, 1903, a strike was called against the Kellogg Switchboard and Supply Company of Illinois. The firm, employing about 800 workers, refused to sign a closed shop agreement. The Teamsters Union declared a boycott. On May 25, 1903, application for an injunction was made to the state court. It was granted and later affirmed on appeal. Contempt proceedings were brought against the union leaders, and all but one were found guilty. An appeal to the Supreme Court of Illinois brought affirmation of the decision. 23. This incident illustrates the methods employed by the association. This litigation was brought in the state court and included L. An injunction against the union's activities, and 2. Proceedings for contempt against the union leaders. Where possible, the association proceeded on a larger scale. When the boycott was invoked against interstate products, actions were usually brought in both the state and federal courts. A victory in the federal courts defeated the boycott in all states, while the victory in the state courts stopped the boycott in that state alone. The Danbury Hatters case, which will be discussed in detail later, is an example of an action brought by the association on a national scale. The Supreme Court decided in 1908 that the union had violated the Sherman Antitrust Act in stimulating a nationwide boycott of a Hatters product. Despite its name, the association did not confine itself to the battle against the boycott. It spearheaded one of the most important phases of the entire open shop campaign, the prosecution in the courts of trade union officials and members by injunction proceedings and damage suits. And it initiated such prosecution against all forms of trade union activity, not merely the boycott. In 1904, the press reported that the association had lobbyists in Congress working to defeat the 8-hour law, on the grounds that it is a socialistic measure. George P. B. Brenta, a leading member, conceded the accuracy of the report, and asked, "Why should printers, or anyone else, only work 8 hours? Is that a divine sacred limit beyond which no one should or may go?" He answered that there should be no limit, and assured employers that there would be none as long as the association and its sister organizations could keep the unions and their members from the factories and plants. 24. Other open shop associations. The efforts of the local, state, and national general employers associations were supplemented by those of several national trade associations. The National Metal Trades Association, formed in 1899 by the manufacturers, abrogated its contract with the Machinists' Union in June 1901, adopted the open shop as its policy, and operated on that basis from then on. The National Founders Association refused in 1904 to deal any longer with the Molders Union, promoted the open shop, and furnished monetary aid to members engaged in strikes and lockouts. In 1905, the National Erectors Association, organized among firms engaged in steel erecting, broke off relations with the International Association of Bridge and Structural Ironworkers, and announced its intentions to institute and maintain the open shop principle in the employment of labor in the erection of steel and iron bridges and buildings and other structural steel and iron work. The association hired Walter Drew, one of the nation's outstanding exponents of the open shop, to carry out the details of smashing the union, and it announced publicly that it stands ready to lend its whole power and influence to the open shop cause in any of the other building trades. 25. In 1907, the Citizens Industrial Association, composed of local employers groups and citizens alliances, the National Employers Groups, the American Anti-Boycott Association, and other aggressively open-shop, anti-union groups, joined together under the guidance of the NAM to form a powerful national federation of employers' associations. WICB came to be known as the National Council of Industrial Defense, later to become the National Industrial Council. The primary purpose of the council was political. It served as the legislative pressure group for the employers' associations in defeating legislation and candidates favorable. The agreement, signed in May 1900, forbade discrimination against union members, provided that within 6 months, weekly hours of work would be reduced to 57, and within a year to 54. A 9-hour day would finally go into effect on May 20, 1901. To labor and promoting those favorable to the objectives of the open shop employers. Like the other associations, the NCID was dominated by NAM. From the beginnings, a contemporary noted, this council was run by a self-perpetuating committee of 3, and was composed from the beginning of the chief officers of the NAM. James A. Emery, counsel of the NAM, was retained by the new organization. A blank form of power of attorney was drafted, which all employers' associations were invited to sign. This form entrusted Emery with full authority to represent these associations in all matters pertaining to labor legislation. 28. We shall see below the results of this concentrated political campaign against labor. The conspiracy was now perfected. While one group of employers' associations was molding public opinion and legislation against organized labor, another was actively opposing union organization at the plant level. And behind both groups stood the finance capitalists, the monopolists who dominated American economic and political life. The network of finance capital extended into every industry. This gigantic power, wielded from a single center, Wall Street, dictated the strategy of destruction of all effective labor organization throughout American heavy industry and planned the offensive to destroy even the narrowest craft unions where they showed the slightest tendency to affect production by enrolling all in a skilled craft. The Perrys, the Merritts, the Kirbys, and the other titular heads of the employers' associations were only the agents of the powerful finance capitalists, as were the men in Congress and the state legislatures who furnished the legal apparatus for the open shop drive. Just as American industry was controlled by finance capitalists through interlocking directorates, holding companies, and other devices, the employers' associations were controlled by their agents through a chain of varied interrelations. NAM, which supervised and spearheaded the open shop drive, was intimately linked to every one of the employers' associations in the country. And the men at the helm of the NAM were the finance capitalists. Indeed, Professor Selig Perlman notes that the whole new anti-union pattern that came to be the model for the American employer was developed by the United States Steel Corporation. 27. Actually, Morgan's Steel Corporation did more than serve as a model for the employers. It organized and dominated the National Erectors Association, and many local employers' associations were reported to have been instigated by the Steel Trust influences. In 1901, the Lake Carriers Association came under the domination of the Pittsburgh Steamship Company, largest on the Great Lakes and a subsidiary of U.S. Steel Co. In 1908, the Lake Carriers Association applied the open shop U.S. Steel policy to maritime and coldly broke off relations with the International Seamen's Union. Shop policy, inspired by the shipping companies under the domination of U.S. Steel, persisted up to our own day. 28. With good reason, the NAM boasted that it was U.S. Steel that best symbolized the association's policy toward organized labor. The NAM's official organ declared in August 1909. A hint to you, Mr. Employer. The United States Steel Corporation employs 120,000 expert workmen. In 1901, 3/4 of the force consisted of union men. Today every single one of its many plants is conducted upon open shop rules. The great corporation believes in the labor principles of the National Association of Manufacturers that employers must be free to employ their own people at wages mutually satisfactory, without interference or dictation on the part of the individuals or organizations not directly parties to such contracts. 29. Open shop techniques. Throughout the first decade of the century, the various employers' associations perfected their anti-union techniques. They boycotted union goods and union concerns, gave financial and other assistance to employers contending for the open shop, furnished strikebreakers, boycotted unfriendly newspapers, bribed union officials, blacklisted union workers, employed labor spies, forced workers to sign ironclad oaths and yellow dog contracts if they wanted to work, disseminated propaganda painting union leaders as corrupt officials existing parasitically from the dues paid by duped workers and unionism as un-American, used the police, militia, and private agencies to break strikes, used the courts to attack and cripple the unions, and organized powerful lobbies against labor legislation. A number of employers recognized that these anti-union techniques, intimidating though they might be, were merely negative tools which failed to get at the reason why the workers had organized unions in the first place. They cast about for a different program that could supplant unions, and believed they found the answer in welfare capitalism, particularly in fair wages, safety devices, clean washrooms, clubhouses or gymnasiums, and, especially, profit sharing through bonus plans and stock ownership. This scheme was designed primarily to assure the loi. A typical ironclad oath of the period read, 1. The undersigned, in consideration of the Oliver Typewriter Company, of Woodstock, Illinois, giving me employment, do hereby agree with the said company to withdraw from any and all labor organizations during the time or term of employment with said company, and I further agree not to urge, request or try any means whatever to induce others to join such labor union or organization during said time. Included in letter of John Mulholland, President, International Association of Allied Metal Mechanics, to Gompers, February 13, 1903, American Federation of Labor Correspondents. Hereinafter cited as AFL Corps. Alti and cooperation, the uninterrupted labor of the workers by making them feel that they were partners in the business, to reduce turnover, and avoid industrial disputes. But the main motive was to convince the workers that membership in the union was not necessary to secure fair treatment and a proper regard for their interests. As Charles McFarland pointed out in 1909, these employers try to buy off the laboring men and get them to forsake their unions by offering them lunch counters, porcelain bathtubs and ready-made houses. As for profit sharing and the annual bonus, the employer's goal was obvious. Draw workers away from unions and strikes by withholding a portion of their earnings as conditional gifts. 30. The profit-sharing aspect of the welfare program convinced few workers. For one thing, for the millions in the mines and mills, most of whom made less than $800 a year, a bonus of $1 or $2 could scarcely increase the feeling of loyalty to the company. Few of these workers, moreover, could afford to buy the company's stock. The stock of U.S. Steel was offered in 1903 and sold to employees at $82.50 a share. About 0% of the 12,000 workers who made less than $800 a year signed up for a single share. Very few of these were able to keep up the payments. The real benefits went to executives and the skilled employees who earned enough to pay for the stock. 31. Another aspect of the anti-union offensive was the development of company unionism. The first company union was organized in 1901 in the plant of the Nernst Lamp Company in Pittsburgh. In 1903, the Everett Syndicate, operating street railway lines in Ohio, set up the Brotherhood of Motormen and the Brotherhood of Conductors as rivals to the A.F. of L's Amalgamated Association of Street and Railway Employees of America. In 1907, the Nelson Valve Company of Philadelphia instituted a similar organization, and about the same time, C.W. Post, a prominent leader of the Open Shop Drive, and owner of the Post Cereal Company, organized a Trades and Workers Association in his plans. 32. While the company union movement did not get well underway until the Rockefeller-dominated Colorado Fuel and Iron Company founded its plan of employee representation. Following the bitterly fought coal miners' strike of 1914, these earlier organizations set the pattern for the entire movement. They emphasized that they would never engage in any strike or other labor dispute, opposed trade unionism of the A.F. of L and other varieties, and asserted the identity of interest between labor and capital. That an organization of this kind can do a great deal to disrupt the labor movement, there is no question. W. D. Mahan, president of the A.F. of L Street and Electric Railway Employees Union, wrote to Gompers in September 1903.33. Still another aspect of the anti-union offensive was the spread of scientific management. Frederick W. Taylor's system was introduced in many plants not only because it promised higher profits by speeding up the workers, but also because it was based on the theory that the interests of the employers and workers were mutual, that the workers should be dealt with as individuals rather than collectively, that they should have no voice in fixing standards, and that slow or recalcitrant workers should be replaced by cooperative and loyal workers, who would act as pacemakers. Scientific management not only left no room for collective bargaining, but regarded it as a handicap if not a downright evil. Stripping the unions of collective bargaining rights, notes Milton J. Nadworny, meant a de facto destruction of organized labor, since collective bargaining gives it meaning and direction. As for the labor leaders, Taylor, like Perry, regarded them all as misleaders and demagogues. Gompers and his allies have to be destroyed, Taylor wrote to one of his associates. 84. Strikebreaking and vigilantism. On October 18, 1902, The Public, a liberal weekly, reported that a new business has sprung up under the pressure of that thickening conflict between labor and monopoly, which is so often miscalled labor and capital. It is the business of supplying strikebreakers. To illustrate the character and scope of the new business, the magazine reprinted the advertisement of a New York detective agency which engaged in it on a large scale. Special. We are prepared to furnish strikebreakers, men to take the place of strikers, in every capacity from messenger boys to locomotive engineers on reasonable notice. This includes machinists, boilermakers, blacksmiths, carpenters, conductors and brakemen for steam roads, conductors and motormen for trolley roads, etc. Such advertisements filled many pages of the Employers Association's official journals. "We help eliminate the agitator and organizer quietly and with little or no friction," read an advertisement in December 1903, and further, "Through the employment of our system, you will know at all times who among your employees are loyal and to be depended upon." The following advertisement by the Joy Detective Service of Cleveland, under the present system of unionism, Taylor emphasized, of necessity the workers, employers are looked upon as their antagonists, if not even their enemies, while they should be the best friend of the men who are working under them. Frederick W. Taylor to General William Crozier, April R. 5, 1909, Frederick Winslow Taylor Collection, Stevens Institute of Technology, Hoboken, New Jersey. T. The Taylor System, James O'Connell, President of the International Machinists Union and an AF of L Vice President, pointed out, wants individual agreements, instead of collective bargaining, which, if secured, would mean the destruction of labor unions. Boston Traveler, undated clipping in Frederick Winslow Taylor Collection. Ohio. Appeared in the May 1905 issue of American Industries, official publication of NAM. "We break strikes, also handle labor troubles in all their phases. We are prepared to place secret operatives who are skilled mechanics in any shop, mill or factory, to discover whether organizing is being done, material wasted or stolen, negligence on the part of employees, etc., etc. We guard property during strikes, employ non-union men to fill the places of strikers, fit up and maintain boarding houses for them, etc. Branches in all parts of the country. Write us for references and terms. 311. These services were widely used. In a 2 to 3 year period, the National Erectors Association alone spent $so for espionage work. The National Metal Trades Association publicly informed its members that it could provide a secret service system by which members can place in their shops special contract operatives who will report on the loyalty of the workmen and even foremen. Through these, the employer can learn of any agitator in the shop almost as soon as the agitation begins. 36. James Farley, known as the King of the Strikebreakers, had as many as 35,000 men on his lists, all of whom he could summon in the case of emergency. "It is Farley's business to break strikes," reported the Saint Louis Globe Democrat of March 12, 1905, and so well has he prospered at this unique occupation, that he is reputed to be worth several $100,000, owns a fine house in Pittsburgh and has a racing stable for a plaything that would do Edward VII's heart good to gaze upon. He serves the corporations faithfully, has never failed to accomplish the task for which he was employed, and the street railway officials know him as a giant of strength in time of need. The Amalgamated Association of Street Railway and Electric Employees would have been a mighty power but for Farley, the man who was the cause of most of its failures in strike episodes. The paper quoted Farley as saying, "I do not want to be considered an enemy of labor unions, for I am not, but this thing is merely a matter of business with me." Much of the espionage work for the various employers' associations was coordinated through the NAM. Its official strikebreaker, Colonel Martin M. Mulhall, was available, with ample funds, at the call of any employer engaged in a strike. A Senate investigating committee in 1913 disclosed that Mulhall had disbursed thousands of dollars for the hiring of Secret Service men, for bribing workers to abandon a strike, and for other strike-breaking activities. It also made public scores of telegrams Mulhall had received from grateful employers. The owners of the Selby Shoe Company wired, "Permit us to thank you very cordially for services you have rendered us in closing up our labor troubles and ending the strike in our shoe factories." 37. The strike had ended in a smashing defeat for the Union. Not only were operatives placed in the shops, they were also placed inside the unions. Special reports to Gompers from A.F. of L affiliates revealed that there were local officers of many unions, including even presidents and secretaries, who were discovered to be in the employ of detective agencies. They furnish lists of membership of local unions to the detective agencies, who in return report to the employers' associations, wrote an A.F. of L investigating committee set up to study the problem, and many a poor fellow is discharged and deprived of a livelihood by this system, especially members of a union who take an active part in the working of the organization. The United Mine Workers was a particular target of this espionage system. We have information. UMW. President John Mitchell wrote to Gompers in November 1905 that 50 Secret Service men left Chicago about 3 weeks ago and are now members of our local unions in the anthracite field. 38. Vigilantism against organized labor was a regular feature of the open shop drive, and employers' associations publicly encouraged it by giving favorable publicity to such extra-legal activities. The August 15, 1903, issue of American Industries, NAM official organ, urged employers to follow the example set by Tampa. A few years ago, the leading citizens of Tampa made up their minds that there could be no industrial peace in their city so long as certain labor agitators, members of a cigar makers' union, were allowed to remain there. They were constantly ordering strikes which interfered greatly with business. The labor men in question were seized, put on board a ship and landed on the coast of Honduras, where they slowly made their way back to the United States. The action of the leading citizens was illegal, but it pacified Tampa. The kidnapped agitators have not deemed it advisable to make any more trouble in that city. 39. Enough examples of this type accumulated during the open shop drive to warrant the conclusion that the employers' associations and the citizens' alliances might better be named vigilante associations and alliances. Pressure to join open shop drive. It must not be assumed that the employers were undivided in their opposition to unionism. Some more responsible employers preferred to deal with the unions rather than to fight them. They were guided by the practical consideration, based on experience, that there was more profit in dealing with the unions, particularly with organizations led by conservative trade unionists, than in joining a war against them. There are many businessmen who are not in sympathy with them, the employers' associations, wrote a reporter in 1904. But there is some mysterious force used to force all to join. This force was actually not so mysterious. For businessmen who recognized unions, the open shoppers had only one name: Traders to America. Said the Square Deal, official organ of the Citizens Industrial Association. Don't boycott him, just let the public know it. And his cowardice and traitorous attitude will bring its own reward. This, of course, was an open invitation to a boycott against the offending firm, and the very groups who protested loudly against a trade union boycott had not the slightest hesitation in boycotting employers who recognized the unions. One machine manufacturing firm wrote to Gompers in April 1903 that its business had suffered severely because members of the National Metal Trades Association condemn and oppose our action in the recognition of the union and will not purchase our goods with union label. 40. A report in the Denver Press about the same time tells its own story. A committee of representatives of the Citizens Alliance and the Employers Association visited various firms and requested them to abrogate their agreements with unions. They were given until tomorrow 3 in the afternoon to do so. If this was not done, the offenders would find no buyers for their products and would be charged considerably more for any supplies needed, and would not, therefore, be able to compete with other firms in their trade. 41. Such brazen intimidation was too much even for some conservative papers to swallow. Commenting on this particular report, the Denver Post editorialized, "The Citizens Alliance and the Employers Association have adopted one of the very methods of unionism that they condemn so vehemently, the submit or be destroyed method, to bring offending employers in line. They certainly can no longer wonder where laboring men get their ideas for pushing strikes and boycotts. If these steps had been taken by unions, all the better class, so-called, in the city would be loud in denouncing them." The Citizens Alliance responded by passing a resolution calling upon the Denver Advertisers Association to place advertising in such a manner that newspapers would see the advantage of a conservative policy, friendly to business interests. 42. In September 1904, the Clothiers Association of Boston announced that they had V less than, greater than TED, not to recognize the Garment Workers Union, and warned the contractors that if they made any agreement with the union whatsoever, they might as well forget about doing business for the members of the association. A month later, the association gleefully announced that several contractors who had refused to heed the warning were no longer in business. 48. Even when a majority of the employers in a particular trade recognized the union, the local alliance would take firm steps to force these employers to break their agreements and institute the open shop. The worst features with which we really have to contend, John B. Pers in October 1903, is with what is known as the Businessmen's Alliance. This is a local organization in the various cities, but in our trade can wield a very great influence, for as you can readily understand, members of our union work on material that is only purchased by well-to-do people. They are not in sympathy with the trade union movement in mass, and these businessmen's alliances hold all merchant tailors in the cities where we have agreements in fear by the threat that if they continue to recognize our union they will refuse to buy any goods of them, and as they are their principal customers this threat is quite effective. 44. Coupled with the boycott of goods manufactured by firms which continued to recognize the union was the refusal to furnish supplies to such employers. Thus, the Frick Company, the main source of coke for the manufacture of steel, refused to furnish the product to the independent iron and steel manufacturers of the country, the only firms employing union men, nearly all of which are compelled to purchase their coke from the Frick Company. 411. In communities where a major corporation exercised dominant influence over the area's business, its threat to move unless all employers joined the open shop drive was usually enough to produce the desired results. A report from Illinois in 1903 related, Whitworth's threat to move the plant from Woodstock caused a panic among the businessmen and merchants of Woodstock, and they, well knowing that if the threat was carried out it would practically mean the ruin of the town, immediately yielded to Whitworth's ultimatum, severed their relations with the unions, and joined the Citizens Alliance, headed by James A. Whitworth himself. 46. It was widely reported throughout the country that the banks put the screws on employers who refused to join the open shop campaign, under the threat of cutting off accommodations in a financial way. The banks in this city are all controlled by members of the Perry Association, wrote John Golden, president of the United Textile Workers from Fall River, Massachusetts, in December 1904, and as they are very much opposed to organized labor, they make it difficult, if not impossible, for firms with whom we have agreements to get a loan when needed. 47. On the other hand, the banks were quite ready to assist employers engaged in a struggle to establish the open shop, and the employers' associations often underwrote such loans. Joint support was given in cases involving legal action. Funds were raised by the employers' associations for the erection of armories and the purchase of rifles and other equipment for the National Guard. Such expenditures were to be regarded as merely an insurance, since employers would lose more in one successful strike than they had contributed to the militia. The financial record, published in Pensive Way to Handle a Labor Dispute, was, with a wisp of grape, and assured employers that had there been a more liberal expenditure of ammunition at the beginning of the upsurge in trade union membership following the Depression, it is quite likely that there would be at the present no labor problem worth speaking of in the United States. 48. The Anti-Union Propaganda Front. To make up for lost time, the anti-union associations launched a vast campaign to mold public opinion in favor of the open shop. Initiated early in the open shop drive, the campaign was immensely intensified in 1907 when NAM voted to implement its expanding anti-union crusade with a $1,500,000 fund for educational purposes. In 1909, the association launched its Educational Literature series, publishing pamphlets which reflected the ideas of the open shoppers. Millions of copies were distributed to schools, colleges, churches, and libraries by the NAM and other employers' associations. The character of this literature can be discerned from the titles alone. 8 Hours by Act of Congress Arbitrary, Needless, Destructive, Dangerous, The Disadvantages of Labor Unionism, The Mob Spirit in Organized Labor, Cruel Unionism, Open Shop. Encyclopedia for Debaters, The Labor Trust, Monopoly of Labor, The Practical Value of Employers' Associations in Resisting Unjust Union Demands, The Road to Industrial Peace, 49. The road to industrial peace was, of course, through the open shop. It was necessary for the working men of this country to understand that their employers are their best friends. As for the class struggle, it did not exist. Let not the word class or classes pass our lips, said one of the publications of NAM. We have no classes in our country. 50. This from an organization that was constantly appealing to the class interests of the employers to urge them on to greater organization and activity against the trade unions. Unionism was depicted as an un-American importation and trade unionists as foreign-born anarchists of the same breed as Leon F. Czolgosz, who had assassinated President McKinley in September 1901. The leaders of the A.F. of L were pictured as the most dangerous radicals, and Gompers was described as a dangerous fomenter of socialism. Not only was Czolgosz native-born, but he had only very limited contacts with the anarchist movement. In a survey of the Educational Literature series for the period 19 Aug 1913. George Douglas Blackwood found that about 75 adjectives, nouns or phrases, with hyperbolic effect, were used at least 3 or more times in relation to organized labor. Among the most commonly used expressions were unprincipled, radical, unconstitutional, illegal, autocratic, anti-American, corrupt, socialistic, monopolistic, irresponsible, promoters of class ideas, a menace to society, thieves, anarchistic, an enemy to America, anti-Christian, criminal, terroristic, murderous, unholy. The Federation itself was saturated with socialistic tendencies and anarchistic impulses, and its demand for shorter hours was bringing the United States close to the horizon of communism. 61 inches 10,000 preachers to attack unions, a newspaper report noted in 1906, explaining that NAM had completed plans to have ministers go after federated labor. Many of these sermons were reprinted in pamphlet form and widely distributed. The American Anti-Boycott Association reprinted in pamphlet form, with his permission, the text of one of Cardinal James Gibbon's sermons in which this powerful dignitary of the Catholic Church expounded views which fitted squarely into the open shop drive. 52. Judicial decisions denouncing trade unionism as treason were likewise reprinted in pamphlet form and distributed. Thousands of copies were distributed of Judge John J. Jackson's opinion in the Circuit Court of West Virginia on July 24, 1902, justifying the issuance of an injunction against organizers for the United Mine Workers. The judge declared, "No publicist or statesman loyal to his country ever claimed that free speech gave the right to anyone to advocate and defend treason to his country, or destruction to its institutions, are communism and anarchy, and all the dire evils which follow in the train of such people, who are preaching the most destructive heresies and doctrines, to be protected by the Constitution of the United States. Never, 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 never." 53. Widely distributed also was the speech of Chancellor Day of Syracuse University, in which the educator praised the open shop, and declared that The workmen receive too much for their labor and are poverty-stricken because they spend too much money in saloons. But the most effective use was made of the speech of President Charles W. Eliot of Harvard University before the Boston Economic Club in 1902, in which he attacked the closed shop, praised the open shop, and expressed the opinion that a strikebreaker is a good type of the American hero. At a convention of the American Anti-Boycott Association, it was proposed that Eliot's speech should be circulated in every school throughout the country as part of the campaign to educate the young to think open shop. 54 other employers' associations picked up the cry, turned Eliot's declaration into a slogan of their movement, and an intensive drive was undertaken to use it in converting the schoolroom into an ally of the open shop crusade. Foreigners, network of organized crime, alien ideas, perverts, animals, or beasts. Communists, a menace to Western civilization, network of organized crime. George Douglas Blackwood, Techniques and Stereotypes in the Literature of the National Association of Manufacturers Concerning Industry and Labor, unpublished M.A. thesis, University of Chicago, Department of History, August, 1947, pp. 58-59. Day and Eliot were not the only college presidents whose speeches were used by the open shoppers. The National Founders Association printed and distributed an anti-labor speech by Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University. The employers' associations gave wide publicity to President Theodore Roosevelt's decision of 1903 reinstating William A. Miller, an employee in the bindery of the government printing office who had been discharged after he had been dropped from the Bookbinders Union for anti-union activities. Roosevelt's charge that trade unions were attempting to usurp governmental functions coincided with the oft-repeated charge of the open shoppers that the unions were seeking to usurp management functions, and the president's declaration that the government would defend the right of an individual not to join a union fit right into the union-smashing drive of the period. The Kansas City Employers Association, a member body of the Citizens Industrial Association, praised Roosevelt enthusiastically for his action in the Miller case. A staunch newspaper supporter of the open shop drive editorialized, "It makes the American heart beat high with pride in the present and with a hope for the future of this nation to read the Roosevelt obiter dictum in the Miller case." The Washington Post even credited Roosevelt with coining the phrase, open shop, and while it was clearly an error, the statement revealed that Roosevelt's action in the Miller case lent prestige to the employers' associations and their supporters. 55. The press was an active agent in the open shop drive. In no city throughout the country was this campaign so vigorously conducted as in Los Angeles, and here the entire open shop campaign was sparked by the Los Angeles Times, owned by Harrison Gray Otis. In 1890, the Times locked out its union printers. After an aggressive fight by Typographical Union No. 174, Otis was forced to sign an agreement under which he was to unionize his newspaper within a specified time. But Otis repudiated the agreement, and not only launched an attack against the printers' union, but dedicated his paper to establishing the open shop in Los Angeles. It was the Times, writes Grace Heilman Stimson, that rallied employers and the public behind the slogan of industrial freedom. Otis used his newspaper with telling effect to justify employers in labor disputes, to upbraid and ridicule businessmen too friendly to unions, to harass organized labor at every turn, to elevate non-union workingmen to a pinnacle of nobility, and to commend various non-union workers' organizations, such as the Printers' Protective Fraternity. Anti-union devices, like lockout, the blacklist, and the discharge of union members, received the Times' approval and encouragement. "It is coming to pass," declared the Times on October 3, 1903, that the sympathetic lockout must be resorted to by employers as a means of combating the sympathetic strike and the boycott. Typical headlines in the Times read, "Union labor against Army, labor unions destroy." Meaning of stars and stripes. Journalists throughout the country called the city, not Los Angeles, but Otistown. 156. While the Los Angeles Times was, as Gompers correctly put it, one of the most malicious antagonists of organized labor in the United States, it had plenty of companions in the field of journalism. Throughout the United States, with few exceptions, trade unions were treated in the press as enemies of American society. If accepted, it was only grudgingly as a necessary evil and unavoidable concomitant of industrial development. Beyond this, the press viewed labor's aims as inimical to the general welfare. On almost every major issue, the use of strikes and boycotts, the union shop, labor legislation, the press was almost unanimously hostile. Throughout the period 1900 to 1914, the newspapers castigated organized labor as an un-American element. "How many of the most active leaders of labor unionism are of American blood?" asked the New York Journal of Commerce, rhetorically pictured it as an unchained beast ready, if given the opportunity, to pounce upon a helpless public, and portrayed labor unions as one with thuggery, dynamiting, and the employment of all forms of and variety of terror. Labor's favorite weapons were referred to in the New York Times as the bludgeon, the bullet, the dynamite cartridge, and the terrible boycott. Its record was one of outrages and oppression, of riot and bloodshed, of cruel boycotts, of defiance of the law. The characteristics of unions made organized labor the enemy of society and put it in the attitude of rebellion against the law. 57 inches labor tyranny was made synonymous with organized labor in the press. It is indisputable, declared the New York Herald in 1908, that as at present constituted the labor unions, dominated as they are by a few dictatorial spirits and self-seeking demagogues, are simply organized tyrannies. Organized labor's sole accomplishment throughout history, according to the New York Evening Post, was the substitution of the tyranny of the organization for liberty, the liberty of rigid averages for the hope of individual progress. As the New York Sun viewed history, if labor union rule had been imposed from the beginning of civilization, mankind would still be in a state of savagery. 58. The closed shop was a special target of the press. It was described as un-American and unconstitutional. The United States Constitution, argued the New York Sun, held as the most sacred and vital and indispensable element liberty of contract, the right of every man to work for whom he will for such prices as he is willing to accept. The New York Times agreed. The right of every man to work at such wages and on such terms as he chooses to accept from any employer with whom he may choose to engage is a fundamental right, for the perfect protection of which all the powers of the state must be used wherever necessary. Freedom of contract is, and should be the basis of everything in the industrial relation. 59. The press, of course, was fulsome in praise of the open shop. M.N. for the open shop comes at a time when something is needed in the way of effective opposition, to save organized labor from destroying itself. It is about all we have in sight which gives even the suggestion of a promise of industrial peace. This government is based upon the open shop principle, the Times added 2 years later, and in 1909, it hailed the open shop as embodying the spirit of true Americanism. 60. All of these newspapers and their counterparts in the magazine field were highly recommended by the open shop associations to businessmen as warranting their patronage in preference to those whose columns and pages are filled with cheap sensational trash tending to breed discontent, chaos and anarchy. 61 newspapers and magazines which dared to carry even occasional articles friendly to organized labor were threatened with withdrawal of advertising, and those that refused to heed the warning faced extinction. In 1904, the Citizens Alliance and the Mine Owners Association in Colorado began a vigorous boycott against the Rocky Mountain News and the Denver Times, owned by Thomas McDonald Patterson, which were friendly to organized labor. The Advertisers Association, all of whose members belonged to the Citizens Alliance, announced a 1-month advertising boycott of the papers. Since nearly all the important business interests of Denver were in the Advertisers Association, such a boycott or threat of it was a devastating weapon. Moreover, businessmen who advertised in these papers were made to understand that they would not obtain loans from the banks, goods from their suppliers, and orders from their customers. 62. Although the motion picture industry was still in its infancy, the employers' associations were quick to realize the important role this new medium could play in the open shop drive. Scores of anti-labor films began to appear during and after 1907 whose plots fitted precisely into the propaganda campaign of the open shoppers. Labor unrest was attributed in these films either to jealousy, laziness or drunkenness on the part of the workers or to mob violence incited by foreign agitators. The films bore such titles as Lulu's Anarchists, Gus, the Anarchist, The Dynamiters, Murderous Anarchist, Dough and Dynamite, Lazy, Bill and the Strikers, The Long Strike, When Women Strike, The Riot, and Good Boss. It is suspected, noted a contemporary journalist, that behind this class of pictures, if the veil is removed, would be the National Association of Manufacturers. 68. The plots of the movies clearly showed the influence of the open shop drive. Most of the films blasted unions and pictured strikes as futile. Strike leaders were dynamiters, killers, aliens who not only gained nothing for the workers but left them worse off than before. Working men who followed the advice of their union leaders were described as dupes of rascals. One film showed a labor leader ruining the entire town by persuading the men to strike for better conditions. The movie ended with the factory owners moving their plant elsewhere to teach the workers a lesson never to listen to agitators. The scab in these early movies was, of course, a social hero, while the boss was a good man. In the widely distributed film, Right to Labor, an alien agitator with tremendous personal magnetism persuaded the union to strike for more pay. Everyone went out but John, the loyal one, who defied the strikers, saying, "This is a free country. You have the right to strike. I have the right to labor." In reply, the strikers plot to blow up John's house. The plot fails. The scabs take over the leadership of the strike, and the film ends with the workers driving the alien agitator out of town and voting to return to work at the same wage scale. The loyal one is promoted to superintendent. A few weeks later the men get their 10% wage increase after all. The boss said it was due to John's good work during the strike. Vitagraph's film, Capital and Labor, released in 1910, argued that the church could do more to improve the conditions of the workers than their unions. This film was advertised as having a soothing charm of a most delicate love story, in which the man of heart and moral courage, the minister, proves superior to the man of power and violence, the union organizer. The film's message that capital would bow to labor's demands if approached properly by the right people prompted the motion picture world chief spokesman of the rising industry to call Capital and Labor one of the most extraordinary motion picture dramas of the year. Powerful in its purpose. 64. These anti-labor films were so numerous that in 1910 the A.F. of L. Convention devoted special attention to the problem. The convention endorsed resolutions advising workers to protest, and protest strongly, to the local theater management whenever these movies were shown, and if the protest did not produce results to resort to other methods. Special instructions were issued to central labor bodies and local unions to protest against the unwarranted misrepresentations in motion pictures of occurrences in strikes. 611. While major attention was paid to newspapers, magazines, and motion pictures, the open shoppers did not neglect books. The spate of anti-labor novels that appeared after 1901 was directly connected with the open shop campaign, and many were subsidized by the employers' associations. NAM pushed the distribution of The Plunderer, a novel by George Crockett, a Maine doctor, which attacked unions in general and the A.F. of L in particular. The Industrial Crisis, a novel by F. C. Lang, published in August 1903, is typical. Not only are profanity, drunkenness, and godless living the shameful causes of our laboring people's outrageous conduct, but the novelist has his leading character exclaim, as a member of organized labor, a person is actually walking in the counsel of the ungodly. God's name is used in vain. His supremacy is fiercely denied, and the Lord's Prayer sneered at or forgotten. The employers, on the other hand, are described as the Lord's stewards, and but for the fact that the ownership and control of industry was under their wise guardianship, the masses, having wasted their substance extravagantly, would be crying, "Bread! Give us bread!" Trade unionists are described in the novel as organized anarchists, and their leaders as conspiring to create a revolution so that the United States may, in a few RARS, be in the hands of the beasts from out of the bottomless pit. 6. The trade union reply. For the first few years after the launching of the open shop drive, the majority of trade union leaders were not unduly alarmed by the Employers Association's propaganda campaign. The general reaction was that the false notions spread by the NAM, the Citizens' Alliances and other open shop associations were so exaggerated that they would be derided by intelligent people. One trade union journal summed up the early reaction. The arguments advanced by the Perryites are so superficial and the alleged statements of facts so palpably unfair, that many unionists do not think them worthy of reply. 67. By the end of 1903 it was already clear that the open shop propaganda campaign was having serious effect in materially assisting employers in checking the progress of unionism. Gompers sounded the warning when he told the delegates to the A.F. of L. Convention in November 1903 that the time had already passed when the Employers Association's propaganda could be dismissed with the observation that nobody would be taken in. The fact was that many had been persuaded that the open shop proposition on the surface appears to be ethical. Organized labor had to answer the falsehoods of the open shoppers with the truth of unionism, and had to do so immediately. 68 In the next few years, the trade union reply was set forth in speeches, articles, leaflets, and pamphlets. To the charge that the trade unions were conspiracies hatched up by certain wild-eyed foreigners with criminal tendencies and imported to America for the purpose of injuring the welfare of the people, organized labor answered with historical evidence proving that unions had existed in ancient times, in the Middle Ages, and in the United States from colonial days. True, the names of these organizations of workers varied with time and locality, but unionism was a universal fact, the natural product of the present industrial system, and no agitator or body of labor leaders had created it. Forced into existence by oppression, the unions continued to exist to root out oppression. They could not be destroyed. If they were done away with today, they would spring up again tomorrow. 69. To a chief argument of the employers, associations that organized labor, by insisting on the exclusive employment of union men, was depriving non-union men of their liberty and their right to earn a livelihood, organized labor replied that this argument overlooked the fact that unionists were justified by reasons of fair play in demanding a union shop. When the members of a trade union have by the expenditure of their own time and means created certain conditions necessary to their safety and well-being in a certain industry or institution, it is morally their right and logically their duty to insist that the non-unionist who seeks to share these conditions shall first agree to share the labor and expenditure necessary to their maintenance, in other words to insist that he shall join the union. Then again, this argument overlooked the fact that the non-unionist, by aiding the employer in defeating a union that protected the workers from deprivation and misery, was destructive to the welfare of his class, and therefore committed an injustice that eventually reached himself. This he has no moral right to do. Nor, under the principle of group justice, has he the right to take the place of the union man who is striving to maintain the objects of trade unionism, the welfare of the group. 70. To the charge that the closed or union shop meant tyranny and the open shop freedom, organized labor replied that this was a complete reversal of the actual facts. The trade unionists ridiculed Perry's assertion that the aim of the open shop drive was to reaffirm and to enforce those fundamental principles of American government guaranteeing free competitive conditions, pointing out that the trusts who controlled the NAM and most of the other employers' associations were the very forces who were strangling competition. The only freedom the open shoppers wanted was the freedom to monopolize and exploit. What freedom did an employer have when he was forced by threat of business ruin to hire only non-union men? He is running a free shop, but his freedom does not extend to the hiring of the men he employs. What freedom did a worker in an open shop have when he knew from bitter experience that if he dared to exercise the rights of free men, he would instantly be discharged and blacklisted? The glorious open shop is not so free after all. Not only differences in politics, but in religious, national, and even fraternal relations may result in the banishment and blacklisting of workmen in such institutions. L. 71. Replying directly to the question raised in a public debate, what are the reasons for the demand for the union shop? Gompers declared, the division and subdivision of labor and its specialization, brought about by inventions of machines and new tools of labor, have robbed workingmen of their power of individual freedom of contract with their employers. Their only opportunity for anything like fair or advantageous terms under which to sell their labor is in associating themselves with their fellow workmen, in making a collective bargain, a working agreement. In other words, a union and a contract by the union with employers for their labor, and the conditions under which it shall be sold. 72. Organized labor distributed copies of Mr. Dooley on the Open Shop, in which Finley Peter Dunne summed up the purposes of the open shop drive in the dialogue between Mr. Hennessy and Mr. Dooley, which concluded, but, said Mr. Hennessy, these open shop men ye mention say they're for unions if properly conducted. Sure, said Mr. Dooley, if properly conducted. And, there we are. And, how would they have them conducted? No strikes, no rules, no contracts, no scales, hardly any wages and, damn few members. 73. Writing to Gompers from Detroit in September 1904, President W. D. Mahan of the Amalgamated Association of Street and Electric Railway Employees gave a good illustration of the trade union reply to a favorite charge of the open shoppers. We have just had a big Perry meeting in this town. It was addressed by Kirby of Dayton and Job, the second, of Chicago. The papers have given them columns. Kirby started out by saying the trade unions were directed by foreigners and socialists, so on and etc. I replied through interviews in the press here by calling attention to the first statement of his speech, which was founded on a falsehood, and asked what the people could expect from the rest of it. I said in my interview that out of the 65 international organizations affiliated with the American Federation of Labor, I personally knew that 50 of the heads of these organizations were American-born, and many of them coming from old revolutionary stock. I called attention to John Mitchell, Dan Keefe, J.N.O. B. Lennon, the grandson of John Brown, and to many others. I might have called attention to my own ancestors, who were revolutionary soldiers, but my modesty would not permit, but I said enough along that line to show in plain English that Mr. Kirby was a liar. I also showed that Messrs. Kirby and Job were neither of them employers of labor but the paid agitators of the corporations. The papers gave me a pretty fair deal in the matter, and I think that my interviews had some effect, for many persons outside of the ranks of organized labor have congratulated me upon it. 74. Mahan's experience in Detroit was by no means typical. Much more customary was the situation described by one trade unionist who wrote in the same year, Mr. Perry will get 2 columns of space for his vindictive actions against organized labor, but we cannot get an inch of space for reply. In the main, the press eagerly opened its front pages to the open shoppers, and kept these and other pages closed to the trade unionists, or relegated their replies to obscure columns far inside or to the letters to the editor, columns. 711. This statement of affairs did not surprise most trade unionists. The millionaire stockholders of the newspaper associations, an Ohio labor paper pointed out, must be protected. The powerful corporations which support the newspapers must be shielded from the encroachments and exorbitant demands of organized labor. From the unorganized hordes of labor there is nothing to fear. 76. but it did seriously limit the effectiveness of labor's reply to the open shop propagandists. To be sure, articles in the labor press sometimes reached an audience much greater than the readers of these periodicals. To be sure, too, the unions occasionally sponsored special campaigns to reach the general public. But the fact that so much of labor's answer appeared in the labor press meant that it failed to reach the mass of the population which was being deluged with open shop propaganda and whose attitudes were being shaped by it. In 1907, The World Today estimated that there were 185 monthly and 179 weekly journals in the United States and Canada, devoted exclusively to the advocacy of trades unionism, and that these 364 publications, which number did not include socialist periodicals, reached about 5 million readers. 77 Even if this readership figure is accurate, and it is probably an exaggeration, the main audience for the reply of organized labor was less than 1/10 of that reached by the open shoppers. And this audience was precisely the one that needed the least convincing. Results of the open shop drive. David Perry was only slightly exaggerating when, in his presidential address of May 1906 at the annual convention of NAM, he declared, "Only a few years ago trades unionism unrestrained and militant was rapidly forcing the industries to a dosed shop basis. But a change has come, and this association is largely responsible for it." C. W. Post, head of the Citizens Industrial Alliance, boasted in the same year, 2 years ago the press and pulpit were delivering platitudes about the oppression of workingmen. Now all this has been changed. Newspapers which dared to champion the tyranny of organized labor now faced ruinous loss of advertising revenue, and ministers who followed suit, the loss of their pulpits. Local and congressional candidates who showed sympathy for the same tyranny were defeated at the polls if they were lucky enough to be nominated. The 8-hour and anti-injunction bills before Congress had been defeated and stood no chance of being, in a brochure circulated at the A.F. of L. Booth's in the St. Louis Exposition of 1904, articles from the American Federationist, defending the Union Shop, were reprinted. C. Street. Louis Exposition, 1904, Exhibit of American Federation of Labor, N. P. 1904. Enacted, and in case after case the courts had virtually outlawed the despotism of sympathy strikes, boycotts, and the union label. Much credit, Post said proudly, redounded to the Citizens Industrial Alliance, for its work of molding public opinion, had helped considerably in bringing about the change. 78. While unionism did not disappear, the attack led by NAM and its associate employers associations checked the progress of unionism in general, and wiped out the foothold the unions had acquired in some of the most important industries and trades. The extent of this trend will be seen more fully in discussions of struggles in specific industries in subsequent chapters. It will suffice now to cite just a few of the victories of the open shoppers during the period 1901 to 1909, which Selig, Perlman and Philip Taft have correctly characterized as the employers' mass offensive. 79 in 1901, U.S. Steel crushed a strike of 62, and practically annihilated unionism in the iron and steel industry. During the same year, the National Metal Trades Association smashed a national strike of 58,000 machinists, driving the union out of most of the big plants. In 1904, the Packers Association broke a strike of packing house workers in Chicago, Kansas City, Omaha, and other places, and knocked the union out of the meat packing industry. In 1905, the Employers Association dealt a crushing blow to the Teamsters Union of Chicago. After a long and bitter strike, the union was practically wrecked, and less than 20% of the 5,000 workers reinstated, and these only when they had signed contracts agreeing not to become members of or affiliated with any labor unions. In 1908, Lake Seaman constituted a formidable part of the labor movement. By 1909, their union had been smashed. From 1899 to 1904, an annual average of 45.3% of the strikes undertaken had been won conclusively by labor. But in 1905, labor won only 39.5% of its strikes, in 1906, 35.0%, in 1907, 25.3%, in 1908, 29.6%, in 1909, 33.1%, and in 1910, 34.4%. But the effects of the open shop drives was reflected even more in the number of strikes in which labor failed completely. Between 1899 and 1904, the annual average of strikes lost, in percentage of those undertaken, was 36.1%. In 1905, labor lost 46.1% of its strikes. Although the number of strikes called annually during these years did not change appreciably, a sharp decrease occurred in the number of workers involved. During the period 1899 to 1904, 603,000 workers on the average had been involved yearly in labor strikes. For the years thereafter, the number of men involved fell far below the previous average: 302,000 in 1905, 383,000 in 1906, 502,000 in 1907, 209,000 in 1908, the lowest figure since 1888, 452,000 in 1909, and 824,000 in 19 RN. It is clear that due to the open shop drive, labor was less inclined to resort to strike action. John I. Griffin, Strikes. A Study in Quantitative Economics, New York, 1939, pp. 13, 38, 43. In 1904 labor lost 50.6% of its strikes. Ibid. Page 91. In 1906, 48.8%. In 1907, 57.6%. In 1908, 55.2%. In 1909, 5.0%. And in 1910, 47.2%. At the same time, as we have seen, a leveling off of growth of union membership took place during these years. The period 1899 to 1904 had been one of rapid expansion from 6N, U in 1899 to 2,072,700 in 1904, but after 1904, further growth ceased almost completely. In 1905, union membership dropped to 2,002,300, and in 1906, to 1,907, Jew. Thereafter, the unions just continued to hold their own, with 2,080,400 members in 1907, 2,130, 6 U in 1908, 2,005,600 in 1909, and 2,140,500 in 1910.81. As the open shop drive progressed, the unions were driven out of all the trustified industries, except the railroads, and in the few cases where they were granted a meager recognition, they agreed not to endeavor to organize non-union mills, factories, and workers. In an article entitled, "The Decline in Trade Union Membership," published in 1910, Professor C. H. Parker noted that as a consequence of the open shop drive, it now appears as if assured success in trade unionism would be, for the time at least, limited to the building trades, to those occupations entailing great personal responsibility as well as skill, notably the railroad unions, and to the small highly skilled trades. Many great companies have discontinued formal relations with their associated employees. Even where trade agreements have been renewed, they have been made under less advantageous terms so far as labor is concerned. In short, collective bargaining on a large scale in the United States seems to be for the moment upon the decline. 82. Yet it would be incorrect to conclude that this situation was solely the result of the open shop drive. There were, as we shall now see, other forces at work within and outside the labor movement that effectively deprived the trade unions of the power and militancy effectively to resist the powerful employers' offensive. Chapter 3. The National Civic Federation. I. Organization and Ideology. While the open shoppers attacked labor frontally, other forces worked obliquely for the same end. Our experience has convinced us, declared a spokesman for this group of employers in 1903, that the best way to control labor organizations is to lead and not to force them. We are also convinced that the conservative element in all unions will control when properly led and office read. Such unions would not only keep the workers within bounds as regards their demands and action, but would be a barrier to all forms of radicalism. 1. The objective was clear. Rather than smash unionism, this section of the employing class sought to emasculate it, to ensnare the labor leaders into a conscious program of collaborating with the employers, robbing the workers of their vigor, militancy, and the spirit of their class. The embodiment of this concept of allying the labor movement with the employers is found in the National Civic Federation, founded in 1900 after months of preliminary preparations. Composition of the NCF. At the NCF's first national conference in December 1900, the chairman emphasized that nothing is more pressing than a method of adjusting the differences of capital and labor. Towards this end, the conference established an industrial department whose purpose was to promote peace and harmony in the industrial world, and, when requested, for details on the origin of the National Civic Federation, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 2, New York, 1955, pp. 384-87. Local branches of the NCF were set up in New York City, St. Louis, and Chicago in 1903, and in Cleveland and Boston a year later. National Civic Federation. Review, April, 1903, page 20. June, 1903, page 20. June, 1904, pp. 4, n. 16. Hereinafter cited as NCF Review, 61. To buy both parties to a dispute, would act as a forum to adjust or decide upon questions at issue between workers and their employers. The department, headed by Marcus Alonzo, or Mark Hanna, the Ohio industrialist who became a commanding figure in the Republican Party, was composed of representatives of capital, labor, and the general public. Heading the labor representatives were Samuel Gompers, president of the A.F. of L. John Mitchell, president of the United Mine Workers and vice president of the A.F. of L. and President Daniel J. Keefe of the International Longshoremen, Marine and Transport Workers Union and a member of the A.F. of L. Executive Council. Point 2. Gompers and Mitchell were charter members of the NCF. Among the other labor leaders who became active in the organization were the heads of the railroad brotherhoods, the presidents of the iron, steel and tin workers, granite cutters, longshoremen, machinists, iron molders, printers, garment workers, carpenters and joiners, bricklayers and masons, street railway employees, boot and shoe workers, bottle blowers, stationary firemen, and textile workers unions. Point 8. This small group of men controlled the A.F. of L and the railroad brotherhoods and determined their policies. They joined hands in the NCF with the leaders of the trustified, finance capital-dominated industries and their representatives. In an interview with the press, Mark Hanna, NCF president, hailed the Civic Federation as providing the means for the total abolition of strikes in the United States. John Mitchell agreed, and in a letter to Hanna predicted that as the objectives of the NCF became more widely understood, strikes and lockouts may become unnecessary. For as Mitchell expressed it, the NCF was based on this fundamental conception. There is no necessary hostility between capital and labor. Neither can do without the other. Each has evolved from the other. There is not even a necessary fundamental antagonism between the laborers and the capitalists. Broadly considered, the interest of one is the interest of the other, and the prosperity of the one is the prosperity of the other. With good reason, one student of the NCF has written of Mitchell. Here was a labor leader upon which the Federation could count. T5. Hanna directed the successful presidential campaigns of William McKinley in 1896 and 1900, and he served as U.S. Senator from Ohio. Cartoonists at the turn of the century would often portray big business simply by showing Hanna in garments bedecked with dollar signs. The public statements of no American labor leader of this period were as widely reprinted in the commercial press and as widely distributed through employers' publications as those of John Mitchell. Mitchell's book, Organized Labor, published in 1903, was endorsed by employers' publications because it had a conservative approach to the labor problem. The Wall Street Journal in its review of the book hailed the fact that conservatism is very much the keynote throughout. Mr. Mitchell may be counted among the ablest, most responsible and most far-sighted of the labor leaders in power today. October 28, 1903. Mitchell's thesis was officially advanced by the NCF at its second annual industrial conference in 1901. The laborer of today is the capitalist of tomorrow, the conference announced. That the wage earners form the primary schools for the millionaires is evidenced every day. The evidence did not include the vast majority of American workers who, as we have seen, earned about $10.50 a week, or even the 16.2% who received $15 or more per week. Tribunal of Peace was the headline in the Chicago Tribune over the report of the proceedings of the NCF's second annual conference. Point 6. Yet for all its inspirational talk about labor capital harmony, the NCF conceded that there were conflicts between workers and employers. These conflicts, however, were neither inevitable nor difficult to eliminate, for there were no classes in America, and thus there could be no real class conflict as in Europe. In the United States there were only misunderstandings between employers and workers. The object of the NCF was to avoid these misunderstandings, first, by bringing business and labor leaders together in mutual conference at meetings, dinners, and banquets, and, when a misunderstanding, such as an industrial dispute, arose, to act quickly to achieve peace. 7. There were three parties to every industrial dispute: capitalists, workers, and the general public, and by living up to the principle of the Golden Rule, these three parties could achieve peaceful settlements of all disputes which would be satisfactory to all of the parties concerned. Corresponding to this idea, the NCF was made up of representatives of the three bodies: labor, capital, and the general public. Leaving aside for the time being the question of how truly the representatives of labor represented the real interests of the workers, let us consider the spokesmen for capital and the general public. Mark Hanna, president of the NCF until his death in 1904, was publicly considered to be J.P. Morgan's representative in the organization. To be sure, he was praised by Gompers and Mitchell as the epitome of a fair employer, but those who knew his activities as an employer did not share this feeling. Protesting to Gompers over the publicizing of Hanna in A.F. of L publications as fair, if not fairer, than any other mine owner, a UMW organizer wrote, "I have only this to say in reference to this matter, that if this is the case, it is no wonder that the miners of America are the most downtrodden case of workmen on the face of the earth today. I have never visited his mines, but I understand from my colleagues, who have been there, that the employees of the Hanna interests are in a deplorable condition." The U.S. Industrial Commission's investigation of labor conditions in 1900 bore out the truth of this statement. Point 8. After Hanna's death, in February 1904, it was suggested that Andrew Carnegie replace him as NCF president. But Carnegie was so hated in labor circles because of his part in breaking the Homestead Steel strike in 1892 that it was decided to give the post to August Belmont. Point 9. This prominent finance capitalist, as we shall see, was soon to prove himself as adept in breaking strikes as Carnegie had been. Among the spokesmen for the employers in the NCF was J. Ogden, Armour of Armour and Company, whose workers in the trustified meatpacking plants were described by an A.F. of L investigating committee as white slaves, and whose products were being boycotted by many trade unions because of the trust's anti-union policies. Another was Lewis F. Swift, head of Swift and Company, who had agreed with other packing house firms never to sign a written contract with a union. Another was Charles M. Schwab of the U.S. Steel Corp., and still another was Elbert H. Gary, president of the Federal Steel Company, a U.S. Steel affiliate. Both of these men played leading roles in wiping out unionism in the steel industry and worked closely with J. P. Morgan in eradicating unionism from every company in the newly organized Steel Trust. Still another was Cyrus H. McCormick, president of the McCormick Harvesting Machine Company, who had broken with the union in this giant industry as far back as 1886 and thereafter had blacklisted all workers who had anything to do with labor organizations. Other representatives of the employers in the NCF had also gained notoriety for their anti-union policies. The heads of the railroad corporations in the organization bitterly fought every attempt to organize the mass of the railroad workers. The only unions they tolerated were the conservative Brotherhood Crafts, which represented a small minority of the workers in the industry. 10. The apologists for the new form of Brotherhood of Labor and Capital embodied in the NCF, among whom Gompers was a leading spokesman, 11, argued that the whole question of the fairness of the organization and its possible influence in industrial relations turned not so much on the composition of the representatives of capital and labor as it did upon the character of the men who were selected as the representatives of the public. For these were the men whose votes, in case of a tie between capital and labor, would decide the outcome of a dispute submitted to the NCF. If one examines the list of the men who functioned as representatives of the public, from the time of the formation of the NCF to December 1908, and studies their associations as revealed in such contemporary works as Who's Who, Directory of Directors, Financial Red Book, Moody's Manual of Corporations, and John Moody's Truth About Time and Again in the next 50 years, after 1886, Cyrus McCormick was to make concessions to workers while withholding that essential to union survival: recognition of the union and the workers' right to participate in union activity without discrimination. Robert Ozanne, Union Management Relations, McCormick Harvesting Machine Company, 1862 to 1886, Labor History, Volume IV, Spring, 1963, pp. 153s4. Trusts. One quickly discovers that the representatives of the third party in industrial disputes were none other than the finance capitalists and their agents. 1. Grover Cleveland, trustee, New York Life Insurance Company. As president, he had sent federal troops to break the Pullman strike. 2. Cornelius W. Bliss, ex-secretary of the U.S. Treasury, director, American Cotton Company, Equitable Life Insurance Company, Fourth National Bank Insurance Company, trustee, American Surety Company and Central Trust Co. 3. Oscar S. Strauss, millionaire merchant and diplomat, president, New York Board of Trade and Transportation, trustee, New York Life Insurance Co. 4. Charles Francis Adams, former president, Union Pacific Railroad, director, Kansas City Stockyards Company and Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Co. 5. Isaac N. Seligman, banker, member, Advisory Committee of Stockholders Audit Company of New York, treasurer and director, City and Suburban Homes Co. 6. David R. Francis, president, Louisiana Exposition, vice president, Locklead National Bank, director, Mississippi Valley Trust Company of St. Louis and Waters Pierce Coal Company, a branch of Standard Oil Co. 7. Fames Spire, director, Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, trustee, General Trust Company, director and trustee of a dozen or more companies which were mainly Standard Oil concerns. 8. Franklin McVeigh, merchant and reformer, trustee, Chicago Penny Savings Bank and several other Chicago institutions. 9. Fames H. Eccles, former controller of the Treasury, director in a long list of companies, mainly controlled by the House of Morgan. 10. FOHNF. Cook, corporation lawyer, trustee, American Surety Company, director, Equitable Life Insurance Company, International Banking Corp., Mercantile Trust Company, Wells Fargo and Company, trustee, Sun Insurance Co. 11. Foon M. Milburn, corporation lawyer, partner of Lewis C. Ledyard, Milburn, Ledyard and Carter of New York, director in a long list of corporations mainly controlled by the Standard Oil Rockefeller interests. 12. Everett Macy, listed as capitalist, director of a long list of corporations including Standard Oil and Grand Mining Co. 13. Charles F. Bonaparte, leading Baltimore capitalist, director of many corporations controlled by the Standard Oil Rockefeller interests. Besides these supposed representatives of the public, there were Archbishop John Ireland, several of whose sermons were reprinted and distributed by the Open Shop Associations, Bishop Henry C. Potter, commonly known as J.P. Morgan's preacher, Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University, a darling of the Open Shoppers, and Charles W. Eliot, president of Harvard University, whose statement that the scab was the American hero was one of the most widely distributed pieces of literature in the whole catalog of Open Shop propaganda. 12. According to the above classification, practically 100% of the public was composed of men intimately linked to finance capitalism, the majority actually being House of Morgan and Standard Oil Rockefeller officials and lawyers. Yet these were the men to whom the labor movement was supposed to look for an impartial decision in the settlement of industrial disputes. Certainly the composition of the NCF spokesman for the public shows how ridiculous was the idea, enthusiastically endorsed by Gompers and other labor leaders in the organization, that there was a third force apart from the capitalists and organized labor that would be the salvation of the working class. 13. The essential and all-important fact is that the NCF was dominated from top to bottom by businessmen. As Gordon Maurice Jensen points out in his study of the NCF, from the very beginning, one element of the National Civic Federation's membership occupied a position of clear preponderance. That element was business. It was not merely businessmen but big business that dominated the NCF. Nearly 70% of the most influential groups within the NCF represented enterprises distinctly larger than average and 56% represented very large enterprises. Of the 190 business leaders who held the topmost positions in the largest business companies in the United States during the decade 1901 to 1910, 43 were members of the National Civic Federation. In all, Jensen concludes, a very considerable segment of the nation's big business was represented in the National Civil Federation. 14. Role of Ralph M. Easley. The composition of the public members of the NCF was no accident. It was Ralph M. Easley, NCF secretary, who decided which men should be invited to membership in the organization. From the outset, he made sure that the representatives of labor should be conservative, practical men, and that the spokesmen for the public be mainly big. Jensen points out that of the 241 men who constituted the inner group in the councils of the NCF, 177, or 73%, held positions of importance. 3 were corporation presidents, 3 were corporation board chairmen, 3 were corporation committee chairmen, 26 were corporation vice presidents, 12 were business partners, 17 were banking partners, and 5 ran their own business. Furthermore, almost 1/3 of the 367 corporations in the country with a capitalization of $W, or over had one or more members active in the NCF, and of the 67 railroads with a capitalization of $W, or over, 6 had members in the NCF. Gordon Maurice Jensen, The National Civic Federation. American Business in an Age of Social Change and Social Reform, 1900 to 1910, unpublished. Ph.D. thesis, Princeton University, May, 1956, pp. 5g-60. Corporation executives. There was no room for cranks, hobbyists or revolutionists, or radical preachers and charity workers, and there was certainly none for advocates of militant trade unionism. Although he had once been the owner and publisher of a newspaper, Easley was not a businessman himself. But through long contact with businessmen, he had become a leading spokesman for the capitalist point of view. Easley was completely in accord with them, the businessmen, on most fundamentals, and had so thoroughly absorbed their ideas, their habits of thought, and even their prejudices that he could and did think entirely in their T6 RMS. 15. Easley edited the National Civic Federation Review, the first number of which appeared in April 1903, and, all in all, ran the NCF as his own little business. The Chicago Tribune referred to the NCF as absolute management from one center, namely the secretary of the National Civic Federation. He was accountable only to the financial contributors whose support kept the organization operating. A study of the unpublished records of the NCF reveals that these contributors were the leading monopoly corporations and capitalists. Among them were J. P. Morgan and Company, Andrew Carnegie, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, International Harvester Company, National Cash Register Company, American Telephone and Telegraph Company, American Car and Foundry Company, American Locomotive Works, American Smelting and Refining Company, American Woolen Company, Electric Bond and Share Company, Otis Elevator Company, E.I. DuPont de Nemours Powder Company, U.S. Steel Corp., Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company, and Commonwealth Edison Co. 16. Most of the corporations listed above operated as open shops, a fact that is hardly surprising since nearly all of them were controlled by the House of Morgan, which, as we have already seen, was a prime force behind the open shop drive. The labor unions contributed nothing to the support of the NCF. Indeed, big business even paid the salary and expenses of John Mitchell when he came to work for the NCF full-time as salaried head of the presence of so many Morgan firms in the list of contributors is due to the fact that Easley concentrated from the beginning on these firms. In April 1901, he stressed to Gompers the tremendous importance to the industrial welfare of the country that every influence be brought to induce Mr. J.P. Morgan and his friends to start right. Easley to Gompers, April 1, 1901, AFL Corp. The absence of Rockefeller-dominated corporations from the list of contributors is clarified in a letter from Mitchell to Gompers, March 9, 19N. As you know, the Standard Oil folks, with the exception of Mr. Vanderlip of the National City Bank, have not had much to do with the NCF. They seem to hold aloof from us. Ibid. However, as we have seen above, several directors of Standard Oil-dominated corporations were among the representatives of the public on the NCF's Industrial Department. Trade Agreement Department. Andrew Carnegie contributed $2,500. George Perkins of the House of Morgan gave the same amount, while others pledged the $10,000 more needed to cover salary and expenses. Considering that the organization could not have remained in operation had it not been for the employer's contributions, writes one student of the National Civic Federation, it was extremely unlikely that Easley would have done anything to lose the favor of his patrons. For example, even if he had wanted to advocate the closed shop, it would have been extremely unprofitable for him to have done so. But no one ever had reason to fear such a move from Easley. To some extent, Clarence E. Bonnet was not too far off when he included the NCF in his study of employers' associations, Associations in the United States. For the employer third of the Federation could wield a silent influence through the power of the purse. 17. Actually, this should read, 2/3, since, as we have seen, the public representatives were themselves members of the employers' class or closely linked to it. What did the employers get for their money? They obtained the services of a widely publicized organization which nominally had for its purpose the civic-minded task of solving labor difficulties peacefully in the interest of labor, capital, and the public, but actually functioned to further the interests of the employers, an organization that worked steadfastly to permeate the labor movement with conservatism, and to utilize the trade union leadership as a barrier against militant unionism. The NCF, and the open shop drive. The champions of the NCF, past and present, have insisted that the concept of the Federation as an employers' association is ridiculous in light of the fact that it was attacked by the leading spokesman for the. In 1908 Mitchell suffered a breakdown and did not run for re-election as president of the United Mine Workers. He was then only 38 years old, and he asked Easley for a position in the NCF. He was offered the post in the organization, but it was not announced since he was still acting as president of the UMW. He started to work full-time for the NCF after the UMW convention in April 1908. He still continued to hold his position as second vice president of EAF of L. John Mitchell to Ralph M. Easley, October 21, 1907, John P. Mitchell Papers, Catholic University of America, hereinafter cited as per megapixel. While Mitchell himself had no objection to receiving his 5 alary from the leading capitalists, he was anxious that this information be kept private. In a letter to Easley, marked, personal, he wrote, I drop you this line to say I deem it of the highest possible importance not only to myself but also the industrial department of the Federation, that nothing be said concerning the conditions of my contract with the Civic Federation. Mitchell to Easley, June 21, 1908, per megapixel. NAM and the Citizens' Alliances. It is true that such attacks did occur, especially after Perry became president of the NAM, in 1902 President Theodore Search of NAM was a member of the Civic Federation's Executive Council. Perry, Kirby, and others active in the open shop drive labeled the members of the NCF, industrial doughfaces, and the organization itself, an adjunct of the A.F. of L., the facile instrument of the closed shop combine, and an exponent of the most virulent form of socialism, closed shop unionism. But while Easley was quick to make use of such attacks in helping Gompers and Mitchell answer the growing criticism of the Civic Federation in labor circles, he also sought to persuade the big industrialists that there was really no basic difference between the Perryite and the NCF approach to organized labor. Both, he wrote in the NCF Review, were not really out to smash the unions. Many of Perry's statements had been misinterpreted by radicals, and thus the erroneous impression was conveyed that the open shoppers were bent upon smashing unionism. 18. As we have already seen, many of the industrial and financial magnates who were the real power behind the open shop drive were active in the NCF. Easley boasted in December 1904 that the Civic Federation included more leaders of the NAM than the whole Perry outfit. Many of the important employers' associations which were leaders of the drive to destroy the unions were represented in the NCF in the person of their officers. the National Founders Association, the Stove Founders. National Defense Association, the National Metal Trades Association, the National Street Railway Association, the National Association of Clothing Manufacturers, the American Newspaper Publishers Association, the Lithographers Association of the United States, and the Glass Bottle and Vial Manufacturers Association. 19. The National Metal Trades Association broke its agreement with the Machinists' Union in June 1901 at precisely the same time that the leaders of the association were serving with the Machinists' representatives on the Civic Federation's Conciliation Committee. In November 1904, the National Founders Association, several of whose officers were among the first members of the Civic Federation, abrogated its agreement with the Iron Molders Union, whose president was also a member of the NCF. In his study Businessmen and Reform, Op. Cit. pp. 3-31, Robert H. Wiebe makes much of these attacks upon the Civic Federation, but he later concedes that fundamentally there was no basic difference among the businessmen on the issue of unionism and that anti-unionism best unified businessmen. Page 81. Even Marguerite Green in her laudatory study of the National Civic Federation concedes that the presence of the leaders of the National Metal Trades Association in the NCF made the Federation appear ridiculous before the public. The National Civic Federation and the American Labor Movement, Z90-1925, Washington, D.C., 1956, page 21. The same dual role was played by the representatives of the House of Morgan in the Civic Federation. Charles Schwab of U.S. Steel was a member of the NCF's Executive Committee and an active promoter of the open shop movement. So were members of the NCF's public group. Thus President Charles W. Eliot of Harvard was head of the Industrial Economic Department of the NCF, formed in December 1904, and a number of his utterances in this capacity including opposition to the closed shop, to the boycott, to sympathetic strikes, and to compulsory use of the Union Labé as well as his statement that there should be no sacrifice of the independent workmen to the labor union, were featured in every issue of Square Deal, organ of the CIA and the leading journal published by the Open Shoppers. 20. The Civic Federation did not affirm labor's right to organize until April 1908, when in response to an editorial statement in the Union Labor advocate that the Civic Federation had never specifically recognized the right of labor to organize, Auguste Belmont, then president of the Federation, acknowledged that labor has every right to organization. He went on, however, to denounce many of the methods employed by organized labor to secure its industrial right. Seth Low, who succeeded Belmont as president of the NCF in 1912, coupled his belief in labor's right to organize with a statement characterized by many trade unionists as a defense of the open shop. He said, "The pathway to industrial peace and industrial efficiency is to be found in the hearty cooperation of employers with labor unions, in the confident expectation that when the right of working men to collective bargaining passes unchallenged in practice, the right of other working men to forego collective bargaining, if they wish to do so, will be equally unchallenged." Articles in the NCF Review asserted that the basic error in the Perryite movement was that it sought to make the open shop universal. This was going too far. The open shop was necessary and even beneficial in parts of American industry, but in others, it was unnecessary and even dangerous to try to institute it. 21. The NCF strategy. The idea behind this differentiation between the open shop as beneficial in certain parts of American industry and dangerous in others had been spelled out by Easley as early as October 1900, when he pointed out to Gompers the reasons why the A.F. of L leaders should support the newly organized NCF. The craft unions would win recognition from the leaders of the trustified industries for a small minority of the workers on condition that they would not make trouble for the corporations by organizing the mass of the workers in their plants and factories, that they would not challenge the control exercised by the finance capitalists over the American economy, that they would also agree to keep politics out of the unions, and thus avoid challenging the control exercised by the finance capitalists over American government. The industrialists, in return, would grant the skilled workers recognition and certain concessions. 22. Thus through the Civic Federation, the big employers and the trade unions would come to an implicit agreement. If the unions would make no real effort to organize the unskilled workers, especially the foreign-born and Negro workers, the corporations would make certain concessions to the craft unions. Business could afford to pay higher wages to a small number of skilled workers so long as the great body of unskilled workers were unorganized. Capital was thus able and willing to share some of its profits with skilled labor, but to warrant these concessions, the craft unions would have to rid themselves of any taint of radicalism. The labor leaders of these unions would have to cooperate to combat radicalism and keep the masses of workers unorganized. Easley submitted the following declaration of principles to Gompers as ideally suited for the purposes of the Civic Federation. A labor union, guided by proper rules and governed by judicious and conservative leaders, is of advantage to employers and employees. Such unions should be fully recognized. Employers should encourage their most intelligent and conservative men to attend the meetings of such unions and keep them within proper limits. In return for such recognition, the union agrees that there shall be no interference with the employment of non-union unskilled labor in any department. 23. Gompers, Mitchell, and the other labor leaders affiliated with the NCF consciously adopted the trade union strategy outlined by Easley. Gompers was convinced that unionism could exist in the trustified industries only on the sufferance of the employers, and that they would tolerate it only if it confined itself to certain prescribed limits. It must confine itself to the skilled trades, maintain a sacred compliance with contracts, repress militancy and radicalism in the labor movement, and generally manifest a reasonable attitude. Unionism, if it accepted moderation and sanctity of contract as the twin keys to success, could gain the endorsement of the business world. On these terms, business could not only tolerate unionism but accept it as the ally of capital for its own advantage. Naturally, in following a reasonable approach, any reference to the existence of a class conflict was out of the question. How could capital be expected to negotiate with trade union officials and recognize unions if labor maintained a posture of implacable hostility to capitalism? Workers, therefore, had to be convinced that their material success and future progress were inextricably bound with that of their employers, that wages and profits proceeded from the joint efforts of both parties. To be sure, a measure of friction would always exist, but this could be ironed out once both parties recognized their mutual interests. As Henry White, Secretary-Treasurer of the United Garment Workers and one of the most ardent champions of the NCF in the A.F. of L., put it, like the captain and crew of a ship, whatever differences there may be between them as to treatment, both are equally interested in bringing the vessel safely into port. That is the truth we have been trying to impress upon employers and workmen alike. The class war had to be replaced by argument and diplomacy. Lockouts by arbitration between contending parties. Labor unions should not aim at the overthrow of capitalism, but rather should attempt to convince employers, through the NCF, that they can just as well carry on their business under union control as without it, and that, in fact, it pays them better to agree with us, to be at peace with our organization than fight us. 24. With this policy in mind and with the assistance of Easley, the labor members of the NCF set out to ingratiate themselves with the industrialists and politicians who seemed inclined toward a live and let live policy with the craft unions, and to convince the open shop employers that they had more to gain than lose by recognizing the craft unions. These organizations were the real bulwarks against socialism, and to try to institute the open shop where they held sway would be dangerous to the interests of the capitalists, since it would remove an obstacle in the path of socialism. Gompers even advised Easley how to get more information about the socialists so as to make more effective his work with employers, and recommended that he attend socialist meetings that he might better understand those who were hostile to the effort to maintain industrial peace. 20. Easley constantly sought to keep the Civic Federation's business members informed as to the facts of socialism's growth in the United States, and to impress upon them that the A.F. of L was one of their major protections against its further advance. It is imperative, he wrote to Gompers in 1907, and logical at this time for employers of the United States to stand with the American Federation of Labor in the fight against socialism. Within the last 10 days I have spoken to 6 large employers on the subject, and all agree with the proposition and that the thing to do is to join hands with the A.F. of L. 26. The NCF campaign, under Easley's direction, championed the unionism of the A.F. of L leadership, as an antidote for socialistic propaganda. The NCF Review, edited by Easley, sought steadily to convince employers that organized labor as represented by the A.F. of L and the Railroad Brotherhoods was conservative, perfectly respectable and reasonable, and quite willing to aid capital fight radicalism if given a chance. Endorsing this campaign, the Wall Street Journal declared, "Unionism is the strongest bulwark in the body politic today against the encroachments of socialism." 27. To prove his thesis that trade unions were becoming more conservative, Easley arranged for the labor leaders affiliated with the NCF to address meetings of industrialists and bankers. But the main method he used to promote his thesis was the annual dinner of the Civic Federation. Here, around the same dinner table of large captains of industry, leading representatives of organized labor, college presidents, and publicists, and their wives and daughters, 600 to 1,000 strong, the capitalists could see for themselves that the leaders of the craft unions were conservative men who should not be confused with those with socialistic ideas, who claimed to be representing the interests of labor. Here, too, the labor leaders could see for themselves that the captains of industry and finance were human beings just like themselves, and, meeting on the same democratic footing, could clearly grasp that in the United States there were no distinctions between rich and poor. 28. The NCF could point to positive effects of its policies. After a meeting with Gompers, arranged by Easley, James E. Craig, president of the Open Shop Denver Citizens Alliance, wrote Samuel Gompers, president of the American Federation of Labor, I regard as a comparative conservative, and the employers of the West would be glad to see him succeed in extending control of the American Federation of Labor throughout the West. 29 Darwin P. Kingsley, president of the New York Life Insurance Company, told a meeting of businessmen held in Florida in 1913, "When I tell you that the trade union movement in this country stands for private property and law and order, I know what I am talking about." I met Mr. Gompers recently at a luncheon in New York given by Mr. Seth Lowe, president of the NCF at that time, and at this luncheon I heard Mr. Gompers say just that thing. I want to say to you gentlemen that I never had my mind so quickly and so completely changed on any matter as in regard to my opinion of Mr. Gompers. I entertained the same feeling towards him that you have until I saw him. I think now that he is a great man. 30. One cannot overlook the fact that the limited support the craft unions received from the NCF was predicated on their functioning as a conservative bulwark against radicalism. No clearer illustration of this is needed than the evidence contained in an unpublished letter to Easley from Herman Ritter, German-American publisher, head of the Newspaper Publishers Association, and an active member of the Civic Federation's Executive Committee. Ritter sent Easley an article in the Machinists' Journal of August 1908 which pointed out that the skilled workers in the craft unions could not really improve their conditions as long as the unskilled workers in the basic, trustified industries were unorganized. In an attached note, Ritter wrote, "It seems to me that the labor magazines have a pretty liberal sprinkling of this sort of stuff, straight socialist doctrine, very thinly veiled at that. Are we as sure of our ground as we think in counting the union movement as a solid bulwark against socialism?" 31. By the union movement, Ritter meant, as did all the leaders of the NCF, the unions affiliated with the A.F. of L and the railroad brotherhoods. The Machinists' Journal was the official organ of the International Association of Machinists, an A.F. of L affiliate, whose president, James O'Connell, had been a labor member of the NCF's executive committee for years. When this union's journal spoke up for militant unionism, it filled a top leader of the Civic Federation with alarm. The whole purpose of the NCF was exposed in the process. Its objective was to permeate the labor movement with conservatism, to prevent it from organizing the mass of the unskilled workers, to control it, and to deprive it of militancy. Welfare work and labor legislation. At our meeting in Washington, "We are going to exploit our welfare work as an antidote to socialism," Easley wrote to a member of the NCF's Executive Committee in April 1908.32. "We have already seen enough to realize that to Easley and others in the NCF, socialism often meant militant unionism, and this is further revealed by the nature of the Federation's welfare work. On the surface, the purpose of installing libraries, gymnasiums, proper ventilation and lighting, sanitary workrooms, adequate toilet facilities, lunchrooms, and shower rooms in shops and factories was to present a picture of a wise, benevolent, and paternal social capitalism doing its utmost in recognition of its important position in society, to care for the happiness and well-being of its people. Basically, however, the system was carefully calculated to assist employers in keeping unions out of their plants. Welfare work, drive," Jensen points out, offered the employer the possibility of meeting some of the difficulties of the labor problem by means of which, to a great extent, he would circumvent the unions. Officially, the NCF's Welfare Department disclaimed any such intentions, but certainly for many employers, especially those who joined the National Civic Federation after 1905, welfare work seemed to offer an attractive alternative to the fetters and uncertainties of trying to work with the unions. 33. This was clearly the case in the mutual benefit associations established among employers all over the country, with the assistance of the NCF's Welfare Department, to cover the cost of accident insurance and the institution of profit-sharing plans among the corporations. For one thing, if the worker lost his job, he would lose the money paid into the Mutual Aid Association, and contemporary evidence makes it clear that the one sure way the worker would lose his job in many of the corporations operating under the NCF welfare program was if he joined a union. For another, the whole system of profit-sharing was designed to assist the employers weaken the unions, and even labor members of the NCF, apart from John Mitchell, were not enthusiastic, to say the least, about its efforts to institute profit-sharing plans. Referring to the plan established by U.S. Steel, in cooperation with the Civic Federation, the A.F. of L. Executive Council declared indignantly, its U.S. Steel's crowning criminality, however, is its bold and heartless enserfing of labor. To disarm public indignation against its industrial and social crimes in this respect, the Trust has instituted the so-called profit-sharing system, which even the slightest examination proves to be a transparent deceit, through which a small minority of its employees are sought to be bribed to help in daily sweating the vast majority in preventing the others from joining labor organizations and in breaking down the spirit of manliness that has been cherished characteristic of American labor. 34. It is significant that the Welfare Department of the NCF was the one committee to which no labor leaders were invited. It would be a bit too embarrassing even for those conservative trade unionists to participate in the operations of a department whose main purpose could not be camouflaged by idyllic-sounding phrases like hands across the table, and which, by a whole system of paternalism, erected strong barriers against the spread of unionism. 35. The NCF's welfare work did not include support for social legislation outlawing child labor and improving working conditions of women workers. In 1907, the Civic Federation's Child Labor Commission was established to investigate the problem, but the outcry of protest from businessmen members of the organization, particularly Southern cotton manufacturers and coal operators who claimed that light work was not harmful to children, caused the Commisfon to be stillborn. The proposed investigation was never carried out, and the commission disbanded in the same year it was formed. 38. In general, the NCF, with Gomper's support, opposed most social legislation as government interference with the rights of employers. Plus, U.S. Steel Corp. had a president and 3 directors: Charles M. Schwab, Henry Phipps, Marvin S. Hewitt, and George W. Perkins active in the Civic Federation. Perkins, who was especially active in and an enthusiastic supporter of the Civic Federation, was largely responsible for U.S. Steel's profit-sharing plan. The plan is to keep the men quiet, and it does too, one steel worker declared. John A. Garrity, U.S. Steel vs. Labor. The Early Years, Labor History, Volume I. Winter, 1960, pp. 18-21. The letterhead of the NCF's appeal for funds with which to fight old age pensions included the name of Samuel Gompers. National Civic Federation Archives, New York Public Library, hereinafter cited as NCFA, Lewis S. Reed, The Labor Philosophy of Samuel Gompers, New York, 1930, page 117. John Mitchell expressed the Civic Federation's attitude clearly when he declared that voluntary action by employers would prove more effective in the maintenance of industrial peace than any program instituted by the government. 37. In the entire area of labor legislation, the NCF's record was a shoddy one. At the request of the labor members, a commission on government by injunction was established to investigate this problem, so important to the trade unions, but the Federation's business members were so decidedly opposed to any move to upset one of their most powerful weapons against the labor movement, that no action was ever taken by the Commission. The business members of the Federation were unalterably opposed to labor's demand for the exemption of unions from the operation of the Sherman Antitrust Act, and while the NCF did give lip service support to labor's campaign for revision of the law, even so enthusiastic an admirer of the organization as Marguerite Green concedes that its support was neither inspired nor productive of important results. Yet NCF support for labor's legislative program, had it been sincere, could have brought important results. George W. Smith of the Lackawanna Steel Company wrote, I have talked with many state and national legislators, and there is no question but the lawmakers pay considerable attention to what the Civic Federation advocates or opposes. Also, there are many big men on the inside of the Federation's affairs who are able to inform and influence the action of legislators. 38. But these big men were not disposed to deprive the capitalist class of its ability to make use of the Sherman Antitrust Act to weaken the labor movement. In truth, a study of the NCF archives reveals that more energy was devoted by Easley and Lowe to persuade the A.F. of L leaders not to follow the path of the British labor movement and sponsor an independent labor party than to the campaign for labor legislation. Indeed, when, as we shall see, Gompers was forced by events and pressure of the membership to take the A.F. of L into political action, the businessmen members of the Civic Federation were furious. I am surprised, wrote Charles A. Moore, president of Manning, Maxwell, Moore and Company of New York City and chairman of the NCF's Welfare Department, too. Easley in 1908, during the height of labor's participation in the presidential campaign, to know the injury that has been done to our getting desirable members by the presence of Mr. Gompers in such a prominent position in our organization, and this recent exhibition of his endeavor to carry labor organizations into politics has developed expressions from friends of mine that I never heard before. And they are most pronounced. His attitude, as you know, in this campaign, has injured our organization very seriously, as they say we have made him prominent and possible through the prominence we have given him. I have felt this myself. I mention it to you just now, as no doubt you are aware of it and have heard of it from other sources, but this campaign has developed it so that men are coming out in the open and expressing themselves where they did not do that before. Easley, who knew that Gompers was being pushed by the A.F. of L towards greater political action than he wanted, tried to persuade the businessmen in the NCF that Gompers had to yield to pressure from the rank and file or open the door to more radical groups. But the businessmen were not satisfied. They expected the Civic Federation to lead the labor members in conservative directions, and they insisted that the organization fulfill its objectives. 39. What, then, was the difference between the NCF and the open shop employers associations? Louis Lorwin sums up the answer in one sentence. The Civic Federation proceeded with more sophisticated and enlightened methods. But, like the open shop employers associations, it was bent on pulling the teeth of aggressive unionism. Lorwin goes on to point out that the NCF did not assist labor in organizing a single non-union industry, although large non-union interests were represented in it. As for its key work in settling strikes, he notes that often settlements it applauded were disastrous to unionism. 40. This is in sharp contrast to Gomper's conclusion. In the NCF Review of May 5, 1905, defending the Civic Federation, Gompers stated boldly that, "In no instance have either strikes or conflicts been avoided or adjusted when they have been other than helpful to labor." 41. What, then, are the facts? Chapter 4. The National Civic Federation. 2. Role in strikes. The Steel Strike of 1901. In 1901, the membership of the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers was less than 10,000 out of a total of some 16,000 workers employed in the industry at the time. Its members and leaders knew that some drastic action must be taken if the organization was not to disappear and organized labor barred from the most important industry in the country. They understood, too, that no progress could be made in the industry unless the union dropped its exclusive trade unionism under which for the past 20 years it had organized mainly the highly skilled craftsmen, the puddlers and rollers, and declined to organize all the workers in a plant. The formation of the U.S. Steel Corp. in February 1901 pointed up the inadequacies of the rigid craft unionism practiced by the Amalgamated Association. The vast majority of the billion-dollar corporation's 148,000 employees were unskilled workers. Only by organizing all the steel workers, skilled and unskilled, in one union integrating unionism to parallel integrated industry could this giant trust be organized. Particularly was this true in the face of the policy of the large multi-plant corporations in the industry to shut down organized plants while allowing non-union properties to operate. Once this policy was put into effect by U.S. Steel, the union would find itself eliminated from the plants over which it still exercised power and eventually extinguished. It is true that U.S. Steel was willing to avoid a battle with the union for the time being by retaining the status quo in the individual companies that had merged into the trust. But it would not permit the unionization of mills then unorganized. And for the union to accept the fact that some mills should remain non-union would make it only a matter of time before it would be completely driven out of the industry. 10 years before, the union's membership was over 24,000. Its defeat in the Homestead Strike of 1892 began the rapid decline in membership. 78. To meet this danger, the Union at its 1901 convention, on the eve of the formation of the Steel Trust, unanimously resolved, should one mill in a combine or trust have a difficulty, all mills in such combine or trust shall cease work until such grievance is settled. The discussion at the convention demonstrated that the steel workers were convinced that if the Union were unable to establish itself before U.S. Steel had solidified its financial position, it would be virtually banished from the industry. 1. Negotiations of a new contract between the Amalgamated Association and U.S. Steel's operating subsidiaries began in the spring of 1901, and started with the American Sheet Steel and the American Steel Hoop Companies. The Union, speaking through President T. J. Schaefer, demanded that the Union wage scale be signed for all the mills of the companies, and that the Union be recognized. American Sheet Steel and American Steel Hoop refused to sign for the mills which had not been under contract in the preceding year. The strike to win recognition of the Union began on June 22, when 28,000 workers at American Steel Hoop, the vast majority of whom were not members of the Amalgamated, walked out. By July the mills of American Sheet Steel were also tied up when 8 more workers, again most of them hitherto unorganized, answered a strike call. A general strike call was issued by President Schaefer on July 19, and a second strike call on August bringing the total of strikers to 62,000. Schaefer predicted that the Amalgamated would shut down the whole U.S. Steel Corp. A prediction based on his confidence that all of organized labor, and the miners and railroad brotherhoods in particular, would come to the support of the strikers, realizing that if the House of Morgan smashed the Union in steel, it would not be long before it started out to destroy unionism in the other industries over which it was the absolute dictator. To be sure, Schaefer knew even before the strike started that Gomper's support of the steel strike could not be counted upon. 2 months before the union's demands were made on the Sheet Steel Company, Schaefer wrote to Gompers that the company's McKeesport mill was discharging men for joining the union and that a strike was likely, which might involve the entire steel corporation. He urged that Gompers instruct his organizers to keep men from going to McKeesport. Receiving no reply, Schaefer wrote 2 weeks later, repeating his request and this time suggesting that if the expected strike came in July, the AF-L should call out all other trades employed in the steel industry to support the amalgamated. 10 days later Schaefer again wrote, asking Gompers for his views regarding concerted action by all trades. Finally, Gompers answered. He coldly informed Schaefer that the workers would not support a call for a general sympathetic strike in the steel industry, and stated his belief that they would be right in refusing to support it. It was clear that Gompers would not approve or support the amalgamated strike, to say nothing of a sympathetic strike. T.J. Schaefer to Gompers, April 16-30, May 10, 1901. Gompers to Schaefer, May 15, 1901. APL Co. What he did not know was that forces were at work to frustrate any attempt to achieve the solidarity necessary to win the battle against the Steel Trust. These forces were represented by the leaders of the National Civic Federation and their allies in the leadership of the AF-L. Schaefer was a member of the NCF's Labor Committee, but he had been selected reluctantly. Easley had been unhappy about his presence in the Civic Federation even before the strike started. He informed Gompers on January 2, 1901, that some of Schaefer's militant speeches convinced him that he would prove to be unreliable, and he wondered if someone else would be a better representative of his organization on the committee. Gompers shared Easley's opinion, and was especially annoyed by Schaefer's statements that the craft union policies pursued by the AF-L leadership were not suited to the needs of organized labor in 20th century America. The fact that Schaefer had participated in a conference early in 1901 where craft unionism was declared outmoded certainly did not endear him to Gompers. 2. The news that Schaefer was counting upon wide support of the steel strikers by organized labor, including, if necessary, a sympathetic strike, frightened the NCF leaders. Mark Hanna, NCF president, wrote to Mitchell in alarm asking him to do something to stop such a movement. He felt that the union should never have attempted to defy the Steel Trust, and that a few conservative labor leaders must move into the picture and try to settle the strike before Schaefer began to take desperate measures. It seems to me, Hanna wrote to Mitchell on July 22, 1901, that Schaefer has made a great mistake as he has taken a position never before taken by the Amalgamated Association. Mitchell, in turn, failed to point out that the position previously taken by the union had only resulted in gradually eliminating it from the industry. At two conferences between J.P. Morgan, Charles M. Schwab, and the officers of the Amalgamated, held on July 27 and 29 arranged by George Harvey, editor of Harper's Weekly, the steel executives granted the union the wage scale demanded, but specified that the union was not to organize the non-union mills. Morgan assured the strike leaders that he was not hostile to organized labor, and predicted that, within 2 years, the corporation would be ready to sign a contract with the union for all its plants. At the present time, however, the situation was so complicated that it was impracticable to unionize all the mills. The trouble was not so much with the directors of U.S. Steel Corp. Morgan insisted, as with the men in charge of the subsidiary companies. 8. Gompers suspected that Schaefer favored the formation of an industrial union movement, to include an industrial union of steelworkers outside of the AF-L. But while it is true that Schaefer was thinking about an industrial union of steel workers, he made it clear in all his correspondence to Gompers that he wished to work inside the AF-L, and opposed the formation of a separate organization. Morgan did not disclose that the board of directors of U.S. Steel had already taken a diametrically opposite position. In 1911, the Stanley Committee of the House of Representatives, investigating U.S. Steel, revealed the fact that at a meeting of the Executive Committee, at which Morgan was present, a resolution was unanimously adopted which read, that we are unalterably opposed to any extension of union labor, and advise tilde subsidiary companies to take a firm position when these questions come up and say they are not going to recognize it. That is, any extension of unions in mills where they do not now exist. Here, baldly stated, was the Steel Trust's fundamental opposition to the principle of labor organization, but at the conferences Morgan masked this opposition behind protestations of friendship for organized labor. The NCF, through Easley, who attended the conferences, assured the labor leaders that they could take Morgan's assurances at face value. Prodded by Easley, Gompers, and Mitchell to have faith in Morgan's intentions towards organized labor, Schaefer accepted the Steel Corporation's proposition. But the Amalgamated Association's Executive Committee refused to ratify it. The proposal was condemned as a betrayal, since it excluded the union from practically the entire industry, and secured better conditions for a small section of the steel workers, the skilled workers. Morgan's offer will in time kill the Amalgamated, the strikers insisted. 4. Once its proposal was rejected, the Steel Corporation began to import strikebreakers to start up the mills. The Amalgamated replied by appealing to Gompers, who was in Pittsburgh with Frank Morrison, A.F.L. secretary, to call all the unions of the A.F.L. into an emergency conference or at least a meeting of its executive council. Schaefer pointed out to Gompers the necessity of making the steel strike the central fight for unionism, and called for a sympathetic strike of miners and railroad workers. Gompers quickly rejected the request for a conference, insisting that it would be a sign of weakness. Although it had been arranged for Gompers to meet J.P. Morgan in New York to propose arbitration of all matters in dispute, Gompers, without giving any explanation, called off the meeting and returned to Washington. Mr. Gompers and Mr. Morrison left the city, Schaefer reported, and we felt convinced that the AA need not look for help from the A.F. of L. 6. From the beginning of the strike, the Civic Federation's Conciliation Committee, composed at this time of Hanna, Easley, Gompers, Mitchell, Frank S. Sargent, Grand Chief of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, and Professor J. W. Jenks, had been exerting pressure on Schaefer to act moderately. Easley felt that Schaefer was entirely too militant, and appealed to Mitchell and Gompers to tone him down. With the appeal for a sympathetic strike, the NCF Conciliation Committee decided not to rely on persuading Schaefer to act moderately, and instead went directly to the heads of the trade unions who might be expected to respond to the appeal. Members of the Conciliation Committee held conferences with trade union leaders in the large cities of the East, and succeeded in convincing them that it would be folly for them to heed Schaefer's appeals for a sympathy strike. 6. But in a number of unions, particularly among the miners, pressure for sympathetic action was still considerable. On August 10, despite efforts on Mitchell's part to prevent it, the National Executive Board of the United Mine Workers adopted a resolution requesting Gompers to call a meeting of the executive heads of the various organizations affiliated with the A.F. of L to outline a policy to assist the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers in their strike. 7. Mitchell was instructed to do all he could to assist the steelworkers win their strike. Gompers ignored the request for the conference, not even bothering to inform the union that he had received the appeal. But Michelli, under pressure from his own union to help the steel workers, assured the strikers that if they accepted a reasonable proposal for settlement and this was rejected by the corporation, sympathetic action of some sort would be forthcoming. In a letter to Schaefer, a copy of which he sent to Easley, he proposed that the Amalgamated give up the idea of unionizing the non-union mills, and accept a settlement which would grant the union scale at the mills which had gone on strike, with the understanding that the strikers would be reinstated without discrimination. This proposition was to be offered by the Amalgamated to the steel executives, and Mitchell concluded, if the terms outlined in this proposition are not accepted, the steel strike will have the unqualified support of the American labor movement, and President Gompers will unquestionably call the Executive Council of the A.F. of L together for the purpose of devising methods to help them. Having received a copy of this letter, Easley concluded in great alarm that a sympathetic strike was again a possibility. He knew, too, from private conversation with the steel executives that Mitchell's proposal for a settlement would not be accepted. He worked more actively than ever to persuade Mitchell to abandon the whole idea of sympathetic action, and he succeeded in this objective. The officials of the Steel Corporation rejected the proposition which Mitchell had advanced, and which was, on September 8, 1901, T.L. Lewis, vice president of the UMW, informed Gompers that many members of the union were asking him why the A.F. of L. president had done nothing about the miners' appeal for a conference, and in order to intelligently answer them, I would be pleased to learn from you why such a conference was not called. APL Corps. Actually, Lewis was not in favor of a sympathetic strike, claiming contractual obligations prevented it. New York Tribune, August 1, 1901. Presented by a committee representing the Civic Federation, they offered to sign the agreement for all the mills which were union the previous year except 9, which were to become non-union. No worker would be discriminated against for participation in the strike or union membership. The NCF's committee transmitted this counter-offer to Schaefer, with the advice that it be accepted as the best and final offer of the corporation. The union's executive board refused to accept the counterproposal, and the union waited for Mitchell to call out the miners as he had promised. 8t. But the miners were not called out, and the Amalgamated Association had to go it alone. The steel executives, fully aware of this, stood by their guns, and continued to import strikebreakers. It will be better for the business interests now the fight is on, to let it go to a finish, which means the defeat of the workers, declared a company spokesman. 9. The strike lingered on in diminishing force, but the finish was not far off. The strike was doomed to fail. A rigid craft union could not overcome at one stroke the years of resentment built up among the mass of the steelworkers previously scorned, and many refused to help the Amalgamated when called upon to strike. More important, the failure of the A.F. of L leadership, influenced by the Civic Federation, to support the strikers made defeat inevitable. Neither the A.F. of L nor the UMW contributed a cent to the strike fund, yet, as the Journal of the Knights of Labor correctly pointed out, soon after the strike began, money would be a key factor in the outcome. It urged the A.F. of L to heed the strikers' appeal for financial aid. When the trust magnates learn that organized labor is a unit behind the strikers and that moral and financial support are assured for an indefinite period, they will speedily come to terms. Gompers turned a deaf ear to such appeals. He later claimed that the Federation had not helped to raise funds for the strikers because Schaefer had publicly appealed for money without first asking for a F of L endorsement. 1 less than greater than. On September 14, a settlement, worked out through the interposition of the NCF, was signed by the Steel Corporation and the Union. The committee consisted of Mitchell, Easley, Henry White, Professor Jenks of Cornell University, Gompers, and Frank Sargent of the Railroad Trainmen. White, president of the United Garment Workers, and a member of the NCF Arbitration Committee, had suggested early in the strike that the way to settle the strike was for the Union to waive recognition of the Union. This, of course, was the real point at issue. Henry White to Gompers, July 19, 1901. APL Co. T. Not only had Mitchell promised this action in his letter to Schaefer, cited above, but Schaefer asserted that in a visit to the office of the Amalgamated Association on August 23, the UMW president had given him the assurance that if the corporation rejected the offer, the miners would go on strike in sympathy with the steel workers. T. J. Schaefer to members of the Amalgamated Association. September 21, 1901, in American Federationist, October, 1901, pp. 415-17. J. P. Morgan's office. Under its terms, the non-union mills were to remain non-union, and no attempts to organize were to be made, and no charters were to be granted. Thus the union agreed not to endeavor to organize non-union mills in return for recognition in the few union mills where it had been previously recognized, except in the 14 mills which had become non-union during the strike. The outcome of the strike, Philip Taft correctly concludes, was disastrous to the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel and Tin Workers, and to the labor movement generally. 11. For several weeks following this disastrous settlement, the labor press was filled with charges and countercharges regarding the responsibility for the great defeat. Schaefer, in press releases and in a special circular to the members of the Union, denounced Gompers and Mitchell for their conduct during the strike. He criticized Gompers for refusing to call a meeting of the labor leaders or of the Executive Council to aid the strike, for failing to give any financial assistance, and for accepting the counteroffer of the steel executives. He attacked Mitchell for the failure to carry out his promise to call a sympathetic strike. He claimed that the coal miners and the railroad workers had been ready to join in a sympathy strike, and the failure to call them out had doomed the strike to defeat. Gompers and Mitchell immediately wrote to Schaefer demanding an investigation of the charges. They proposed that a committee of 3 be selected by Schaefer from a list of union officials nominated by Gompers and Mitchell. If the committee found them guilty of the charges, they promised that Gompers would resign as president of the A.F. of L and vice president of the Cigar Makers International Union, and Mitchell would resign from the presidency of the United Mine Workers and the vice presidency of the A.F. of L. Schaefer rejected the proposal, arguing that all the persons nominated were friendly to Gompers. He proposed, in turn, a committee to be composed of 1 person named by himself, 1 by Gompers and Mitchell, and 1 by the other 2. Gompers and Mitchell turned down this offer. 12. In a 15-page article in the American Federationist, Gompers replied to Schaefer's circular. He scornfully and indignantly denied Schaefer's charges. He stated, for example, that his refusal to call a general labor conference was due to his conviction that it could accomplish no good. It did not take long for organized labor to feel the effects of the defeat in the steel strike, and ironically it was the miners who felt it first. In July 1902, in the midst of the great coal strike, Pat Dolan, president of District 5 of the United Mine Workers, centered in Pittsburgh, wrote to Gompers, "We not only have the coal operators to fight, but we have the United States Steel Company, as they have several mills in that locality, which are all non-union, and they are assisting the coal operators to win out, knowing that if we win it will stimulate their men with trades union principles." Pat Dolan to Gompers, July 1902. APL Corps. Results. He denied that there was any foundation for the statement that Mitchell had promised to call out the miners. Mr. Schaefer, he commented caustically, may not appreciate to the same extent as Mr. Mitchell the justice and value of maintaining agreements entered into between a trade union and employers, and therefore may have assumed or imagined that Mr. Mitchell would lightly and ruthlessly break agreements. Gompers concluded by accusing Schaefer of rebuffing the goodwill and kindly assurances of J. P. Morgan that the Steel Corporation might recognize the union in a few years if the union would not now attempt to drive him further than it was possible for him to go. Mitchell, on his part, categorically denied that he had ever promised to call a sympathetic strike. He blamed the defeat of the steel workers on Schaefer's radicalness and incompetence. Mitchell appealed to Easley, among others, to refute the charge that he had promised a sympathetic strike. This put Easley in somewhat of a spot, since he had received the copy of Mitchell's letter to Schaefer, which he interpreted as meaning that a sympathetic strike would be called if the proposal were rejected by the company. However, he assured Mitchell that he had probably put too serious an interpretation upon that letter, a conclusion with which Mitchell completely agreed. 13. Although Gompers and Mitchell were exonerated by the A.F. of L. Convention in November 1902, many workers at the time, and not a few labor historians since, were convinced that the real force responsible for the defeat was the National Civic Federation, that the influence of the NCF was decisive in convincing the A.F. of L leaders to abandon any thought of a sympathetic strike, or, indeed, of any substantial support for the strikers in any form. It was felt at the time that although the Union was not equipped to challenge the mighty Steel Trust because of its narrow craft union policies of the past, if organized labor as a whole had supported the strike, there could have been a victory for Union recognition. But with the Civic Federation dominating the scene, the possibility of such support disappeared early in the strike. With good, Norman J. Ware, for example, regards the failure of the strike as an example of how the AF of L became a Morgan partner under the influence of the Civic Federation. Such cooperation, the strike proved, only served to cut the claws of aggressive labor leadership. Ware also asserts that Gompers accepted the corporation's terms and agreed to pass them on to the Amalgamated in exchange for support by the steel executives of an 8-hour bill then pending before Congress. Labor in Modern Industrial Society, New York, 1935, page 323. In his study of the strike, which is primarily a denunciation of the Amalgamated Association's leadership, John A. Garrity makes no mention of the role played by the Civic Federation. U.S. Steel vs. Labor, The Early Years. Labor History, Volume I, Winter, 1960, pp. 11-14. Neither does David Brody in his discussion of the strike, which is also critical of the Union's leadership. Steelworkers in America. The Non-Union Era, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1960, pp. 61-67. Reason. The NCF publicly claimed credit for having prevented sympathetic strikes by the miners and railroad men. 14. After the defeat of 1901, the Amalgamated Association's policies and activities met with the approval of the Civic Federation. The Union, now under the conservative leadership of President Michael Tighe, abandoned any attempt to organize the industry. Instead, an effort was made to cultivate what Tighe called a business relationship with the Steel Corporation. This meant, he explained, giving way to every request that was made by the subsidiary companies when they insisted upon it, and agreeing not to extend the organization of the industry. This policy was based on a fear of the strength of the trust and a decision to try to buy a limited security for the skilled workers at the expense of the unskilled and unorganized workers. 15. The official journal of the Civic Federation praised this policy, and declared that now the Union could rely upon its full support. The Convention of the Amalgamated Iron, Steel and Tin Workers now in session is not expected to develop any unreasonable demands, the NCF Review declared approvingly in April 1903. A year later, the Review hailed as a victory for the Union the fact that due to the intercession of the NCF in its behalf, the manufacturers of steel sheet and tin plate acquiesced in a reduction of 18% in wages, instead of their original demand for 2018. What were the fruits of this policy? A study of the U.S. Commissioner of Labor showed in 1910 that of the 153,000 employees in the blast furnaces, steel works, and rolling mills, 50,000 customarily worked 7 days a week, and 20% of them worked 84 hours or more a week, which meant a 12-hour day, including Sunday. Labor conditions in the company's plants were far below the American standard of living among laborers in our country. Some of the details are revolting, both as to sanitary and moral conditions. The wages paid, assuming constant employment in the ordinary family as the basis, are barely enough to provide subsistence. 17. The anthracite coal strike of 1902. Despite the United Mine Workers' spectacular growth since April 1897, when it had only 10,000 nominal members, there were 300,000 miners still outside the Union at the turn of the century, about half of them in the anthracite, hard coal, regions of Pennsylvania. Since 1880, the anthracite coal deposits of Pennsylvania were monopolistically controlled by the coal railroads. These deposits are found in an area of less than 500 square miles in eastern Pennsylvania. They are in the counties of Lackawanna, Luzerne, Carbon, Northumberland, and Schuylkill. Anthracite fields had been virtually unorganized. The hard coal miners had received no wage increases for 20 years, and working days had been decreased to 190 yearly. Annual earnings varied from $210 to $616, with the mean about $375. This was not sufficient for the maintenance of a family, and most miners were forced to send their children to work. In addition, proper weighing of coal was non-existent. Miners were forced to produce between 2,600 and 3,190 pounds of coal before being credited with 1 ton. However, when selling the coal, the operators included only 2,240 pounds to the ton. Docking bosses made arbitrary deductions from the weight of coal mined for alleged impurities. Charges at the company's stores were so excessive that most of the miners were in debt to the company's .18. In August 1900, the United Mine Workers presented a series of demands to the operators, and invited them to attend a joint conference for further discussion. The operators ignored the invitation. On September 17, the strike call went out to the hard coal miners. Within 2 weeks, 90% of the workers had joined the walkout. Coming in the midst of the presidential campaign of 1900, the strike alarmed the leaders of the NCF, especially President Mark Hanna, who feared that a prolonged struggle would have unfavorable repercussions on the Republican ticket by exposing its campaign slogan of the full dinner pail for American workers. Hanna and a group of Republican financiers intervened in the walkout and convinced the railroad presidents who controlled the coal companies that it was to their interest to sell before Election Day. The settlement included an increase in wages of 10%, some improvement in working conditions. There was to be a decrease of almost 100% in the price of powder charged by the companies and recognition of workers' committees in adjusting grievances. This inconclusive agreement was to last until March 31, 1901. Although the companies refused to negotiate with union representatives and the agreement was a verbal one, they posted notices in the mines embodying the compromise terms, and the union ordered the men back to work on October 29, 1900.19t. The demands included 1. Union recognition. 2. The right of the miners to employ their own men to check on the weighing and docking for impurities. 3. Payment by weight and use of the legal ton of 2,240 pounds instead of the long ton, 2,600 to 3,190 pounds. 4. Reduction of hours from 10 to 8 hours per day. 5. Elimination of company stores, company houses, company doctors, and other similar company monopolies. Elimination of the compulsory purchase of powder at the company store. The price paid there was $1.75 per keg. In the outside market it was $1.10. Robert Cornell, The Anthracite Coal Strike of 1902. Washington, 1957, pp. 42-43. The United Mine Workers entered the strike with scarcely 9,000 enrolled members and emerged with over 100,000. Minutes of the 12th Annual Convention of the United Mine Workers of America, 1901, pp. 35-36. In a call he issued. Friction between the miners and the companies continued, for the mine owners regarded their decision to yield to the union as a strategic retreat rather than a surrender. Despite the agreement, the operators refused to negotiate with union committees, insisting that they did not represent the workers. The settlement remained a dead letter, the companies simply ignoring the improvements they had agreed to grant. The men, Mitchell wrote to Hanna in March 1901, are chafing under alleged violations of the agreement on the part of the companies, and particularly do they feel discontented and restless at what appears to me to be an unwarranted opposition to the organization. 20. The UMW convention, meeting early in March, voted to strike unless the union was recognized and some method provided for settlement of grievances. But Mitchell, fearing the consequences of radical action, mobilized the conservatives and obtained the convention's consent for the UMW president and the executive committee of the 3 anthracite districts to exercise full power in arranging terms of settlement. This places the matter practically in my own hands, he informed Hanna and Easley, urging them to assist him in arranging a conference with the proper people in New York. He assured the NCF leaders that he would do everything in his power to prevent the radical element in the union from putting the strike vote into practice. Personally, he wrote to Hanna, I believe you know that I am in favor of peace and the establishment of harmonious business relations with the employers of labor, to the end that strikes and lockouts may become unnecessary. But if the companies maintained their uncompromising attitude, refusing to negotiate with the union, he would not be able to hold off strike action. He was sure that if only an interview could be arranged with the presidents of the railroads, they could reach an understanding, without loss of dignity, on the part of the businessmen. About this same time, Mitchell addressed a letter to the presidents of the railroads urging them to recognize the union on the ground that the miners' organization is a responsible institution, conducted on conservative business lines. 21. Easley and Hanna went directly to J.P. Morgan, who had a controlling interest in the railroads. Although Morgan at first refused to do anything on the ground that he could not interfere with the operation of the railroads, he finally agreed to arrange an interview between Mitchell and the Reading Railroad interests. At this meeting an agreement was concluded that the wage scale, adopted at the end of the strike of 1900, would be continued. That each company would discuss grievances with to the members. Mitchell stressed that while the workers had not received full justice, a powerful union had been built, which, if maintained and conducted on business principles, would enable the men to redress many of the local grievances. Copy of call, dated October 25, 1900, in per megapixel. Committees of its own men, whether union or non-union, and that if Mitchell could show that the UMW could discipline and control its members, the operators would consider signing a written contract with the organization, beginning April 1, 1902.22. It is clear that the negotiations had really accomplished nothing but a postponement of the conflict. However, Hanna assured Mitchell that his ability to forestall radical action and his conservative management of the situation had greatly enhanced the prestige of the UMW. Mitchell was pleased, of course, but he did not entirely fool himself. He pointed out to Hanna that the miners were not pleased with the settlement, and were convinced from past experience that only union recognition would prevent violations of the agreement on the part of the company. It was clear in the fall of 1901 that unless the operators granted union recognition by April 1902, a strike was inevitable. In an effort to prevent the inevitable, Mitchell and a union committee tried to meet with President Thomas of the Erie Railroad, representative of the coal operators, to persuade him to convince his colleagues that it was impossible to hold off strike action unless the union was recognized. Thomas refused even to grant Mitchell and his associates the courtesy of a hearing. 23. Once again Easley and Hanna took action. Easley held a long conference with Thomas, and spent most of his time describing the conservative and valuable service rendered by the A.F. of L leaders, including Mitchell, in the recent U.S. Steel strike. He was sure that such union men could be relied upon to prevent the UMW from taking any radical action against the operators' interests. He informed Mitchell that he had left Thomas in a very friendly state of mind, although he was still opposed to the miners' demand for recognition. Mitchell, for once, was not so easily won over by Easley's honeyed words. He informed the NCF president that he was getting fed up with demeaning himself before the company presidents in order to prevent a strike, and that if the operators were so sensitive that they could not receive a union committee with their minds in operation, then they would have the opportunity of receiving one with their minds idle. Such unprecedented militant language from Mitchell alarmed the NCF leaders, and they exerted new pressure on the operators to meet with the union representatives. This came to nothing, so they applied pressure on Mitchell to hold back the miners. Mitchell tried desperately to avoid an open break, but the attitude of the operators and the determination of the miners to win union recognition made this exceedingly difficult. On February 14, 1902, Mitchell and the representatives of the three anthracite districts, in a joint request, asked the leading operators to meet them in a conference. The proposal was promptly rejected by the heads of the coal companies, and they also turned down an appeal from the leaders of the Civic Federation for a conference between the union officers and the operators. Following these failures to obtain a favorable response from the companies, the three anthracite districts of the union met in convention and drew up demands for wage increases, changes in working conditions, and recognition of the union. The UMW officers were authorized to call a strike if these demands were not granted by April. 24. Meanwhile, Mitchell, Hanna, and Easley were exerting every effort to avoid a strike, and a meeting was finally arranged for Mitchell with J. P. Morgan. Mitchell asked Morgan for only one thing: to arrange a conference with the operators, and he assured the finance capitalist that if this could be accomplished, an agreement could be reached. Morgan replied that he could not order the operators to confer with the union. Mitchell would have to arrange this himself, but he assured the UMW president that he would do what was right when the opportunity for action came, that, if the railroad presidents were wrong, he would not sustain them; if the miners were wrong, he would not help them. This left matters standing exactly where they were before the meeting, but Easley tried to buoy Mitchell's spirits by excusing Morgan's refusal to act, and assured him that, in the long run, all would work out well. I find that Mr. Morgan is a good deal in the same fix with these coal roads as he was last summer with the Steel Corporation. He has a lot of unruly presidents on his hands who are willing to resign any minute if he undertakes to coerce them. He has not got a lot of men standing around to put in their place. That in time will all work itself out though, and we will have friendly men instead of hostile old cranks at the head of these things. 25. This attempt to disassociate Morgan from the railroad presidents and to picture the leading finance capitalist as being at the mercy of his underlings was, of course, later proved to be ridiculous. But Mitchell had to cling to something in his effort to stave off radical action by the miners. Several further attempts were made to obtain the conference of union representatives and operators, but no progress was achieved by the time of the miners' convention on March 18, 1902. To stave off a strike call, Mitchell had Easley accompany him to the convention, and together the two men worked to line up the conservative forces against strike action. They succeeded in having the convention direct Mitchell to appeal to the Industrial Department of the NCF to act in an official capacity to do all that was possible to bring about a peaceful settlement. 28. The long-desired conference was finally held in the New York offices of the NCF, but it resulted only in heated denunciations of the UMW by the coal presidents, several of whom declared that they would rather go into bankruptcy than recognize the union. adjourned for 30 days, at the end of which representatives of the union and the operators met again. Nothing was achieved at this conference either, though Easley saw a triumph for the Civic Federation in the very fact that the coal presidents had been willing to sit down with Mitchell and his associates, since it indicated that the business leaders were beginning to understand that they could achieve more by dealing with national officers who were more conservative than local officials. In a feverish effort to hold off the strike, Hanna urged Mitchell to name the lowest possible figure the union would accept as an increase in wages in place of the 20% the miners were asking. Mitchell suggested that the union might settle for 5%. Hanna relayed the compromise offer to the companies, but the coal presidents were convinced that the union's gesture was a sign of weakness and spurned the offer. As Mitchell himself later conceded, his compromise offer was mistaken for weakness, and each attempt at conciliation increased the obduracy of the railway presidents. Meanwhile, in the coal fields, the miners were growing disgusted with the policy of hesitation and vacillation conducted by their leaders under NCF influence. Mitchell was still pressing Easley for help in preventing a strike, but he knew that he could no longer hold off the men. With great reluctance, he joined with other leaders of the anthracite miners in ordering a temporary work suspension pending the determination of the steps to be taken by a convention. On May 12, 1902, 140,000 miners joined in the temporary suspension of work. 27. Mitchell was now hard-pressed. On the one hand, the Civic Federation leaders were urging him to hold off further strike action, assuring him that if the strike could be postponed for another month, the coal presidents could be persuaded to see the need for a peaceful settlement. On the other hand, he knew that the miners would no longer tolerate postponement. He decided to throw his lot in with the Civic Federation and make a last effort to prevent further action. At the convention at Hazleton on May 15, Mitchell spoke against the strike, endorsed the policy of the Civic Federation, and read a telegram from its conciliation committee requesting that a strike be postponed until an impartial committee could make a full investigation of working conditions in the mines. Mitchell pleaded vigorously for this proposal, but the miners had had enough of stalling, and the convention voted overwhelmingly to continue the strike. The miners were greatly influenced by an appeal from Eugene V. Debs, leader of the Socialist Party, advising them to keep away from the capitalistic partnership of priest and politician, to cut loose from the Civic Federation, and to stand together to a man and fight it out yourselves. Milwaukee's Social Democratic Herald, reprinted in Literary Digest, Volume 24, June 7, 1902, page 758. Debs' reference to priest was undoubtedly to the efforts of the Bishop of Scranton to stave off a strike call. Cornell, Op. Cit. Page 91. I was hopeful, Mitchell wrote mournfully to Mark Hanna, that the anthracite strike would be averted, or at least delayed, and I used all the power at my command to bring this about, but it developed in the Hazleton Convention that our delegates were almost unanimous in their determination to enforce some concessions. The strike sentiment was crystallized when the coal operators refused to arbitrate or agree to any method of adjustment which would be fair to all alike. I should have succeeded in securing a postponement had our delegates not been under ironclad instructions from their constituents. 28. These constituents, the miners, now staged one of the greatest strikes in American labor history. In Pennsylvania alone, the number of strikers involved was 147,000, as virtually all the anthracite mine workers, as well as many engineers, firemen, and pumpmen employed in and around the mines, were out on strike. Strikes were also in progress in other states, and altogether 184,000 miners were involved in the great battle. Miners of many nationalities joined to sing this parody of the popular tune of the day, "Just break the news to Mother. Ust break the news to Morgan, that great official organ, and tell him we want 10% of increase in our pay, ust say we are united and that our wrongs must be righted. And with those unjust company stores of course we'll do away." 29. In the closing moments of the Hazleton Convention, a resolution had been passed directing Mitchell to call a national convention, the purpose of which was to involve the mine workers of the whole country in the strike. The anthracite miners hoped for all-out support from the well-organized bituminous fields, convinced that with this aid victory would come quickly. Although many of the soft coal miners worked under a trade agreement which was not due to expire until the following year, there was a strong feeling among them that their future too was at stake, and talk of sympathetic action mounted rapidly. Reports that the bituminous workers were discussing laying down their tools and blowing out their candles filled the Civic Federation leaders with consternation. On May 20, Hanna hurriedly sent Mitchell a letter on U.S. Senate stationery marked, "Personal," which opened, "I view with alarm the talk about a sympathetic strike." He warned that if the bituminous workers ignored their contractual relations, it would be the worst blow that could come to organized labor. Reminded Mitchell that one of the fundamental principles of the Civic Federation is opposed to sympathetic strikes, and predicted that if the bituminous workers should actually go out, it would immeasurably damage Mitchell's reputation as on the eve of the strike, the miners' original demand for a 0% wage increase had been replaced with the demand for a 0% increase and a 9-hour day. Responsible labor leader. Even if the bituminous and anthracite interests separate, he concluded, you cannot permit this strike to extend to the soft coal interests where you control. In other words, the Union could go to pieces, but sympathetic strike action must be prevented. The following day Easley added his voice to that of Hanna. He warned Mitchell that a sympathetic strike would be suicidal, reminded him of Morgan's promise, when it gets to me I will do what is right, and assured him that the Civic Federation was taking preparatory steps to bear down on Morgan at the right time to make him fulfill his promise. Any sympathetic strike action would doom these efforts to failure. 30. In short, the interests of the striking miners should be left in the hands of Morgan. Actually, Mitchell needed no persuasion. He assured the NCF leaders that, like them, he had opposed the strike, and that it had been called over his opposition. Like them, he was unalterably opposed to sympathetic strike action by the bituminous miners. But it was not a simple problem for himself alone to prevent it. The resolutio calling upon him to convene a national convention had been railroaded through at Hazleton over his objections, and under the UMW Constitution, he was compelled to call a national convention upon the application of 5 districts. 5 districts have already petitioned me to call a convention, although I have kept these requests from the public and even from my own colleagues, with the hope that something might occur which would bring about a peaceful settlement. If the efforts of the Civic Federation to get Morgan to act right proved fruitless, he would be forced, even against my own judgment and desire, to call a national convention at an early date. Of course, I believe that a large majority of the bituminous miners who are working under contract will oppose, strenuously, any attempt to abrogate their agreements. But we have so many bituminous miners outside the central competitive field who are not working under joint agreements, and there are so many others on strike in Michigan, Kentucky, West Virginia, Colorado and other outlying districts that I fear that the anthracite delegation, which will attend our convention in full force, may be able to round up a majority of the votes. It is significant that Mitchell pointed out that sympathetic strike action could be taken by many bituminous miners without violating their contractual agreements, since they were not working under a contract. But in all of the public statements by the Civic Federation leaders and by Mitchell and other labor men associate less than L with the NCF, as well as by most historians who have written of the strike, the impression has been definitely left that the basic issue involved here was the violation of existing contracts, and that the opposition to a sympathetic strict tilde stemmed from the conviction that the future of the labor movement depended upon obedience to contractual commitments. Cf. Philip Taft, The AF of L in the Time of Gompers, New York, 1957, page 247. Green, Op. DT. pp. 48-49. Cornell. Then again, you know that there are elements in our organization not in accord with the policy of conservatism that I have tried in my own humble way to establish. What the attitude of these elements may be, I cannot say, but it is more likely that they will oppose any course which I may recommend, so that, after viewing the situation as it really exists, I am anything but satisfied with the prospect. If a majority of the delegates in a national convention decides that there shall be a national suspension of work, there is not the slightest doubt in my mind that all the miners will obey. They may, those working under contract, disagree, they may condemn the national convention, but right or wrong, the will of the majority will be complied with by all of them. It is this feature that is causing me so much worry and is rendering me helpless to avert the calamity. Hanna assured Mitchell that he realized his predicament, but vigorously urged him to delay calling the national convention as long as possible so that time should be given to do missionary work among the bituminous coalmen to prevent a sympathetic strike. That must be prevented at all hazards. 31. Mitchell did his part, postponing calling the convention despite repeated appeals for immediate action from the striking anthracite miners and their brethren in the soft coal fields. Meanwhile, the Civic Federation went into action to help Mitchell build a solid block of conservative delegates to rally behind his policy at the national convention. Hanna, it was reported in the press, sent agents into every soft coal district to work against a strike. With Mitchell's blessing and assistance, the labor men on the NCF's conciliation committee did 6 weeks of hard, educational, missionary work throughout the coalfields. Secret meetings were held in 8 or 10 different places at which it was made clear that if the national convention called out the bituminous workers, the AF of L would disown the UMW 32. The special national convention met at Indianapolis on July 17. Easley, Hanna, Mitchell, and Gompers worked energetically behind the scenes to muster opposition to a sympathy strike. In opening the convention, Mitchell stressed the importance of upholding contractual agreements, and said nothing about sympathetic action by the bituminous miners who were not working under any contract. Indeed, he read the delegates a lecture on the past history of the labor movement, asserting Op. Cit. pp. 102. The truth of the matter is that Hanna, Easley, Mitchell, and other labor leaders affiliated with the NCF made clear in their correspondence, as well as in their conduct during the steel strike of 1901, that they were opposed to the strike in the first place, and were opposed to any kind of sympathetic strike action, regardless of whether or not contracts would be violated. Basically, the Civic Federation leaders believed that it was right for the miners to demand redress of grievances but not to have the miners' union recognized. Oscar S. Straus to Gompers, October 6, 1902, Oscar S. Straus Papers, Library of Congress. That he did not know of one solitary sympathetic strike, which had been successful. He overlooked the successful general strike in New Orleans in 1892 and the spectacular victory of the American Railway Union against the Great Northern Railroad in the spring of 1894. When the vote was recorded, the fruit of the Civic Federation's work was revealed. The convention rejected both a general strike in the mines or any other type of sympathetic strike action by bituminous workers, including those who were not working under contracts. Instead, it voted to donate $50,000 from the national treasury to the anthracite districts and request the districts to contribute whatever sums they could. Every working miner was to contribute $1 weekly to the Anthracite Strike Fund. 33. The action of the convention was loudly applauded by the commercial press. The cause of organized labor will thrive, editorialized the Minneapolis Journal, when it commits the guidance of its affairs more generally to men of the Mitchell stamp. Easily agreed. He called the convention's action a high watermark for organized labor. Hanna was overjoyed and hastened to congratulate Mitchell on the successful outcome of your convention. Mitchell thanked him and assured him that I am well pleased with the result. 34. Later, Easley wrote that the result at Indianapolis was due primarily to the missionary work of the labor members of the NCF's Conciliation Committee in the 6 weeks prior to the special convention. He observed that, if the inside story of this work could be written, it would be one of the proudest pages that organized labor could contribute to the industrial history of the United States. 85. It might more properly be one of the most remarkable illustrations of how to sabotage a strike. The strike continued throughout the summer and early fall. All anthracite mines were closed, guarded by 3,000 coal and iron police, employed by the mine owners, and 1,000 secret detectives. On July 31, 1,200 guardsmen, under the command of Shoot to Kill Brigadier General H. P. Gobin, arrived on the strike scene. Later, the governor of Pennsylvania sent the entire state National Guard of 9,000 men into the coalfields. Still no coal was obtainable. About this time, a full strike-breaking campaign was launched. Arrests, court action, and rumors that the strikers were being abandoned by other trade unions were used. But all were unsuccessful. Strikebreakers could not be found in sufficient numbers to reopen the mines. 86. Winter was approaching and the nation was faced with a serious coal shortage. Plants began to shut down for lack of fuel. Popular opinion, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 2, New York, 1955, pp. 203, 257-59. T. Gobin ordered his men to fire upon persons who might attack their columns with stones or, in any other way, interfered with their operations. All over the country swung more and more to the side of the strikers as the operators remained adamant in their refusal to come to terms. A letter written on July 17 by the chief spokesman for the operators, George F. Baer, president of the Philadelphia and Reading Railway Company, a Morgan subsidiary, intensified popular discontent over the attitude of the operators. In responding to a private appeal by a clergyman, W. F. Clark, urging a fair settlement to prevent the severe suffering that would descend upon householders dependent upon anthracite fuel, once the cold weather set in, Baer said in part that the rights and interests of the laboring man will be protected and cared for not by the labor agitators, but by the Christian men to whom God has given control of the property rights of the country. The minister turned the letter over to Henry Demarest Lloyd, the Chicago pro-labor reformer, who sent it to the press. Its publication throughout the country aroused widespread indignation. Clarence Darrow dubbed Baer George the Last, and the majority of the press denounced his divine right theory. Referring to Baer's assertion in his letter that the operators were doing God's work by upholding law and order against the strikers' lawlessness, the Chicago Tribune commented angrily, "It is impudent, it is insulting, it is audacious of the coal presidents to speak of lawlessness in the coal regions when they themselves are the greatest offenders of the law. They are the real anarchists, the real revolutionists, the real subverticiars of law and order." 87. As the strike dragged on, a strong movement arose demanding the nationalization of the mines. In New York, the Democratic State Convention came out for government ownership of the anthracite mines, and at a mass meeting held at New York City's Madison Square, on September 20, attended by 10,000 people, a resolution was adopted supporting the strikers, denouncing the arrogance of the operators, declaring that the time has come when no individual or corporation may longer be allowed to remain in sole ownership or control of a prime necessity for the whole people. and demanding the collective ownership and operation by the people of the coal mines and the railways dependent on them as the only way out of the present state of social war between a few capitalists who own all the means of production and the masses of the toiling people. 38. In the strike region, the Pennsylvania Socialists were gaining recruits at a phenomenal rate. 4 socialist locals were established every day after mid-July, and within a few weeks, the membership of these locals increased from 25 to 340 each. The coal strike has done more for the cause of socialism, wrote a socialist organizer, than all the events that ever happened in the United States before. There is nothing like an object lesson for instructing the people. The object lesson was also being taken to heart by the business interests and their spokesmen. Seriously alarmed by the growing demand for government ownership, the Civic Federation leaders intensified their efforts to bring about a quick settlement, regardless of the terms. The men must be put back to work before the thing breaks down, Easley wrote to Gompers in mid-August. Morgan must be made to see that it was necessary to act to stave off radicalism stimulated by the obstinacy of the coal presidents. In a letter to George W. Perkins urging him to use his influence with J. P. Morgan to help bring about a settlement, Easley stressed the fact that if the strike continued, it would open the floodgates to all kinds of hostile legislation, political moves, etc., and increase the influence of the radical element, composed of the socialists, populists, and blatherskites generally, who are fighting capital at every turn and trying hard to create class prejudice. 39. Gompers and Mitchell shared Easley's concern over the stimulus the strike was giving to the radical element. Mitchell wrote worriedly to Hanna that the socialists were holding immense meetings in every mining town, and that there is a great and growing independent political sentiment in the coalfields. He had taken the attitude up to the beginning of September that it must be victory, defeat or arbitration. 40. But right after Labor Day, after consulting with the Civic Federation leaders, he proposed that the entire issue be placed in Morgan's hands, and that the financier be trusted to use his influence with the operators to achieve a fair settlement. The miners, Mitchell assured George W. Perkins, would abide by any agreement Morgan could work out. Morgan was approached, but refused to take any action. At a Civic Federation conference in New York on September 20, attended by Perkins, Hanna, Gompers, and Easley, Morgan's decision was discussed, and it was decided to abandon all further work along this line. In a letter to Gompers, Easley excused Morgan's refusal to act on the ground that he does not control all the roads. The anti-Morgan faction of Wall Street controlled 2 of the most important ones, and they are not in any compromise mood. 41. A few weeks later, Morgan himself proved how ridiculous Easley's rationalization was. Realizing that the position of his lieutenants was untenable and must be given up, the financier applied the necessary pressure on the operators, and they agreed to arbitration. Morgan acted after President Theodore Roosevelt had sent Secretary of State Elihu Root to confer with the financier on his yacht in New York. Pressure on President Roosevelt to intervene had mounted during the late summer, and even conservative senators were urging him to seize the mines by applying the law of eminent domain. Jacob A. Riis, the immigrant journalist, wrote Roosevelt that a remedy must be found or the arrogance of the money power will bring a revolution. Later, Roosevelt told a Boston editor that he had been fairly haunted with the thought of the misery that would come to the poor people in our great cities and of the terrible convulsion that might be produced. He was convinced that we had been within 30 days and perhaps less of the most awful riots which this country has ever seen, and of a winter which would have left a hideous stain upon our annals as a nation. 42. Thus, as one student notes, it was with the knowledge that his every action could have decisive effects on our entire system that Roosevelt stepped into the picture. 48. Actually, Roosevelt vacillated until it became clear that prolongation of the strike was threatening a decline in Republican and an increase in socialist votes in the forthcoming gubernatorial and congressional elections. As Henry Cabot Lodge, a leading Republican senator and Roosevelt's close advisor, pointed out, it is difficult to consider with calmness the attitude of the operators. Anything more worse or more foolish than the manner in which they are behaving is difficult to conceive. They are not only going to cause great suffering and probably defeat the Republican Party, but their attitude is a menace to all property in the country and is breeding socialism at a rate which it is hard to contemplate. 44. Roosevelt decided to act. A conference of UMW officials and the heads of the coal-carrying anthracite railroads was held at the White House on October 3. After long drawn-out discussions, Roosevelt suggested to Mitchell that the miners return immediately to work, after which he would appoint a commission to investigate the issues in dispute. The president promised to use his influence to obtain the operators' acceptance of the commission's recommendations. The Civic Federation leaders, advised by Roosevelt of his proposal to Mitchell, began immediately to put pressure on the labor leaders to accept the offer. I earnestly urge you to cooperate with a view to its acceptance, Hanna wired Gompers on October 7, as the best solution possible under present circumstances. 411. It was, of course, no solution at all. since there was no guarantee that the union would be recognized in the final settlement or be unmolested in carrying out its activities. Furthermore, the operators had not only not committed themselves to accept any recommendations proposed by a presidential commission, but had been unwilling even to consider arbitration. On October 8, the miners met in mass meetings and overwhelmingly adopted resolutions asserting that they would not return to work until their demands had been granted. A vote was taken in every lodge throughout the anthracite region, and every local union reported that the vote was unanimously against terminating the strike. 46. On October 2, Elihu Root and J.P. Morgan met on the Corsair ident, and that they had promised to accept the recommendations. The operators specified the kind of individuals to be appointed to the tribunal and their qualifications in order to ensure that no man friendly to organized labor would be appointed. Roosevelt, however, assured Hanna that he could inform Mitchell that one union man would be appointed to the commission. But the operators balked. They were prepared to sacrifice everything, Roosevelt said later, and see civil war in the country rather than acquiesce. Roosevelt solved the dilemma by naming the labor representative E. Clark, Grand Chief of the Order of Railway Conductors, as an eminent sociologist. The operators had specified that one member of the commission could be a man of prominence, eminent as a sociologist. 47. On October 21, more than 5 months after the beginning of the strike, an anthracite convention accepted the president's terms, and the miners went back to work. The operators' acceptance of Roosevelt's plan of arbitration was hailed as a great moral victory for the United Mine Workers. But there was considerable disappointment among many trade unionists that the union had ended the strike without victory in its hands. The fact that the arbitration commission was made up primarily of the type of men specified by the operators was viewed with great suspicion. The mine owners, a trade union leader complained, have practically dictated whom they wanted to serve and made the carrying out of the arbitration idea dependent upon those suggestions. Again, the failure to make union recognition a sine qua non of any settlement was a betrayal of the whole purpose of the strike. To give in without insisting on the recognition of the union, a New York labor leader wrote to Gompers, means that there is a danger that all that has been fought for will be lost, and this will be bad for all unions as well as for the miners. Finally, everything pointed to the fact that the miners, with the other trade unions and citizens throughout the country, could force the operators to grant the conditions demanded at the outset of the strike. The miners still had plenty of money to continue the struggle in January 1903. There was still more than $1 million in the union treasury, and the public, though suffering serious discomfort from the coal shortage, strongly supported the miners' cause, and were ready to continue giving the strike this support. They, the operators, declared G.Y. Harry, president of the Oregon State Federation of Labor, are getting alarmed at the turn of public opinion in favor of the miners. They see that the country has become electrified with the spirit of giving great amounts of money for the benefit of the strikers. They must, if possible, stop this wave of financial assistance which has set in from the furthermost parts of the United States, and the best way in which to accomplish this purpose is to agree to the appointment of the Commission. 48. The President's Commission handed down its decision on March 22, 1903. The award provided a 10% increase in wages, a 9-hour day, and instead of recognition of the union, the creation of a 6-man conciliation board on which workers' organizations were to be represented. This board was to adjudicate all disputes arising between the miners and their employers. In the section of the award relating to non-union workmen, the Commission stated, "No person shall be refused employment, or in any way discriminated against on account of membership or non-membership in any labor organization, and there shall be no discrimination against or interference with any employee who is not a member of any labor organization by members of such organization." But the report of the Commission did not stop here. It went on to emphasize that the rights and privileges of non-union men are as sacred to them as the rights and privileges of unionists. The contention that a majority in an industry, by voluntarily associating themselves in a union, acquire authority over those who do not so associate themselves is untenable. The right to remain at work where others have ceased to work, or to engage anew in work which others have abandoned, is part of the personal liberty of a citizen, that can never be surrendered, and every infringement thereof merits, and should receive the stern denouncement of the law. No one can interfere with their, non-strikers, conduct in choosing the work upon what terms and what time and for whom it may please them so to do. 49. No wonder Clarence Darrow denounced the report as a most cowardly document. No wonder the open shoppers hailed it as a defeat, for a total of 558 witnesses were examined before the Commission. Lewis D. Brandeis, Henry Demarest Lloyd, Clarence Darrow, and Isaac Horch presented the case for the miners as well as Mitchell and other UMW officials. More than 200 miners appeared before the Commission, and so terrible were the descriptions of their working and living conditions that the tribunal found it impossible to listen to further testimony from this moving spectacle of horrors. Many priests in the coal areas, most of whom had supported the strikers, corroborated the testimony of these miners. Baer presented the case for the operators, claiming that the miners were well off compared to other groups of workers. Darrow tore his testimony to shreds, showing that as of 1903, 49% of the miners were getting less than $200 yearly. 9% between $200 and $300, and only 5%, an annual wage of more than $800. Mitchell's role at the hearings was in keeping with the part he had played throughout the strike. He was most anxious to prevent any hostile attitude towards the operators on the part of the spokesman for the miners, and forced Darrow to tone down his speeches to the commission. When Baer finished presenting the operator's case, Mitchell shook his hand and congratulated him. L.C. Glick, O.H.N. Mitchell, Miner, New York, 1929, pp. U4I 7 feet 130. Unionism, or that they moved swiftly to circulate select passages from the report, especially those quoted above. The Commission's findings, a student of the subject points out, were tailored to specifications for the employer's drive against unions. 50. Mitchell, Gompers, Easley, and other Civic Federation leaders hailed the Commission's award as constituting a greater victory for the miners than could have been hoped for. 51. But many trade unionists felt that it was hardly a proper reward for the militantly conducted strike, and it proved how unwise it had been for the Union to have ended the struggle before complete victory was achieved. After reading the award of the Coal Commission, Andrew Forsyth, leader of the Sailors' Union of the Pacific, wrote to Frank Morrison, "I am sorry there ever was one. They have laid down some principles which if not checked will bring the whole labor movement to a standstill for years." Yet Mitchell is lauded to the skies for such things. Such are the victories won on the field of diplomacy, where our own strong men are purposely kept out. The labor man who would sign it could be Clark only or of that type. No member of the executive board would have signed such a document. One of the principles laid down in the Commission's report to which Forsyth objected vigorously was the recommendation that businessmen establish relations with responsible trade unionists and thereby make certain that conservative union members come to the front and gain general control and direction of the union's affairs. Opposition to this type of trade unionist would cause the more radically inclined members to gain control. In a letter to Gompers, Forsyth asserted that the purpose of this recommendation was to tie the labor movement to the business interests, and to get us all off the real trades union work. 52. Since the Commission pointed to Mitchell as the type of labor leader with whom businessmen should establish closer relations, the UMW president was elated. During the 4 months of hearings, he had repeatedly stated that there was no conflict of interest between the miners and the operators, and when the hearings finally closed, he repeated this doctrine in a speech to more than 6,000 workers in Chicago, adding that it was no fault of the capitalists that the American workers lived in poverty. "We are all poor simply because we cannot get rich honorably," he declared to his astonished listeners. 53. In speech after speech, Mitchell asserted that the credit for the Commission's award should go to the National Civic Federation, and declared that it was a vindication of the organization's activities in the strike. He particularly praised the Civic Federation leaders for the help they had given him in preventing a sympathetic strike by the bituminous miners. 64. In 1904 it was the turn of the bituminous workers to feel the results of the Civic Federation's intervention in industrial disputes. The coal agreement of 1904, negotiated with the assistance of the NCF, was hailed by Easley as marking a red-letter day in industrial history. Easley claimed that the agreement meant the prevention of a strike whose possible consequences no men could foretell. "It is plain enough that the business interests have escaped a disturbance potentially even more gravely disastrous than that which was caused by the anthracite coal strike in 1902. 511. In this lauded agreement the bituminous workers, like the steel sheet and tin plate workers, had agreed to take a disastrous cut in wages. Even as conservative a trade union leader as John B. Lennon, head of the Journeyman Tailors Union and a member of the A.F. of L. Executive Council, was disturbed by the agreements for the miners and steel workers negotiated with the assistance of the Civic Federation. The acceptance of the reduction by the miners and the steel workers, he wrote to Gompers, is also a decided handicap to all the unions that I know of. I do not desire to criticize their efforts. Possibly they used their very best judgment they could under the circumstances, but it is hurtful to everybody else, even if that is conceded. 56. The Interborough Rapid Transit Strike. In February 1904 Mark Hanna died of typhoid fever and was replaced as president of the National Civic Federation and chairman of its industrial department by August Belmont, the New York financier and traction magnate. His election was hailed by the labor members of the NCF who had assisted in making it possible. No one had been more active in Belmont's behalf than W.D. Mahan, president of the Amalgamated Association of Street and Electric Railway Employees. 117. In September 1904, Belmont's Interborough Rapid Transit Company took over the Manhattan Elevator Company and announced that it would train men to operate the new subway, and that they would work at longer hours and lower wages than those that prevailed for the elevated workers. The three unions represented on the elevated the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, and the Amalgamated Association of Street Railway Employees, objected and demanded that preferential employment be given to their members, that seniority of service on the elevated be counted in making the promotions on the subway, that the medical examination of applicants be less severe, and that the subway workers be granted the same wages and hours as the elevated employees, which was $3-50 for a 9-hour day. The company was ready to make concessions on seniority and preferential employment, but rejected the wage and hour demands. Whelmingly for a strike, and the company began recruiting strikebreakers. The Civic Federation proposed arbitration, and Belmont agreed to meet the union representatives. He offered $3 for a 10-hour day, to be increased to $3.50 after 1 year. The unions accepted the offer, and the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers signed a 3-year contract. 118. Belmont, a leading figure in the Democratic Party, was anxious to avoid a strike at the time because of the difficulty it would create for his party in the presidential election. But when the election was over, Belmont made preparations to rid the Interborough of unionism, and took steps which indicated that he was ready to provoke a strike. Dissatisfaction soon arose among the workers on the Interborough over violations of the agreement by the company, including discharge of employees, reduction of the rest period, and unreasonable daily runs of 16 miles. Meanwhile, the Amalgamated Association had begun an organizing campaign, which had to be done secretly because of the company's policy of firing men it discovered to be joining the union. The company tried to head off the organizing drive by announcing that non-membership in the union would have no effect in the matter of preferment or promotion. But the campaign continued, and the union organized 80% of the workers eligible for membership. 119. At this time, Belmont's re-election as president of the Civic Federation was due. He consulted the labor members and told them, "It will be a mistake for me to be re-elected because we may have a strike and it would embarrass you, the National Civic Federation, and the Interborough." Gompers and the other labor members, including Mahan and Warren Stone, Grand Chief of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, assured him that they wanted him for another year, and Stone promised him that there would be no strike. Belmont was unanimously re-elected. Planning to depart for Florida, Belmont again consulted the labor members of the Civic Federation as to whether he should leave the scene. He was assured that he need not delay his departure. Stone put it to Belmont succinctly, "There will be no strike. You need not hesitate to go away on your vacation." If any disagreement arose, he stated, it would be referred to him and Belmont, and if they could not agree, they would select a committee to arbitrate it. Mahan endorsed Stone's guarantee to Belmont. 60. Neither of the two union leaders had bothered to consult their members employed by the Interborough. Had they done so, they might have learned, among other things, that the Interborough was rounding up strikebreakers. Belmont left for his vacation. Meanwhile, the grievances of the subway workers remained unsettled. On March 4, 1905, Secretary Madden of the Amalgamated Local wrote to Mahan urging him to come to New York, as the situation was critical. Mahan arrived 2 days later and was shown a copy of the union's demands: a 9-hour day with a maximum run of 100 miles, a 10% wage raise for all except the motormen, and substitution of a road test for the physical examination. Mahan urged the union not to strike for these demands, first, because they included those of the motormen, for whom the B of L.E. had signed a 3-year agreement, and, second, because the Constitution of the Amalgamated required that controversies should be submitted to the International before a local went on strike. Nevertheless, the Joint Union Committee decided to present the demands to the company. The company rejected the demands as a violation of the agreement. On March 7, tired of the company's refusal to act, the Interborough workers struck. At the same time, they indicated they were ready to submit the dispute to arbitration. The New York American endorsed this stand. Arbitrate this strike, it appealed on March 8. The leaders of the striking men are willing to submit the case to a court of arbitrators. W.C. understand, however, that Mr. Headley, who prepared for the strike and who was acting for Mr. Belmont, has refused to arbitrate. Belmont himself, who got the subway franchise for nothing, is in Florida enjoying a life of leisurely ease. The immediate thing to do is to arbitrate the strike. The men who work for the company say they are willing. What do you say, Messrs. Headley and Bryan, who manage for Mr. Belmont? But the company refused to budge. Mahan, moreover, refused to support the demand for arbitration. He had only one suggestion to the strikers: return to work. Nothing now remains for me to do, he told the press on March 9, but to declare that the present strike is neither authorized nor approved by the Amalgamated Association of Street and Electric Railway Employees of America, and I therefore advise all our loyal members to report for duty at once. 61. Gompers, Mitchell, Stone, and Mahan issued a public statement repudiating the strike as being in direct violation of the existing agreement, and ordering the men back to work. To make their position even clearer, the international officers of the Amalgamated Association and the locomotive engineers revoked the charters of the locals. The combination of repudiation of the strikers by the A.F. of L and international officials and the invasion of 1,000 strikebreakers that the company had been recruiting for some time by arrangement with James Farley, the king of the strikebreakers, broke the strike. Although the strike had been solid on the first day, in 4 days the workers were forced to return, or, at least, those whom the company would take back. 2/3 of the workers lost their jobs, and the union was destroyed. The company was not only able to smash the union but it gained financially. By dating seniority from the day before the strike, hundreds of veteran employees were either driven from the service or forced to start anew at reduced wages, netting $1 million a year for the company. New York Tribune, March 14, 1905. Paine insisted on establishing an open shop both on the subway and elevated trains. After 1905, the LNTER Bureau remained an open shop organization, presided over by August Belmont, president of the National Civic Federation. 62. Embarrassed by this clear contradiction, the leaders of the Civic Federation did make a half-hearted attempt to convince Belmont that he should permit the organization of the Interborough's employees. But he rejected the proposal flatly. Nevertheless, he continued to enjoy the support of the A.F. of L leaders during his 3-year term as president of the NCF. On October 13, 1905, Easley wrote to Gompers concerning Belmont, who was then in the hospital. "I know you will be pleased to hear that the flowers we sent to Mr. Belmont Monday, with a card containing the names of yourself, John Mitchell, D. J. Keefe and R. M. Easley, were so much appreciated by him that he sent out of the room some 40 floral offerings from his business and social friends and kept only the one we sent. He was quite touched by this little act of ours, greater than 63 flowers for the man who had broken the strike and smashed the union. But for the strikers, Gompers had only words of denunciation. I think that their strike was unjustifiable," he declared a few weeks after the strike was broken, for the simple reason that the employees violated their agreement and verbal contract. The most important object in the labor organizations today is the honor of agreements between employee and employer. The violation of agreements was the main cause of the strike. It was a simple case of the members of the union flying off half-cocked and not taking the advice of the men who have made the labor organizations in the United States what they are today. 64. 20 years after the LNTER Bureau strike was crushed, at a memorial meeting sponsored by the Civic Federation in memory of Belmont and Gompers, Alton B. Parker, then president of the NCF, recalled how the labor members of the Civic Federation had helped Belmont break the strike. After relating the promise to Belmont that there would be no strike, he concluded, Mr. Belmont left at once for Florida. He had no more than reached his destination than the whole LNTER Bureau system was tied up by a strike. Messrs. Gompers, Mitchell, Stone and Mahan, who were on the ground, immediately issued a public statement declaring that the strike was in direct violation of Orders I, that there was no occasion for it, and ordering the men back to work, thus virtually breaking the strike and making good their promise to Mr. Belmont. 65. Roe Tilda and Hill Harvey, Gompers' laudatory biographer, characterizes Parker's story as illustrative of the value of such contacts as were possible in the National Civic Federation. These contacts, the story indicates, were extremely valuable to the big capitalists. They were tragic for the American workers. The relations between Gompers and August Belmont, Harvey adds, were particularly happy. The same could be said for John Mitchell, who wrote to Easley of Belmont, "You know I am very fond of him." 66. The LNTER Bureau workers who saw their union smashed, who lost their jobs as a result of the betrayal of the strike by the labor leaders associated with the Civic Federation, did not have happy relations with August Belmont. The repercussions of the sellout of the LNTER Bureau strikers were widespread both within the Amalgamated Association and the entire labor movement. The effect on the members of the Amalgamated is clearly revealed in a letter to Gompers from Daniel J. Keefe, A.F. of L. Vice President, who wrote on September 30, 1905, on the eve of the Union's convention. I have learned from various sources that there is considerable discussion within the ranks of the Amalgamated Street Railway employees on account of the position taken by Brother Mahan in connection with the New York subway strike. He urged Gompers to come to the convention and give Brother Mahan a helping hand. 67. Although Mahan's machine, with Gompers' assistance, prevented the passage of a resolution condemning the international office's role in the strike, the issue long remained a thorn in Mahan's side. In the labor movement, as a whole, the sellout of the LNTER Bureau strikers confirmed the steadily growing feeling that the NCF was an important agency of the employers to weaken the trade unions, and that the labor members would immediately disassociate themselves from the organization. Battle over the National Civic Federation. There were workers who were impressed by the press buildup of the labor members of the Civic Federation, picturing them as respectable trade unionists. That Gompers, Mitchell, and others could sit down to dinner and drinks with millionaires filled such workers with pride. There were others who felt that the role played by the A.F. of L leaders in the Civic Federation was a logical one, in keeping with the basic policy of the A.F. of L. The policy of the A.F. of L, declared the British Columbia Federationist, organ of the Vancouver Trades and Labour Council, has always been to recognize the identity of interest, idea that the interests of the workers and the interests of the employers were essentially the same, that the workers must organize up to the pure and simple point of trade unionism but not beyond that in order that they might collectively bargain with the employer for a fair share, whatever that may mean, of the results of industry. The get closer together in order to avoid trouble idea has been the policy of the A.F. of L, and it seems to us that Gompers and the others who hold that view have been entirely logical in seeking the society of the employers via the medium of the Civic Federation. 68. But there were many workers who opposed the whole idea of the Civic Federation from its inception, and continued to do so with increasing vehemence with the passing years. Opposition to affiliation of labor with the NCF, expressed in editorials and letters to editors of the labor and socialist press, speeches at union and socialist conventions and resolutions introduced at these gatherings, were based on the following reasons. 1. The basic NCF principle of identity of interest between labor and capital was rejected as fallacious. It is claimed that the interest of capital and labor are identical, wrote a trade unionist when the Civic Federation was first organized. If such is the case, why do they antagonize one another? 69. The question was asked again and again during the ensuing years. 2. Under the NCF influence of alliance of labor with the employers and the public, it was argued, main stress was placed on appealing to the civic responsibility of big business to recognize unionism. Instead of relying primarily upon organization of the workers in the factories and shops, the A.F. of L, under Civic Federation ideology, concentrated on winning favor from employers through the intercession of the NCF. This took the minds of these union leaders away from the major problems with which they should have concerned themselves. 3. By associating with men who had bitterly fought unionism and continued to do so, the union leaders in the NCF clothed these enemies of labor with an air of decency which made it easier for them to carry out their warfare against organized labor. As a result of these associations, the labor leaders began to regard these men as honest and sincere philanthropists who'd been painted blacker than they actually were in real life. Instead of fighting the enemies of unionism, they found reasons to excuse or defend their anti-labor activities, often blaming the workers for having allowed radical elements to blind them to the real truth about the capitalists. The workers in the factories and shops knew that these men were discharging and blacklisting them if they dared to unionize, but the labor members of the NCF, who met these capitalists at dinners, assured the workers that when they came to know them, a striking illustration of this point is revealed in the case of the Tobacco Workers' International Union. We would like to have your opinion as to the possibility of securing the good offices of the Civic Federation, in bringing about a recognition of our union by the Trust, Secretary-Treasurer E. Lewis Evans wrote to Gompers in March 1902. Encouraged in this direction by Gompers and Easley, the union leadership did nothing to organize the Tobacco Trust. In the end, it discovered it was pursuing a myth as the trust continued to operate as an open shop. E. Lewis Evans to Gompers, March 28, April 8, 1902, Gompers to Easley. April 4, 1902, Gompers to E. Lewis Evans, April 4, 1902, AFL Corps. Would discover that they were really trying to establish friendly relations with labor. No wonder the foes of the Civic Federation charged that by attending NCF functions and fraternizing with corporation executives, the A.F. of L leaders lost the point of view of the workers whom they were elected to represent. 74. The Civic Federation claimed that it sought to educate public opinion to develop a more enlightened attitude towards the demands of organized labor, yet it refused over and over again to publicize the refusal of employers to sit down with union leaders or consider negotiation on any level. Had it done so, it might have made a contribution to mobilizing support for labor's demands during strikes, but its opposition to such publicity against the interests of the employers clearly revealed that it would do nothing to interfere with their unlimited domination over industry. 5. The Civic Federation's policy of ending strikes post-haste, regardless of the consequences to the unions involved, had resulted in disastrous settlements for these unions. By championing these settlements as vituatories, the trade union leaders had made it difficult for other unions to gain better conditions than those embodied in the settlements produced under NCF auspices. 6. Basically, the Civic Federation was a cunning device of the big corporations to check the rising discontent of the workers by winning over the trade union leaders to serve as lieutenants of the captains of industry. In this way, the NCF, as Eugene V. Debs put it, aimed to take it, labor, by the hand and guide it into harmless channels. Morris Hillquit, the socialist lawyer, summed up in a brilliant paragraph. The game played by the Civic Federation is the shrewdest yet devised by the employers of any country. It takes nothing from capital, it gives nothing to labor, and does it all with such an appearance of generosity, that some of the guileless diplomats of the labor movement are actually overwhelmed by it. To the organized labor movement, the policy of the Civic Federation is the most subtle and insidious poison. It robs it of its independence, virility, and militant enthusiasm. It hypnotizes and corrupts its leaders, weakens its ranks, and demoralizes its fight. 71. On May 26, 1902, the Denver Post featured the following comment on the NCF by Thomas I. Kidd, president of the Amalgamated Wood Workers International Union and a member of the A.F. of L's Executive Council. An illustration of this argument occurred during the anthracite coal strike of 1902. Pressed by the strikers, Mitchell asked Easley late in August that the Civic Federation should be convened and should declare specifically and emphatically that the side which refused to arbitrate was pursuing a policy inimical to public welfare and against the best interests of the country. Mitchell to Easley, August 25, 1902, per megapixel. Easley absolutely refused to consider the idea and it was quickly dropped. Personally, I have absolutely no use for it and think that nothing can be gained by it. I have several times been invited to take part in its proceedings, but have refused, and in the official Woodworkers Journal have even knocked the Civic Federation. It is hard to make the working man believe that any good can come to them from an organization in which Grover, Cleveland, and Mark Hanna have a prominent place, both of whom at one time went out of their way to destroy labor unions. At every convention of the A.F. of L from 1901 on, a resolution was introduced calling for a declaration of non-confidence in the Civic Federation. At first this resolution was laughed down and sneered at. 72. But the outrageous conduct of Belmont in the subway strike of 1904 aroused tremendous outbursts against the Civic Federation. The Central Federated Union of New York sent a committee to Belmont to ask for the reinstatement of the strikers. When they were rebuffed, the body ordered any of its members or members of affiliated unions who belonged to the Civic Federation to resign from it. Encouraged by the action of the New York labor body, Victor Berger, the Milwaukee socialist leader, introduced a resolution at the 1905 convention of the A.F. of L. It denounced the hypocritical attempt of the Civic Federation plutocrats to convince organized laboring men that the interests of capital and labor are identical, and the close intimacy and harmonious relations established between Samuel Gompers and other labor leaders with the great capitalists and plutocratic politicians. Although the resolution was overwhelmingly rejected, the discussion revealed that elements in the A.F. of L leadership were beginning to have serious doubts about the value of ties with the NCF.J. This was apparent also at the 1907, a year later. American workers had further evidence of Hanna's real attitude towards labor unions when his company, the Buffalo Union Company, with his backing, refused to arbitrate a dispute with the Brotherhood of Blast Furnace workers after the union members employed by the company had been provoked into a strike. If Hanna is as friendly to labor as he says, it is time for him to interfere, wrote James McMahon, president of the National Association of Blast Furnace Workers. But Hanna refused to interfere, and the union was forced to surrender. Hanna to Gompers, July 23-29. August 3, 1903. Gompers to Hanna. July 28, August 4, 1903. James McMahon to Gompers, August 5, 1903. APL Co. and GLB. The Central Federated Union, however, refused to censure Gompers for his role in the strike. Gompers came to New York to defend his actions. New York Times, June 5, 1905. This feeling was given impetus early in 1906 by a widely discussed editorial in Hearst's New York Journal, which advised the following procedure as the first step in a labor offensive to defeat this big, open shop movement for the destruction of the unions. Today we suggest that Mr. Gompers and all other union men to give up their association with August Belmont and the Civic Federation. What have half a dozen big labor men to do with the Civic Federation, a body that is the direct agent of the would-be scab employers? February 2, 1906. Convention. Even though the Resolutions Committee voted non-concurrence to a resolution urging disassociation from the Civic Federation. Soon after the convention, the union labor advocate, usually most friendly to Gompers' policies, spoke out for disassociation from the NCF, reminding Gompers and Mitchell that the Civic Federation had never specifically recognized the right of labor to organize. When Gompers pointed to the response of the Civic Federation's president in which he asserted that labor had every right to be organized, he said nothing about the fact that the statement included an attack on trade union methods. The union labor advocate commented wryly, "The most optimistic among trades unionists can hardly expect the millennium this year, but that we are making substantial progress the above statement surely indicates." 73. We will examine, in a subsequent volume, the continuing battle against the NCF inside the A.F. of L. But in a sense this battle was academic, for by 1908 the Civic Federation had already accomplished most of what it had set out to achieve. As Professor Norman J. Ware notes, it united A.F. of L. Officialdom and powerful financial interests against all aggressive labor leadership in the United States. The A. F. of L. became a Morgan partner in attacking radicalism wherever it appeared. H.